since we have the majority of people here, we try to stay on track today because I think I've got to get done this afternoon.
Oh, we got a lot of stuff to get done.
That was what I was gonna say in the beginning. I wanna have my phone out and we're gonna try to keep it on.
Have some hard stops.
Okay. Are we time?
Well, I mean, we don't have, I mean, on each subject, we could just have a hard stop to move along on schedule. That would be helpful, I believe.
Is that our goal? Sorry, I just want to send this and get it off.
Everyone's signing.
Screen over there, so, but right now, people see, well, they only see this, they only see this, okay.
All right, let's go ahead and get started, so that we can stick to a schedule today. So I'll go ahead and call this, budget planning workshop to order. And then Lindsay, you should do the roll call.
Mayor Marcos.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Collins.
Here.
Commissioner Brownlow.
Here.
Commissioner Plum.
Here.
Commissioner Sanderson.
Here.
Mr. Sawyer.
Here.
Okay, can I get a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, and then now it's time for public comments. We have a lot in 15 minutes, if you guys go over, we understand. Hope there, do you have sign-ups?
We do, but there's.
Would you like, okay, that's okay, okay. You speak from there.
Sure.
That, whatever you want.
So Keith Collins, 7526 Sound Drive.
Okay.
And taking off on Frank's guidance for the meeting where he talked about what would the board be thought about in 2046. And I'd like for you to think about what that might be if your focus and your vision and what you said as a strategy was around the quality of this environment. Instead of saying the water around it, the major asset is the bottle of water. So I encourage the board to think about a strategic flip from talking about stormwater management to watershed restoration. Why do that? There are a couple of good reasons. One is there's money available. Maybe the best one. So it turns out that the Research Council of Governments has funding grants to do, which is 205J. And the Postal Federation and the Federal Bureau both love to step in and help create plans around the 205J funding that would then classify for 319 grade funding, which is repeating funding to actually execute on the projects. So this will give us an opportunity as a town to actually baseline the water quality from 1993. Change set a long-term objective of 2053. To actually execute a plan of getting the water quality back to the basin. So I'll put together a short piece that'll help you understand sort of what the layout of that funding exercise will be. You have to see whether we wanted to push back to 26 or maybe go for 27. Sort of the justifications, we would be joining our neighbors like around the beach, on the shores, Beaufort, and actually following this process. So they're well understood. There are frameworks, because what they're actually trying to get to is that 9-element framework that needs to be created by us to get this ongoing funding. And part of that initiative is going to be the native plants initiative. Here, people will be proposing.
Great. Awesome. Okay.
Thank you.
I guess that someone from Special Foundations.
Go ahead, get up and bring things down. One thing that might be helpful to the board to copy this is there was a comprehensive study done for a bunch of streets and watershed. I believe it was over 2012 or 13. And so that had some of the data that was helpful. Well,
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Collins.
Go ahead, sir. Mark Brenessel, 9322 Ocean Drive.
I just in looking at the upcoming budget, I would kind of hope that the food would be looking at something revenue neutral. My taxes went up by 35% after the assessment, and the rate went down, but not down to revenue neutral. So I'm interested in that. Second, I think the town has gotten, I've lived here for 26 years now, full time. And the town for a while peaked up and looked very spiffy. Now it looks like it needs maintenance. Stuff that was done and you know, signs that were installed, the place along the bike path. You know, some of that maintenance has been done recently. A lot of the sign posts have been replaced, but there's still a lot that look shabby. And I think would be nice for the town to spiff up, and if every single town employee were to say, hey, there's moss growing on that speed limit sign there, and it just looks. I realize that capital projects are a lot more fun, but once we do them, we can't let them run down. So not a big deal, but I think the town needs to step up.
What was your last name again?
British.
British.
Good morning, Doug Willis. And 1113 Timber Trail. And recently moved back here. My family's been here since the 70s. And my mom's still living, and she's the only one left from my grandparents and my cousins and my aunts and uncles and all that. So gladly have moved back here. And my concern today is the agenda item 15, resurfacing the roadways. And the town manager indicated that the town would need to allocate approximately $137,000 more annually from other sources. He did provide means to obtain those resources. My concern also is increasing the property tax. I got hit hard too, so I'm sure it's a trend where Carter County taxes and all that were raised tremendously, even though they said it wouldn't happen that way. I think there's looking through I have a lot of experience in looking at budgets, and I think there are plenty of rooms in your budget that you can move things around to achieve this 137,000 without raising the tax rate to your citizens or your property owners. I'm 100% for maintaining the roadways, obviously. And again, there are items in your budget that I don't necessarily think that you need to have, whether it's additional staffing. You could probably look a little bit better, making it a dual position description, adding it to somebody's position description to handle it. I won't call out specific areas. If you want to talk about it later, I'll gladly do that. But there are ways definitely that you can move funds around and still achieve that, getting your roadways maintained. It's very important. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Jason and I will hand it a piece of paper from another citizen go.
Okay.
But it's from sharing the part date, so I just wanted to read what she wrote. It was concerning the agenda item about the permit fee on short-term rentals. She referenced statute from the state 160-1207 that local government cannot set fees for permits for STRs for rent. She suggested that we look at other ways to increase revenue. Pickleball outdoors, we're the only town that charges for that, so wanted to see if there was a way that could be free for our citizens. And then believes that we need a senior center here, some type of place for seniors to live.
That was GS 160-207.
160-1207. Let's see.
Do I need to make a motion to close public comment? No? We're good with today? Okay, all right. So next up, we are still on time. We were hoping to have just a general conversation amongst all of us board members to really get a feeling about kind of your visions and goals for the community, your wish list, that type of conversation. So if it allows for 45 minutes and we can keep it going, get started. But would you guys like me to start out asking some really fun questions to get the conversation going, or does anyone want to share their thoughts?
I'll go first.
Yeah.
Sure, why not? I think it's important that we talk today about things for our youth and our seniors. That was a big thing that I heard out there when I was talking to people. The other thing is traffic needs to be looked at sooner than later, especially during the summer and the boat in the pier area. We need to get these projects that have been on the books for a long time finished and we'll figure that out. Especially redrive ones that. Those are my main things that I'd like to accomplish today.
Yeah. Do you have any ideas like long-term wise? I wish you know.
I do, and
Or
it's
yes,
it's in here,
Okay.
yeah, again. Our youth, there's not much for them to do here.
Yeah.
Nothing, so we need to figure that out. I know there's skate park mentioned in here, you know, I've got a couple other ideas. So really, we need to brainstorm on that, come up with some ideas.
Yeah.
Senior center. They need somewhere to go. I know they go to the Hardens and play cards.
You guys ever been to the Moorhead City Senior Center?
No,
I have.
I hear it's fantastic.
It's nice, it's underutilized. It's
Yeah.
nice.
I hear it's fantastic. I need to check that out.
and maybe there is existing space, I think you mentioned it before, Frank, that we could allow our seniors to use.
Yeah.
And just figure out what they would need in there to make it pleasant for them and a place they want to stay.
Yeah, yeah.
I think we did, I'm gonna have a good existing facility.
I think so too.
room to the right of the, similarly.
Yeah.
Actually, there's some swings in there.
Domino's.
Domino's.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, you could, and the big thing that is most stuff out there, you can go out.
Right.
We furnish it, right?
Right, just make it pleasant and comfortable
Yeah,
and let them know it's there.
And Frank and I had like quickly touched on maybe helping the shore protection find another place for Ryan to work out of and updating that area because it's 3 or 4 rooms, I think. We could put a small kitchen in there, make a living room and make it just a friendlier space. And it's just right there, right across from the community center. So you can sit there.
There was a time that there was a kitchen in that area to serve the fire station.
Okay,
It's
I want to
funny.
be a hard work then.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a small kitchen in the back.
Okay. Yeah. So around.
I think it's important to have resources, excuse me, for our youth and our seniors. But I also, to kind of echo agree, we have room now. It's old room, it's dated room, it's maybe not practical room, but we have room. I would suggest when it comes to youth activities, senior activities and things like that, before we start looking at, hey, we got a lot over here, we can take out a few more trees, we can build something there, or we have an allotment of land in McLean Spell Park that we could develop up to 10 acres of it. When we saw how that went about 3 or 4 years ago, when we were gonna have a natural dog park, I think that we should look really, really hard at using what we have, retrofitting what we have, and do everything we can to provide resources for everybody, but primarily youth and seniors, because I think we lack in that department. But do everything in our power to stop short of paving anything else, knocking down anything else. I talked to a lot of people that have read this book cover to cover, And, preserving what green we have left on the island is paramount to everybody that I talk to. And, I committed to them to do everything that I could to give the highest service back to our residents and property owners and visitors, but to do as little, hopefully up to no damage to what we have left. I think we're at a point now we don't have a lot of that left. We're developed a lot more than we were 20 years ago, 40 years ago, 50 years ago, to a point where if you develop too much more, and I'm not a
The island's just.
strike myself to a tree so the guy can't cut it down kind of guy, but I think preservation of what we have and as far as natural area should be at the forefront of everybody's mind.
What about, when we were, a lot of what I talked about when I was running with the office and but was really talking about planning for like long-term tourism, right? For day trippers, not more vacation in one houses, but with all the development going on across the bridge and just more an influx daily. So it's obviously traffic, but I can't help like long term, not in the next 4 years, but somehow try to figure out how to make our eastern beach access just some more of a destination, right? Where people want to go and spend the day there, whether we can figure out how to have a snack bar there. Again, I have no idea who run and how it all works. But something that is an attraction middle of the island. So people have a reason to drive down to stay. Because right now, folks get down there and then you have to sit in traffic to get something to eat, sit in traffic to get back. So just to try to pump up those areas a little bit more and see if we can, Parks and Rec somehow. I'm not sure.
You could economically, responsibly, seating with some shade and some grills. I mean, it doesn't have to be, $500,000 project.
Right.
You could invest some money in some poly seating, some shades, some grills for the public to use.
Yeah.
A water fountain or a sink where you can wash your hands or something. Yeah, it doesn't have to be a 6 or 7 figure project to make it better.
Sure. I just,
And the thing about this, I hear a lot of people say, planning for the future with traffic. It's a 2-lane road. I don't care if you put 4 lanes on the other side of it, and 4 lanes on the other side of that. It's like a water hose. Only so much water can go through a hose. So we're always gonna have traffic, doesn't matter what you do. We're an island, there's no way to create another Emerald Drive on the sound side. I mean, that's just what it is.
Well, you can't run the clock. You got 30, 40,000 people coming on and off the island in a week.
That's it.
It's not, that number's not gonna go down.
Yeah.
It's not gonna change. And I know a lot of people would like to have it the way it was 20 years ago, 40 years ago, 50 years ago, but we are where we are. You can do some things to mitigate some traffic, but 500,000 cars passing through the Coast Guard intersection in a month. There's only so much you can do. I get the want and the need to try to help as much as you can, but it's 2 lanes, a whole regular quarter-mile wide. You're not going to move it so much.
I will bring up the fact that there was a time, and honestly, the eastern access fills up just as quickly as the western access right
Yeah.
now. A lot of families prefer the eastern, especially the families with younger children, because it is a less crowded beach. From what you have at the western access. But the town did try, and I hate to even say this, we attempted allowing food trucks in our accesses for a trial period. And it was very inconsistent, and the inconsistency revolved around the lack of business those food trucks were able to do in those accesses, and that's the east and the west. And Frank was here when that occurred, so I'm sure he will chime in.
Well, a lot of that's going back on the town,
It sure
even
did.
though we were letting the other food
That's
trucks go out
how
there.
did it fall up on the table?
Because when we sit there and say, okay, we're gonna have food trucks here, then people tell me there's no food trucks.
They don't show up because they're not making money.
They're not making money, and so they.
And then they're
people upset.
complaining.
Well, I mean, not to consider anything in the future due to what happened.
I'm not saying
Right,
that, I'm
Instagram,
just citing
social
the
media,
history of it.
and
I'm not
everything.
discouraging exploring.
Yeah,
anything.
well, I don't know if food trucks would be, I don't know, I'll just think about it, 'cause you go to Atlantic Beach and they have, the snack bar and the skate park and all the things. So if our areas were more traffic to day trippers. And then about the restaurants and hotels and all the businesses.
I also agree with this gentleman about our town being more spiffy. When people cross that bridge, our entrance should be curtain, and it's kind of just. Blah. And then, I know we're gonna talk about it today, but that downtown area, just making it look beautiful, be representative of what Emerald Valley is. And I don't think some of those things are, flowers and things aren't super expensive, just.
Potentially.
Yeah. Cause you go into some of these other small towns and they're just so points and look pretty. Should look like that.
What were you thinking?
Just thinking about like the environmental protection, of course, retired from Department of Environmental Quality, Coastal Management, so that's always kind of on the forefront of my mind. And there was some interesting strategies right before I was retiring, and I've still been following up on. It's like smart growth strategies and LIDs, or what we call low impact development strategies, kind of one what you were saying, watershed protection. So I think it'd be great to explore those avenues for alternative ways to maintain our resources that we have here. Our water quality is outstanding resource. Water is only just a few areas in the state that have that designation. We live right next door to one of them. We should do everything we can to protect that.
What is that? What is the outside?
It's a designation of high quality waters with higher standards that they have, like buffers, setback buffers, and they watch runoff limit pervious coverages.
Okay, so we're talking about our ordinances? Like, what is it that?
The state designation, and essentially it's about all of the water around the lot. That was outstanding resource.
So the body of the
water.
Not anything that we're doing is.
Yeah, it's a designation from the state of water quality.
So what we do doesn't impact the quality.
Yeah,
Yeah, the water, that designation in this area goes from the Final Shores, Roosevelt area.
Yeah.
The Bear Island, that area. That's a big part of the mainland side.
So is that like living seashores and all of that? It helps with that?
Yeah, and the jurisdiction extends 575 feet landward of the high water line. So second and third grade people that are not waterfront, but they're affected by it, they're limited to impervious coverages.
I think the probably simplest explanation is if it's a state designation, that then kicks in higher development standards for many communities and takes it to Los Angeles. So there are more development control because we have outdated resource waters and it's there's no fair.
That is.
Okay.
And then I like the idea of looking at innovative financing for projects without having to raise taxes. And so we do have a strong tourism here, and our town is healthy financially. I'm real impressed with the job Frank and Laura have done in managing our town's finances. And but yet, so when we take on these projects, and I think we'll be running out of FEMA grants for some reason in the near future. So I just think exploring innovative ways of financing and funding our future capital projects. And then there's our demographics in the town. The average age of just the voters in Emerald is 67.5 years old, 3/4 years old. And so more and more people are coming here in retirement and they want to live here at home. So I do agree with the senior, looking at senior citizen facilities and accessibility, ADA type stuff. I'm more hyped with that now, especially for personal reasons. But I was already talking to Frank about maybe doing like have a seniors day, senior games here. Let's bring the senior games. Let's do it.
I don't think there's anywhere in the county that has that.
The senior games are sponsored throughout the county, and they're actually some of the events are held at Western Park.
Western Park.
Definitely. So it'd be cool to have that here, and they bring golf tournaments and stuff like that. And so, and we used to have a kids' day. We still have that.
They were kids in September.
Yeah, my kids grew up, so I haven't seen it. Well, now my grandsons, I've probably seen them again, but
Yeah,
yeah.
that's a national day, the third Saturday in September.
But I'd love to see us have build in the long term, build sustainable tourism for year-round events, so we can I mean, it just drops off the chart. If you're a grad tourism, and then it drops off in the wintertime almost down to zero. And I'd love to see it kind of at least hit a midline somewhere and have sustainable tourism. And then there's about our board. I would say that I would just like to ask each of us to look at, just envision what a board coming in here in the future, whether it's 5 years, 20 years, 30 years from now, we'll come back and look and see the work we've done. What would they say about it? And, I mean, would they say we scratching their heads, or are they going, that's a model that we should follow today? Or they be saying, okay, we don't want to do that. So, you know, just challenge each of us to look at it that way. And that, because every decision we make impacts everybody in this community and our visitors, as well as businesses and our adjacent neighbors too. And then I've heard from people, and this is what I'm just bringing in, it's a common theme, it's just we don't need more rules, but better enforcement of the existing rules. And I agree with that. I preach that at coastal management. And so taking the rules that we got, let's just enhance the enforcement and just do a better job. And I don't wanna, I'm not the kind of person who likes to go in there with guns ablazing. I like the informal approach. You go in there and find something. I would always tell the field reps at coastal management, find a problem, talk to the property owners, get them to fix it, go back next week, check it up if they fixed it. Let's go.
Are there particular rules and ordinances that we have in place that are just, we all know that needs to be, enforced more, or do we just keep saying it? You know, I mean, obviously we understand the trees and that, and we know all that is, on the forefront, but are there other ordinances that are in place that we're not really enforcing that are contributors, to the idea of what
Well, the trees, obviously, that was number one
Yeah,
thing.
development, right?
35% rule and impervious coverages and stuff like that. So,
Yeah, okay.
And now are we doing the minor permits yet in-house?
We are, yes. We started that December 1st.
Okay, fantastic. So I'm glad to see that. Because I think more we can keep our hands under the controls of that rather than hand it off to the state or county and stuff. I like it when the town had its own inspections department. And that's what I heard from a lot of people. They wish we had our own code enforcement officer to keep up with it. Having one plan of it's hard. I mean, keep up with everything we got going on in this town. That's a big order to fill. And then just my thoughts is like, me thinking is like, how do we keep Emerald Isle a family beach? How do we maintain that character? What does it take to keep Emerald Isle where people say, it truly is a family beach?
Yeah, I think everything we've talked about here are the things that will keep it that way. We're talking about preservation. We're talking about finding things for children and seniors to do, which is family. So I really think all the things that we're talking about are really working towards making sure we're all proud to be here. And, I'm just sitting here listening to everybody, and we all have so many different backgrounds in the staple, and we all experience Emerald Isle in such a different way. It's fantastic that we're all on this board together. We have such different experiences of our everyday lives. So, Josh, are you sharing something?
No, I think like I said, kids, that's been one of my main concerns whenever me and Frank met in the beginning when we was hired back. I was one of my go-tos for kids growing up here. We had patty cages, go karts, folding boats, playland. There was always something to do. Skate parks, and right now we've got poor kid goes to the skates, so we get stopped by 3 or 4 cops for the first 10 minutes telling him to go skate somewhere else that he's not allowed to skate. And I will, like I say, I know there's been don't touch that land over there, don't cut down the tree, but I mean, we've got 38 acres there. And kind of the opposite on this, everybody moves here and builds their home and cuts down trees to do it, and then says don't cut down any trees. I think that we've got that land over there. And I know we did, the town came out in a storm 3 years ago when anything was said, but at the same time, we were talking about going in there and decimating the whole thing and building baseball fields and everything else. I think splash pad, skate park is not going to take that much of it away. I think it's the town's property to be able to use it for the citizens. And I think if they went to public comment, you've got a lot more people since 2020 moved here that are now full-time residents with kids that, you're gonna have those people come out. So I'd love to see that conversation go further. Because like I said, I think you have a lot more backing in today's time as far as the young generation that's moving in Emerald Isle made of its own, versus, the people that just don't want to touch anything, and they can care less about stadium or a splash pad or anything else. So I would like to see that conversation.
It's very fair, it's very fair, I mean, having grown up here, of course, I want preservation and all that, but, I do also see the need for a little bit more development to create that family, which not a ton, I agree, kind of, I don't think we should clear cut 30 acres by any means, but.
There's a
Yeah,
difference.
but I mean, we shouldn't be able to, I'm not saying that, but I
We're not
think,
allowed.
No.
And we only have just under 10 acres, so we could do anything. with it.
yeah, and looking, we can talk about that later, yeah, I'm afraid.
I don't even think we did that much.
No.
But what I would like to focus on is the fact that we get back to the roots of maintaining what we have and doing a better job of taking care of that versus concentrating on doing this new, that new. We have playground equipment that paint is flanking off. You go over to Blue Heron Park and after a heavy rain, you're gonna walk through mud, even though there's mulch down there. There's other things that we can do to enhance what we already have. If we're looking at expanding, which I don't disagree at all, that that's necessary. Let's look at other areas and let's look at a place that's already vacant, nicely grassed, fully irrigated. And that would be the area just west of Senator Preston Park down at the boat ramp. There's room there for a splash pad. There's room there for a dog park if you wanted to do that. There's room there for a small multi-purpose field if you want to do that. There's just a lot of options there that we don't have to clear anything else to move forward. When you look at the eastern access, there's a large area there to the east of the parking area that had to be kept vacant for future expansion when the plans were for the North Carolina Aquarium Pier to go there. And honestly, that's how that parking lot was developed with funding from that. But hey, let's look at what we have and make the most of that and take care of it without moving forward on other projects at this time.
Well, when I spoke to this, it was, A, from a presentation standpoint, but B, from a real life domestic experience, I'm a guy, I like toys, I like this, I like that, and every time not every time, but oftentimes when, I have a new great idea or a new flashy something, my wife's quick to remind me, well, you got that over there, it's just been sitting,
I see where you're going.
get to do what I want, but she always reminds me, so, well, you already had.
What are you gonna do with that?
This
Yeah.
was just sitting there.
You're not
So
capitalizing
it's
on
from
what
a
you
real
did.
life experience thing, and like I said, I think there's a lot of cool things and useful things that we could do. But taking care of what we have should come first, and I don't think it'd be a extremely heavy lift to do that, but I think we should take care of what we have. The projects that we do and that we're gonna finish, they have to be maintained. And then when we're looking at a splash pad or a dog park or a skate park, I'm not opposed to any of those things. I lobbied for a skate park when the survey went out. That was my thing, and kind of got nailed to the wall. And I knew when I was a proponent of it, my boys skated at the time. They're adults now, and they don't. I knew when I spoke in favor of it 3 or 4 years ago that by the time it would come to fruition, they would be grown. And it wasn't for them, it was for kids, not my kids, it was for kids. But I
And I don't even want to be. And I was a kid.
I still skate.
Well, yeah. And it was, yeah.
I don't mind.
It was hey, this isn't for me and my family, this is for all families, all kids.
And that's a mindset we're all supposed to.
And I still think that, a skate park's a really cool idea. My boys don't skate anymore. I wouldn't dare get on a skateboard just 'cause I don't want to get hurt, but, my point being, I'm not opposed to those things. I just think that we should take a hard look at what we have. Move things around, update. I think there's a lot of good answers in there to where everybody wins in the rare occasion that everybody can win. Seniors get more resources, kids get more resources, skaters in general, no matter the age, get, more resources and more benefit. And it's a win for us because we preserve the natural areas that we have. And by using what we have, whether if it's dated or needs to be updated or retrofitted. We went twice there because we provided the service or the outlet to whoever, and we've inadvertently maintained what we have at the same time.
And just because I said it, I want to clarify something, just so I don't want pitchforks waiting for me when I leave here today. I already got enough of those emails yesterday.
I did too.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying, like I said, I just don't want it to never happen if we did have the space. If we got the space, utilize the space, leave the trees alone. But if it came to the point where we're saying, well, we just can't fit that in here, or we can't fit that in here, let's just take it off the table before the conversations ever happen.
No other option.
So if there's no other option, then at least have the conversation about it.
There's an answer in there. somewhere.
That's kind of what was.
There is, oh, no, go ahead.
Mark Brunschultz just shared with me that he would like to see in the land use plan, a multi-interest committee to set goals involving citizens, merchants, realtors, et cetera, so that it's community-based involvement.
Yeah, I think that's the plan for that. We should start working on the land use plan, isn't it? To bring in a committee.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll have a diverse group of stakeholders, going through the and I hope we'll get started on that within the next year or so. So,
There's one thing that we haven't touched on yet that doesn't cost any money. And that's just really rebuilding our sense of community and making sure that our community trusts us and knows that they are going to be a part of the decision making, which they are, and that we're going to communicate it on all levels. And so I do think we've already made good strides on that with Frank's diligent books and his posting and all the good things. So I think we're making good progress there, but that should be something that I want to strive to lead for years and everyone feel like they're a part of the community and we're not bad at it. So I wanted to add that, but I think we have some really good.
We're all pretty much on the same page, so.
Yeah, I think we can do that when we start in the year. As
Yeah.
far as.
It needs to start in this group.
They should start in this group, because like for instance, I'm just gonna. I found out about the permitting of.
The idea about that. vacation
Short-term
rentals.
I found out about that at the same time the citizens do, through a newsletter. And after yesterday, having to search around where the idea came from. So yesterday I got a lot of calls and I didn't have any answers. I got people calling me yesterday, literally going, how much money did you make us? She was.
I had the same question.
She was upset, and I had multiple calls yesterday, and I didn't have any. I mean, I had no, you know what I mean? I knew what they knew. Because evidently there was a lot of emails, there had to be a conversation starter
It
there.
was here, when you sent the draft packet out last week.
Right, and that went out to the public.
But I'm saying, how long ago was that talked about before the draft?
I don't know, I mean, I don't know if there was any particular conversation, like, I know when I heard Roy mention it at a beach commission meeting a year ago, like that's when I heard of it, but I don't think there was an internal conversation amongst people to be.
yeah, so let me clarify that. And first of all, just thank you all for making the time to be here. I know it's a long day and a lot on the plate. But I want you to understand, and I think I want the public to understand what this meeting is and what it isn't. Right? So this is an opportunity for you all. This discussion is great. This is an opportunity for you all to kind of sit down and talk and brainstorm, kind of share as a group what's important to you, talk in a little less structured format. Get a sense of what each of you want to accomplish, and at least from my perspective, I think from the two, try to find those commonalities there. And I'm taking some notes and I'll kind of recap what I think I'm taking from all of you today. But the items on here, like this is the absolute very beginning. Like I said, there are no decisions we can make here. You got to start somewhere with the conversations. And so the idea for the vacation rental permit issue and the first management stuff, that came out of discussion with Commissioner Brown, obviously. There are many other items on this agenda that came up with discussions with each of you also. And so the information is here, it's in this format. So you all can talk about it and say, yeah, we like that. Let's keep working on that. Or, hey, guys, that's really not what we want. So don't work on it. So I just want everyone to understand that it's part of the process. And I think it's a great part of the process, right? Because there's so few opportunities that you get to sit down and talk. Right, normally we're going through videos and all that kind of stuff. So that's the spirit and intent of all of this stuff. And again, whatever feedback you all give me today, that's gonna inform where we go on all the things, but nothing's gonna happen. So I just want you to understand what the meeting is and what it is.
Right.
I understand that.
I think a good idea for future would be before anything like the agenda is released to the public, just maybe a briefing. Just so we can answer a couple questions and be more, just have a little bit more knowledge of it. Because yesterday, like I said, the people calling and I'm like, really don't know a ton about it, really don't know exactly, just maybe a little bit more of a briefing as far as what's gonna be released to the public.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll try to do that and do try to do that every
Right.
time. But again, the whole point of this meeting especially is to just start having the conversation, right? And kind of find out where it's gonna go. But like, for example, the draft agenda packet, the draft agenda document for this was in your packet on January 13th. I think I had sent that to you before that as well. The packet came out last Wednesday, last Thursday. So, but again, I would put it in the category of, you gotta start somewhere, right? I mean, obviously you can't have detailed conversations with everybody about every issue, and these are all pretty big issues. Right, so again, just to reiterate, how we strive to do that more, but the point of this is to start those conversations, to get a sense for, you like this or you don't, and either one's perfectly acceptable.
Going back to Kyle's point of us setting an example and having that open and transparent communication, I do believe that we as a board can do a better job with our open communication. And because right now I feel like there's a lot that's going on being shared strictly with Frank. And there's obviously some back and forth that's going on. And then the rest of us get copied on the final decision or the final research. And I'm not blaming anyone. I'm not talking about this meeting in particular. This is since we were sworn in January, in December, to be honest. So let's just open it up a little bit more, and whether we agree or not, we're all adults and we can work through it. But let's have a little more openness and transparency among the board. I think that we're probably doing as good a job as we possibly can with the public. We can always do better, but we got to work on ourselves.
Yeah, I love that. And at the meeting or the training that we just went to, we learned that we can communicate as a group to email as long as everyone doesn't start replying and creating a meeting. So we can share all of our emails with everybody just as long as we're not conversing back and forth
Or suggesting something.
Yeah, on a group level, right? So you can just reach out to a person or two people.
Well, the other thing I guess I would say to you is, so all 6 of you, your job at the end of the day is to have opinions. You can have ideas, right? And obviously communicate, work with each other, work with staff, work with food, all things. So I think it's entirely appropriate for each of you to have an idea about an issue and bring it up for discussion with your colleagues and kind of get that going. And I would submit to you that this kind of setting is more transparent than having a one-on-one conversation or a small group conversation. I think you should have both. So don't get me wrong, you all need to be talking to each other, right? So I think if you really break it down, the conversation's gotta start somewhere. This is all completely transparent. Everything's out there. People have read, obviously, a lot of the information. But I think people us in the room and people that are watching on Zoom and people think, like, you gotta be able to have conversations, right? Like, it doesn't mean we're gonna actually do something, but you gotta start the conversation. You gotta start figuring where you're going. And honestly, that's your job. So I just want you to understand that part of it. If we were trying to deceive anyone or withhold any information, honestly, it wouldn't have taken all the time to put the pack together and put it out there and invite everybody. So just recognize it.
Recognized and noted, again, mine goes back to outside this meeting, although I consider this to be great. When the seed is planted, we all should be aware of it. And decide at that point whether we're going to nurture it.
Yeah. I think my big takeaway from just the surprise and the emails we got yesterday really is if there are some big hot topics coming up that we do make sure everyone has that more agenda. So I will make that on my personal to-do list, so we should touch base to make sure everyone did see it and knows what's done. That's what I think.
And if I was gonna add anything to all that, I would just say in my personal experience, going on, this 2 years as a commissioner now, and The first year was kind of rough for me as a commissioner personally, because, there was a trust violation, with me as a commissioner and with my family. That's based on the previous board, and there's still some limits of that still lingering so I think that, when it comes to trust issues on one part, that's what I'm struggling. I'm just put it on the table, whatever you got, I'm laying it out. And, so I think we can somehow get over that, then, I think we have some really good talented people that have a lot working together, that we can certainly accomplish a lot more.
Well, this is kind of what I heard from you all. Really, it all comes down to quality of life issues. Making this a better place for people to live and enjoy their time with and so forth. These are the kind of the key phrases I heard from all of you. Preservation, environmental quality, activities for kids and seniors. Focus on the aesthetics, making sure we take care of our stuff. Managing traffic in the most efficient way, but realizing this is a problem to have at the end of the day, right? We want people to find this place desirable and be here. Those were kind of the key things that I heard from you all. Did I miss anything? And those all come back to quality of life issues, right? Making this a great place for people to enjoy.
Maintaining this is a great place for people who use it.
Yeah, taking care of what we have.
Yeah.
Very good.
I guess so.
Did I miss anything?
I think that sums it up.
Those are very helpful, great things to get y'all on the same page about, and we'll keep that focus for from setting going forward.
Vote in on July 4th, we can huge change in law.
It's gonna, we're gonna do it.
Yeah, I mean,
I mean, I guess the other thing I would say too, as I found myself sitting here with, obviously a very unique perspective, lots of different thoughts on doing it all, but I have all, from the moment I got here, very first time, as a beginning, going across that bridge felt so blessed to be here. Like, I remember when I was moving here, now one of those people back in Durham and Raleigh, like, I'm looking at Raleigh, like, I'm one of the latter. And I imagine most people have a very similar feeling. If you finally achieve that goal, to get here. I don't want any of us to lose sight of that feeling, right? Because we're also freaking blessed to be here. And human nature, right? Everybody needs to find things that they can improve and make better. That's what's great. But I would just ask everyone to think about how you felt the first time, the first time you found out you were pretty. I think we're all blessed. Whatever problems we have, we can work on, we'll work on, try to make them better. But I think just about everybody to think about that.
Still feel that way.
You really don't know what that feels like. He was part of that.
It's just like everything gets left on the other side.
It
Yeah,
does.
every time we drive.
Every time I stick to still every
Yeah,
time I
every
come back, I'm going to there.
Same thing, it's so nice.
You get to the top of the bridge.
Especially
Let's get out.
when I've gone out the whole week, where like I haven't left the island, then I'm like, oh my gosh, I need to get out more, but so I can come back. Yeah. Those are all fantastic things. Should we take a quick break before we start the financial review? Just, or do you want to just go?
We can all right into it. Let me advance the screen here.
Well, I'm gonna switch.
I think that we should all have that liberty as needed.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
Yeah, please do.
Don't fear.
yeah.
Been drinking this a long time. But they're very popular. Mostly better.
We have a curative in the kitchen too.
Different things in the TV room.
Oh, no, story. I think we're not really hot.
It's not even
One more?
It's mud water.
Okay.
That's what it's called.
Do you mix it in?
No, it's gonna get And then actually, we do this.
I think we're okay, like, it automatically is sharing this on the screen for the public. That should click against.
Practice run.
Maybe I.
Not those small.
Not those. Functional mushrooms, but
That's that. You ain't training the one to see with multiple properties that are.
Winter and.
I like fungus.
Only one.
Behind you, I'm just gonna reach. It's winter time. Furnace is getting me.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. You want to 57 reading and single ground too.
The good news is I haven't gotten any text messages saying people can't hear us, so.
Oh, great.
You all gotten anything like that? I appreciate Greg and his staff getting all the technology worked out for it.
Yeah.
As is always the case, I think it's important for you all to have a good understanding of what our current financial situation is and what's going. I think generally speaking, we're in good shape. Generally speaking, the current year budget's fine. I think there are going to be some tough choices for you all to make in next year's budget. So I look forward to talk about all these things with you. I'm gonna let Laura walk you through all of the financial details. Then certainly we'll have to listen to that. We'll get to do that.
It's what we're here for, right?
Yeah, that's true. So I'm gonna just go through the slides, a lot of facts and figures here, some of it you've seen recently, but some of this has been updated, so. So our team, this is our adopted budget, this is what we currently have, adopted full-time 76 staff. And then 121 part-time roughly with regular part-time and seasonal lifeguards, reserve employees. We do have some vacancies right now. Our fire chief is vacant at the moment. We had 2 firefighter positions. They actually offered, we have an offer on the table, so I think we're bringing somebody on part-time. So we might be introducing somebody at your next meeting. 2 folks in police, sergeant and permit tech. And then our public information officer. So those are our current vacancies out of our full-time staff. And just current reminder of the budget, big picture of kind of 26 budget. The original adopted budget was 14.6 million. And this is a pie chart of just the revenues and just in real big numbers, but 42% of our budget is funded by property tax. So I like to just kind of see what the big numbers are. 42% roughly, that's been pretty consistent over the years. Sales tax is our second revenue source, about 20% of our total budget. And then solid waste fees. So solid waste is a huge portion of our budget and the fees cover that. And then we do have other sources such as development permits, park and rec fees, different things that makes up 17% on some of our one-time revenues, and then our state collected revenues are about 6%. On the flip side, on the expense side, public safety is the biggest portion of our budget. So fire comes in at 27%, our largest department there. Police right behind it at 20%, and then solid waste. And then you'll see the other departments, admin, public works, our debt portion, and non-departmental such for. Big numbers again here, we just went over this in a January presentation, so our adjusted fund balance as of June 30, that's a June 30 number, was the $5.2 million, so good news there, we're very happy with that. Our amended budget as of today is actually at 16 million. The reason for that big jump is the Pebble Beach land acquisition. So normally we don't have that big jump, but that's a one-time expense. And so that gets us to about 32%. Our adjusted fund balance is about 32% of our amended general fund budget as of right now. So that's where we're at right now. Just gonna go through the other funds one more time. I mentioned this at our last meeting, but these numbers are updated. And as of December, so Future Beach Nourishment, our next biggest fund besides the general fund, we're at $9.2 million. We're collecting and reserving taxes and interest in that, so we should be right about 9.5 million at the fiscal year end. And then if we don't do anything nourishment projects next fiscal year end, we could be at about 10.5 million in reserves for beach. The other fund we have there is special events fund, much smaller dollars. Right now that's capturing car show and marathon. But that was created for other special events. If we did want to do other events, bring back other events, we would capture it in this fund and just kind of keep it separate from the general fund budget. And those dollars there are just usually this one prepaid marathon registrations coming in, or some residual from the car show. Our other funds, our other capital projects, we have our bike and pedestrian fund, so in December we had 100,000 in fund balance. We used some of that up already, we just did the sidewalk at Lee Avenue. So we think we'll have about 83,000 in that fund at June 30 if we don't do any other projects. And then again, if we don't do any other projects, we're building that fund with proceeds from the marathon and bike the banks event, so we might up to 118,000, 120,000 if those all come together, and we have growth in there for other projects. There is the golf cart improvement fund. Currently that's at 59,000. If the board still chooses to continue to add fees to that for future projects, we would add another 25,000 to that fund by fiscal year end. And then again, another 25,000, that's what we've been reserving. And so the board and staff would have to decide if we want to continue that and identify projects that we want to improve golf cart parking or golf cart pathways and stuff like that. And then last but not least, the dog park. We have that fund in reserve. We haven't had a lot of activity. I know there's a lot of possibilities for a site. So once staff and the board decide where we want to recommend a location, then we can start construction. So we're just going to holding pattern on that with about 32,000. Debt, so just a snapshot of debt. The current debt as of December, we have 1.3 million in just bank debt. Now this is just bank debt, where we've gone to the bank and we have, these are all capital projects over the years that we're just paying annually. Our annual debt service for our bank notes is $251,669. And you see those in the order of the oldest to the newest. And so in the parentheses, that is when the debt is going to mature. So, for example, the land purchase for the Plains will drop off in fiscal 2028. And you'll just go down the list there. We do have 3 installments that we are planning on in this current budget. One we're going to bring to you at your February meeting for the next brush truck. We have a plan to backhoe in the current year budget, and then of course the land purchase for public beach road. And I want to have that complete before fiscal year. In addition to bank debt, I kind of separated this because this is actually a newer accounting rule for us, but it is all considered debt. Contracts for leases that are more than month to month or annual lease are considered debt. And so it's just like a bank loan if you have a 3-year lease or a 5-year lease. And so we do have our enterprise lease program that would fall into that category because those leases are anywhere from 3 years to 60 months. We actually have about 31 vehicles that we have acquired over the years for through enterprise. It's a really good program. The reason you see a 24 there is some of those leases are getting older and now they're kind of on a month-to-month lease. And so we pull them out of debt and we'll just categorize it in operating. It's really an accounting rule. It's in our budget. It's just what line item we put it in. We also have a lease for the Pelletier debris site with Coastal Regional Solid Waste Management Authority. And I glad I didn't botch that up with the abbreviation. And so that's on there as well. And in the event that we have a long-term contract for software or IT equipment, that would also be in this list. So long story with all that, but in percent of our tax value, we're only at 0.03%. That's a really low number. By statute, the limit is 8%, which would be a humongous number if we were ever there. And then I have a blank right now. The town's policy, I believe, is to not go to 2%. So we've traditionally been very, very low with our debt.
And we'll never get anywhere close to those. They hate the things like.
It's
Mine should all be
huge.
fire.
Yes. So in the big scheme of things, I think that's important that we're always, and traditionally for the past several years, very, very good amount in relation to our property value.
Yeah, but where are we at with, compared to other coastal towns with our tax rate?
Oh, that's in my slide.
Okay.
I need to update that. I need to go and get the current information. I don't have all that for you today, but traditionally we've been number 2 or number 3. As far as the lowest.
The lowest.
Yes, for tax rate. Yes, that's right. Wrightsville Beach has traditionally done the very lowest, and then Emerald Isle would fall in even number 2 or number 3. It kind of depends on. Sometimes it fluctuates if their county does a valuation and you haven't done ours yet. Then you'll see those numbers go.
And how many coastal towns are we comparing to?
I think about 20 or 21.
So not a bad record.
Yes, yes.
And that's a consistent record.
Yeah, that's correct. So I just want to bring that out.
Yep.
I thought we were gonna catch right number 2, but we didn't quite.
Our debt service that's listed there, that's what's in our budget, so that's for our bank debt, the debt that we haven't yet contracted with, we haven't gone out for that for example, the brush truck or the backhoe. But we went ahead and budgeted for all that, so that in our current 26 budget is $632,995, that includes those leased vehicles, the debris site. That is, as a percentage, that's 4.3% of our total budget. And that's also a very good number. Our town limit according to our fiscal policy is 15%. So very good. We like to see it in that low 4 to 5 range. Current budget status. I don't have hard numbers for you, but this is actually the really good news. And I checked it about 5 times and I still keep rubbing my eyes, but we are expecting a higher property tax collection from Carteret County. When we budgeted, we used the assessed values from the county, and they gave us some recommendations that we use reduce it just a little bit because they were going through the appeal process. We didn't know what those final numbers were going to be. So we budgeted with $5.9 billion in total value when we calculated. And they actually billed out 6.1 billion in total tax value. And what that did is that's going to generate, we think we're going to get this number. I don't know the final numbers, of course, but with the calculations and stuff. And if they get us a good collection rate, which is usually at that 99% collection, we have a good collection rate. We think we realize some tax revenue in the current budget, and that would also play in next year. So that's the good news. Sales tax looks really good. It just seems to be trending. I always keep an eye on that if we have any dips and stuff, but I'm not too worried about sales tax. So I don't really see any major revenue shortfalls or anything major in expenditures. We always do have some ups and downs. You never get it perfect, but if there's anything large, we would bring it to the board if we had to do an amendment. And the big ticket items that we want to keep our eye on, we want to definitely get that financing in before June 30, just because that's coming out of our fund balance for Pebble Beach. And I had talked last meeting about getting the reimbursements from FEMA. We don't have a solid answer for you today on the existing resilient structures project from that FEMA reimbursement. We're I'm keeping in contact with them weekly. But there is another pending project that we're going to finish up here very shortly. It's our fire engines and the ambulances project. And that one, we might have to dip into fund balance, pay those bills, wait for reimbursement, and that might just keep us slow again at June 30. And not worried about it, but it's just slower than
It's falling that way in your course, it's normal.
Yeah, it's normal, but
Balances.
you don't like it. I don't like it.
It doesn't look on paper, but it's naturally that.
And so I want everybody to be aware of it. So,
Yeah, practically speaking, we're on cash flow.
Mhm.
I think it's.
right, yeah, when we get that buried at June 30th, So just some more facts and figures. I just mentioned that in our current in our 27 budget forecast, we're going to use that valuation of 6.1 billion. With a collection of 99, you can't budget for the entire amount because we won't collect it all in that fiscal year, but when we're talking about initiatives and stuff, we can use if we have a penny in the tax rate, that equates to about $600,000 in spending. If we wanted to do it. So that's a good number to keep in mind when you're kind of thinking about big projects. And again, to Roy's comment, we're definitely one of the lowest tax rates amongst North Carolina beach towns.
Yeah, that on behind tab 10, there's a chart, we will get well, the 21 beach towns black, so it's still very good.
So some things that we know about right now as of today, going into our budget retreat and starting to build our budget. Is we've got that tax collection increase that we were expecting, so that's great news. So that on the revenue side, that's good. We do know that for sure, we think quite confidently that we probably will have a at least $100,000 total townwide increase to health insurance. The reason for that is in fiscal 26, we actually had a credit, a one-time transitional credit. And that credit, we don't think we're gonna get a second year incentive. And so we'll talk about that more a little bit later in the presentation. We have the fireworks that we're gonna add back in. The contract for that was 27,000, and then we want to count for some staff overtime. So we'll calculate that and work on that. We will have a debt service payment for that new land, and so those are some estimates. We haven't gotten quotes from banks yet, but you know, we're looking at that and trying to figure that out. So we'll come back to you with more details on what we think those payments will be, but it could be 150 to 200,000. We also always have, we always look at the inflation, and so we're always looking at the consumer price index and considering COLAs. So if we went with a COLA from 2 to 3%. We might have another cost increase just for on salaries and not necessarily other contracts. And then we have some of those projects that we just talked about, and we're going to talk about in more detail during the days. We've got our drive stormwater construction project and then Land's End, and you see we just have some question marks. So beginning thoughts on what's coming up in the 27 budget. Last but not least, the capital improvement plan, and this is labeled as draft. This is not the exact copy that was in the 26 adopted budget. We take the 26 adopted budget, capital improvement plan, and then we start adding to it, subtracting, updating numbers as we, you know, gathering our information and learning more. We definitely are gonna be working on Fire Station 2 very soon, very exciting project, and that is FEMA funded. Then, of course, the other big ticket projects, we have our Lands and Dune Infiltration system, and I still have some question marks on that, and again, we'll talk about that a little bit later. Reed Drive drainage project. Those were FEMA 428 projects, and we'll get into the nuts and bolts, but we might use general fund monies to finish those, so we'll talk about that more later. We always have beach access walkways every year that we try to do at least 2 or 3 if we can, as many as we can. And replacements, annual street resurfacing, that's a bigger number because we've got our Powell bill, but we might supplement it with general fund money. Public Works has a dump truck on the list from 2002, and then the rest you'll see kind of aged equipment on the list. So I know we have a solid waste utility vehicle that I think is in need of some repair. It's severely damaged, or not damaged, but a wear and tear, I don't know, transmission or something. So some of those equipment items you're gonna see for those reasons. Mini excavator, a bucket truck that's older, and riding mowers will come on, so you'll see some of the smaller dollar capital items. These are ideas. I don't know if they'll necessarily be in 27, they could be in 28, but the administrative building, I think it was 2009, if I'm not mistaken, so the generator might need to be replaced. We're starting to look at the carpet and get some quotes, so some of our older buildings, we might need to do some renovations. The dog park's still on the list, and the golf cart infrastructure. So the purpose of this slide is if we had to fit all this in, we like to look at those dollars and just see one funding source and then the grand total of those projects. We could be looking at upwards to $5 million in capital projects if we do them all at once in 27. And then our future years, because our improvement plan is a 5-year lookout. This is again a listing from the adopted improvement plan and just updating it as best we can for the meeting. There's a stormwater infiltration project that's old. I kind of say old, it's a good concept. It's by the Pebble Beach area. And that was a grant that we applied 4 years ago under the BRIC program. We did not get the BRIC program. We were not awarded BRIC. Some other towns were won that one. But there was some leftover FEMA money through COVID when we applied for that, and it kind of just fell by the wayside, if you will. I think other priorities took over. So we've left it on the list with a bunch of question marks. So just keeping it on the radar. We're not sure if that will come to fruition, but wanted to keep that on the list. Fire Station 3. We're gonna talk about that, I'm sure, but if that is something the board approves, then we, after procurement of the land, if we go ahead and construct the fire station, you might be seeing that in your upcoming improvement plan. And then again, back to some of the equipment, our school activity bus is a used bus, and so we want to make sure we're keeping an eye on that.
It
And
broke down this week, by the way.
Yeah, so that's why we keep it on the radar. And really, the listing is just based on useful life and wear and tear, and we just kind of keep them and place them as best we can when we think that we might need to start looking at replacing some of these vehicles. And so that's that listing there. So an additional potentially 6 more million over the future years, 28, 29, 2030. So it's going to keep those watch those and try to smooth it as best we can as we approach each budget year. Yeah. I believe that is it for that kind of ends my budget and finance overview. Try to answer any questions or go into the next question or break.
Well, just
Rather,
a few things to point out to you. So you saw on the slide the general fund revenues, and Laura indicated the property tax and the sales tax and the solid waste fees. They're the big three for us. The solid waste fees and the property tax is going to stay relatively constant. There's no big fluctuations in that. Thing I think that's most important for me, Laura, and for all of you to pay attention to the sales tax, because that's roughly $2.8 million a year. And that's the one that has the potential to make us over us on how the economy is and with inflation and so forth. And the sales tax, just a very quick primer. When someone buys something in a store in the lot and pay sales tax, that money doesn't come directly from the town on the lot. It goes to the state, it goes to the formula statewide, it goes to the formula within our county, and then we get back our share of the sales tax based on the formula. So our sales tax results are tied to the economic performance in large part to the whole state and more so to Carteret County. So just so you understand that, but the take home message is that's the most important revenue source for the town, and that's what we need to spend the most time paying attention to. We think we're okay right now. We're seeing a major issue, but that's one point. The second is the Pebble Beach one. We had previously requested from the local government commission, which is the Department of State Treasurer, have to approve our debt. We requested permission to do an internal loan from the Future Beach Nursing Fund to the general fund, because those little mentioned to us about $9 million there. We were denied for that. I'm actually making another request for that because I would much rather we just pay ourselves in interest. And thankfully we've got that tax on doing, but there was some massive amount we have that. But I'm hoping that we can accomplish that and really have that flexibility for other things as well. It gets into really wonky details about local government finance and the law. Hoping to make that happen. Otherwise, we'll be bringing you an installment financing agreement sometime between now and June 30th for that $1.3 million. Try to get that squared. The other thing too, the CIP. So the first year of the CIP is capital improvement. Yeah.
Okay.
We actually call it capital replacement improvement program. But essentially that first year it's consistent with the budget that you all will adopt in June of this year. The next 4 years are just your plan going forward. So some of those things that are in there absolutely going to happen on that schedule. Some of those things you all may say, hey, that's not as important to us now, or we're gonna below that. There may be some new things that come through, there's skate park, or dog park, or whatever, that gets added, so that's the flexibility, and I would submit to you, that's where. The rubber is gonna hit the road, when it comes to our total expenditures, our tax rate in the future, and that all depends on. Collectively, the particular opinions going forward, but that's probably the main focus for us, and make all the difference in the world. Then lastly, we've got a $14.4 million plus or minus budget, or what this year because of the reimbursement stuff. That's $14.4 million. If there are things that you want to adjust and try to shift money around because the priorities are changing, there's probably some ability to do. It's not like we're dealing with a couple $100,000 budget or $1 million budget. So there's some flexibility, but at the end of the day, it depends on what your priorities are. So I want to thank Laura for her good work pulling this stuff together and a little bit in general. Again, the take home message, we're in pretty good shape. There are no significant concerns. I think the biggest concern is what you want to do on projects going forward, and how do you want to pay for that? Are you going to raise taxes for that? Are you going to shift some things around in other places? But that's really the feedback. We'll get into all those things in the
How are we doing on the Innovative funds? Is that fluctuating any? Is it increasing, decreasing, about the same?
We'll get into that a bit more too, but I think we brought in $196,000 last year. It actually has increased a little bit in recent years due to some changes in the state level. But it doesn't fluctuate within the correct way.
Okay. And
How bill is our street maintenance fund, it's based on the miles of street and the number of people that take it.
in the lease versus owning, I remember a couple of years ago, there was a big discussion about whether we should be leasing fleet vehicles or buying them outright. And what's your opinion on that, what you've seen now?
Yeah, what I would say to you is really my goal is to find the right balance between keeping our staff and reliable equipment. And equipment that looks good and portrays the right thing in the town, kind of along some of the lines of some of the comments marketing as well. And then also getting the most life out of those vehicles so that we're doing good stewards of the resources. So whether we finance the vehicles, whether we purchase them outright, pay as you go, whether we give them something like the enterprise lease programs, those are all just financing tools, right? The enterprise program is just a financing program. That's what I explained to you, it's technically considered that. And we report it as such in the financial report. And so obviously they're making money on the interest payments associated with that. Depending on the timing, there's probably 8 to 12% interest on those leases that you could try to do and what rates were at the time. So I don't think it matters so much. The bigger question is, do we need the vehicle? Is it in good shape? Is it reliable for our staff? The question about how you pay for it is kind of a different question. I personally always like to set it up so that we do it pay as you go, but we've got so many vehicles that if we were planning to replace, say, 5 or 6 vehicles a year, we can keep the expense relatively level. And it accomplishes the same thing from a budget planning perspective as lease payments or debts of the case. So I hope that answers your question. I would just be honest with you. There are some people who really like the leasing programs. I would just say I'm not a big fan of it. Not because I don't want our staff to have good vehicles. I just think it's a financing tool and we've got to find a different way to finance good quality.
So,
Could we still, let me ask you,
21 vehicles, I think is what was in your presentation. What are those exactly? How many vehicles?
It's actually 31
Okay.
total, but those are all passenger cars. So those are your rescue vehicles that go out on the beach, like that vehicle, patrol cars. And we have a mixture. We didn't do the entire passenger vehicles. Some of them, pickup trucks, for public works. So that's one of the things about the enterprise lease program is it's different than if you just like a citizen. I don't know if you have this offer because it's a fleet program. It's an equity program. So when we turn in one of those vehicles, we get a check back. So that was one of the things. So that's why we went with that. So and the interest rates aren't quite that high. They do fluctuate with whatever the market is. when we started, very, very low, I think the highest we had was 10.
And the value that we're paying on those is at or below state contracts.
Yeah, that was the other reason.
And the other thing is that, I want us to keep in mind that we need to be replacing these vehicles on a schedule so that they still maintain the same value that we're getting right now for the leased vehicles, because that's part of the savings for us.
Yeah, and it's all one big balance, right? Like, I mean, some of the vehicles that we're replacing are scheduled for replacement have like 25,000 miles. Now, I think you should keep vehicles longer than that, as long as they're still functioning well and still look good. But then you gotta balance out what it'll give us back on the trade-in and raise. So it's a little bit more of a complex equation, but generally speaking, at the end of the day, it's the same money, right? You're paying for the vehicle, and they're not doing this out of the kindness of the heart. They're obviously making money that's off of it also. So
You're always gonna have a conflict.
Yeah.
If you wanna drive something nice, you're gonna have a conflict.
I think
You know?
to answer, I did a count, because there was a question that one thing about how many vehicles, I think we have about 48 passenger vehicles, and I think 30 of them are leased and the rest were purchased outright. So we do have a mixture. We didn't want to do 100% lease, when we chose based on what the rates were at the dealerships and what we could get on our own, and each decision was at that moment in budget, and that's how we picked them.
Do we compare other fleet programs in enterprise offer the best?
That was done initially.
Yeah, I don't think, I think they're the most prevalent too, so yeah, we haven't. I do wanna say police looked at a lease program through the dealerships now, they're starting to offer some. And we haven't explored that yet, but that he let us know that the police department, I think they have where they fully outfit it as well. So the dealership will outfit it, put the sirens, cages, all the things in there, and then they'll have a lease program. And we haven't done that from there.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, vague memory tells me, I mean, obviously I'm an individual from over any car dealership and lease practically any vehicle, but the fleet lease program is completely different.
Yes.
Am I right or wrong in thinking that not every leasing company that does fleet leases is approved by our state there? So it's not like we can go anywhere and shop 12, 15 lease programs. There was
That's right.
Yeah, I mean, we can't go to Avis or.
there was a small
It's a
small
very-
pool of fleet lease options that we had.
That's exactly
Correct?
Well,
Incorrect.
We have procurement rules, and so we have to, when the dollars get big enough, we have to either bid it out or use a state, something that's already been competitively bid.
Yeah.
And so the vehicles that we're getting through lease are either on state contract, which has already been bid out, or it's lower than state contract, and so that's why we're making sure that we're getting it procured.
Our shopping
So I guess
ability is
indirectly-
more limited than you would think just from the outside.
It wasn't, but we didn't go out for a full RFP for a bunch of leasing companies that, so. Yes, indirectly, it does, it's like,
so,
we do have to follow those.
but typically, I mean, state contracts available to any local government, so we can go to just about any dealership in the state and say, hey, we'd like to get this vehicle at state contract price. Almost anybody's gonna match that price. So the opportunity to secure the cars or vehicles at the same price exists, whether we buy them, whether we lease them, whether we get a bank loan for it, how do you do it? So those opportunities are available to us. The other thing is we look at each individual vehicle when it comes time for the lease to be up. We would have a conversation the other day talking about some public works stuff. For example, I've got about 30,000 miles on it or so. They're a few years old, trying to decide whether or not should we re-up the lease? Should we purchase an outright? Should we just buy something on state contract and pay as you go and kind of level out the expense that way? So I just want you to know there's an analysis that goes on with every vehicle before we decide what to do. And like, for example, in some cases, I think the lease program makes good sense, right? When it comes to the vehicle, the fire department even go on the beach training each year after they're exposed to the elements. We made the decision to re-up the lease on those toilet homes out there because obviously they're gonna incur more wear and tear than some of the others. So I want you to know there's an analysis that goes, but we don't just willy-nilly go off and do it.
Is there a minimum amount of vehicles in a fleet program that you have to do it to?
I don't recall that.
There was not a minimum with enterprise.
I don't recall.
And it's also, just for the public's awareness, and some of you may already know this, 30,000 miles on a public works truck, for instance, is equivalent to maybe 75,000 on a street truck, because those vehicles are also exposed to the elements on the beach street, and they get additional wear and tear than the normal street mileage, stop and go, all those things that weigh in and have a negative impact on a vehicle.
And again, I think, the fleet leasing program gets a lot of attention, but really the key question is, are we providing good quality vehicles to our staff so they can be efficient, so they can look good, providing services? It's really more of a financing question. Right? And the fundamental question is, we want everybody to have good, reliable vehicles. How are we going to pay for it? What we can send them? And so there's disagreements on how that shapes.
I'm glad we talked about that, because I know there's always chatter about it, but.
We have a town boat. I know we got the
Yes,
little yak, so.
Yeah, we have a fire department has a rescue.
That's right.
This, yeah,
And how's that? How often do we replace that?
we're looking at replacing that at the, it's in here.
That's in the capital, they just were able to get a new engine, so the good news is, that's good. But I don't know how old the whole or the boat part is, so
Yeah.
that's on the list. Where did I say it right? Yeah, the boat part.
And it was actually a used boat when we obtained it.
Oh, was it? Yes, it's an older boat.
It is older. It's not shiny and they watch like fine.
No, it's shiny. I mean, fire department does, but it's shiny.
Do we have a place to keep that like in the water if we need it for like an extended stay in the water anywhere, like a lift that we lease or I don't know, anything like that?
The short answer is no, we don't. I'm sure we can probably secure something, maybe through our Harmon Green and work with this over in California basin, but public water, we have to have something in the water.
I think one of the biggest things is their accessing, like where they need it. I mean, they've assisted launching from the Coast Guard Station. That's, I remember that discussion. I don't remember all the details, but there has been some discussion about that previously. Not that it can't be revisited.
So the capital replacement improvement program, we have a copy of the current year's plan and the 5-year plan. We're going to update that in large part based on the discussion that you have today over the next 4 or 5 months on the budget review of that. So again, I think that's really where the rubber's going to hit the road in terms of what your tax rate is ultimately, what fees you spend.
Shall we take a quick break?
I know one more thing, because this always comes up too. Is solid waste is increasing to 91, which is for what we get here. And then we always hear the argument that very large houses, the McMansion houses have 10 cans versus the 2. And then Kyle made a good point about that one day. What about the people that aren't here at all in the winter that are still paying for trash? They have no.
And that's what I agree with. Yeah,
So
I mean, they're here
it evens
anywhere
out.
from 14 to 20 weeks per year.
Yeah.
Those 10 cans are being emptied.
So
And the rest of the year, they're sitting there vacant.
Right.
The truck doesn't even have to stop.
Yes, I think that's the point that we need to
balances.
make, that there is balance there.
but I just ran the numbers again the other day. And so, and all this, it's a part of the report that's in the package each month, there's a reporting of the ton of trash and other solid waste statistics. But if you look at that over the last year, the lowest solid waste volume was in February of last year, which makes sense. 137 instances. And so if you assume that's a fairly good representation of the permanent residents in the wild, when you take that 137 tons times 12, which is fairly logical, comes out to about 1,600 tons per year. We generate grand total 3,300 tons per year. So it does in fact balance out pretty well, but the amount of trash that is contributed by permanent residents theoretically is about 50%, and the amount of trash contributed by vacation rental homes or second homeowners is also about 50%. So That was the case, gosh, probably 10, 15 years ago when we looked at it the last time. That's still pretty much the case, and under the held pretty much true. So if you want to look at doing something different on how we charge, it's a flat fee, right now. I think everybody knows that. Every developed property pays that fee, covers your trash, your recycling, all that great yard debris collection that we do, other solid waste services. If we got into trying to charge by the container or by the bedroom, it's a very large administrative exercise and one that is going to take significant time and interview to implement and probably has the potential for errors, the more complicated than something that's human nature and very sensitive. So the two reasons that we always kept the fee constant or flat fee for everybody was because it does that itself. And because it's such a massive administrative burden, we don't do any significant billing, right? We don't have a water and sewer system. We don't have property tax and the county showed up on the county tax bill. So those are the two reasons why we kept it that way.
Is that, is the financially resourceful to do it that way? Are we losing money or are we saving money by doing it flat fee?
I think ultimately it's probably more economical for us to charge the flat fee, just because we don't have the administrative burden, we keep track of everything and those kinds of things. One thing I would say is, and kudos to Senator Simmons, kudos to Public Works. We have this absolutely highlighted things level, high quality things. We have the best solid waste system I've ever seen.
We absolutely do.
When you consider all of the things that thing gets you. There are people in rural areas that are paying on a monthly contractual basis, I think twice.
I pay $30 a month for one trash can across with the fire.
I think that the equity is there because it is, we have the numbers to show it's pretty much an equal 50-50 balance. So that flat rate, in my opinion, is the appropriate way to charge.
I just wanted to call out, because we hear that a lot.
Yeah.
For the citizens to know that we're thinking about it. We
Absolutely.
look
I
at
just hate for folks that like actually use their home 2 or 3 times a year. They don't rent it to opt out of trash, right? Say they don't need the service, and then it's possible, as long as they're not ready, that would be terrible.
But the other thing, I think this is probably the perfect illustration of how permanent residents, our community benefit from all those second homes.
Exactly.
That's why we have the high service quality. That's why the fee is relatively low. And that's really the case for property taxes too, right? All the property taxes being paid by people who don't spend the full year here. There's more people that recognize that. I mean, we're very fortunate in that regard.
But then we wouldn't have dogs, we could give it to our dogs or the judge. That's right.
They do a great job.
They do. Yeah, they absolutely do.
No, I suppose I suggest we take the 10-minute break and come on back and let's get started at 10 o'clock. 12-minute break, whatever it is.
They might be trying to self-handle.
How things have scheduled.
Working on it, Alicia, I'm working on it. Your request, you're coming, but your request.
I got things to do. Hopefully it's going to start.
Oh, I know,
Teamwork.
no, there's these like sledding saucers around town. Walmart is not, Amazon did not.
Amazon can't get it here in time.
No.
I do like a trash can lid.
I should say trash can lid, but yeah.
No, they're all got commercials.
Oh, I know what you can do. Go to Ace and get like a hot water heater.
Oh, it gets real. It's gotta stay on that.
It's got proper movie boards. This summer, yeah, like we're not tearing these out of the snow.
Yeah. Yeah. Get those.
I know.
If you get the hot water pan, maybe that'll work.
I like that. The last year's snowstorm, like it's all dark that time, it's still dark out. And they're like, it's snowing, Mom, it's snowing. I was like, just put your clothes on. And we walked out there in pajamas and boots. And my husband was still asleep. And by the time he woke up, he was ready to go out the snow. And they're like, no, we've already been.
Is Brunswick County. So that may be. But then maybe go to Portland.
Yeah, so I'm gonna let you. How many people?
I will say this.
Places not to
Well, on my vacation, I'm going to Calgary. And then, my niece turns 4, my nephew turns 4 on the 17th. You guys know it yet, but we're gonna, my brother's family. So we're gonna take them to Animal Kingdom.
Couple other girls.
You're just adults.
They're what's the name?
So
That connect.
Didn't she?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same, my friends has a place out on the hill out there.
Jason,
Between what you had and what I had, we're pretty much on the same page.
I'm sure there's one Kempson I know.
yeah, let's go ahead and get started.
All right, so the first item, to talk about is Fire Station 2. Obviously, we've had a lot of previous conversations about that. We are about done with the design for that, and I expect that we'll bring guaranteed maximum price, which will be roughly the contract portion to the board through March. And at this point, it's based on the graphics we're going to share with you here today. I'll let Interim Chief Coffey walk you through the information, and then we have any questions you may have. From a budget perspective, if the cost comes back within the amount of FEMA funds, we have a little more than 2.75 million available right now. I'm trying very hard, hoping that the cost will come back below that number. If that's the case, you can move forward with it with confidence. We want to construct the station and probably start in the springtime. If the cost comes back higher than the amount of FEMA funding available, then you're gonna have some choices to make about whether or not you want to try to identify additional funds, whether you want to scale back the scope of the project and so forth. So I'll let Will walk you through it and talk a little bit more about it.
Morning, how are y'all?
Good morning.
We'll jump right into it. The new fire station 2, current station 2, originally constructed in 1983, has about 2,800 square foot common sleeping area. So those guys are upstairs currently, sharing one room, 4 beds, and their lockers. They have to, what we call hot bunk now, so when one shift comes on, they're stripping bed, moving into that same bunk that was there the night before. The ISO inspection in 1999 resulted in staffing that fire station, which was a substation to begin with, at 2 personnel. We are now currently at 4 personnel in that building. So it was designed kind of for a 2 personnel situation after the fact. But one shared desk for administrative tasks currently, so all the paperwork they have to do, they're having to do it in shifts. The new fire station 2 is forecasted to be about 7,900 square feet, 5 sleeping rooms, 3 beds per, to better accommodate for staffing levels and to kind of future-proof the department as we grow. An expansion in office spaces to better accommodate workflows. 3 apparatus space to shelter mission critical equipment. Right now, we've got equipment that is sitting outside. In this upcoming weather, we're going to have to really pay attention to what's going on. Fitness facilities to keep the personnel at peak performance. Keeping those mission critical assets in place and protected for rapid deployment are some benefits. Improved morale and retention of staffing, plus a more positive town image. I think once you see the pictures of the new fire station 2, you'll realize that it's not the same facility that was there before. And then long-term legacy planning for future growth, population for both transient and permanent family. The reuse of an existing infrastructure leading to the operational disruptions. So they're taking the current shell, the station 2 that is there, adding on to that. So it will, we're gonna dial it up and make it look nice, but this is kind of the floor plan layout. I don't know if you can see it real well from where you are, but increased room in the kitchen and day room areas, 5 bedrooms, and then of course the bay area is the bulk of that fire station where we have to house those fire apparatus. So one of the rules that the state has is that a fire engine has to be inside and temperature controlled. Bay areas are big. This is a kind of a rendering that they've come up with. The site plan is kind of small on this presentation, but using that access road for Carter Craven, we're going to be able to get in off the road a little bit better for safety purposes rather than backing in from the road, and use that side road to then back the apparatus in to get us off 58. There's your new fire station too. Got that coastal look. Southern charm. The contractor has assured me that the eaves and under the porches will be paint blue. Another rendering.
Fantastic.
They did a
Yeah.
great job.
AI is amazing.
AI is
So
amazing.
Yeah, they even threw the seagull over there. All right, that's what I've got for you folks.
Looks great, let's do it.
Give them the checkbook.
Laura, I check.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
This may be inappropriate, but I actually was a firefighter back in the eighties and spent time in that fire station. And the fact that it's still pretty much the same way is, it needs some help. I don't know if I agree with everything as far as room, but they do need fitness centers and they need stuff like that. I don't know how much your growth, I guess what I'm trying to say is I don't know how much your growth, population growth is gonna go here on the island to meet needing additional staff in there. But for what they have right now, they definitely need an improvement, in my opinion.
I think it was part of the conversation about that, right? So that was question, one question. Was about the growth that we're anticipating for the need for.
Yeah, I think quite a bit of we've done this for several decades. If you think about it too, that's the narrowest part of the island, most of the town is built out, so. The growth is gonna come in the form of additional ventilators, but more so from more people spending more time here in those homes that are currently occupied over the year. Great project, looks terrific as far as I'm concerned. I think the big question is before that going to the bus about that, and then that probably so. Try to be real conservative with the estimates based on what DR Reynolds told us during the selection process. We've come up with a number somewhere around 2.7 million. You can judge how well I did and you do, and you get back to the number. If it comes back at that, you got the money, it's ready to go. FEMA funding is there. We always got to go through all the bureaucratic hoops with FEMA, and we've been going through those hoops right now, so that's a big challenge and process, but we'll take the money for sure. So if it comes back higher than that, we'll have to decide. Do you want to take the fund balance? I would not recommend that probably. Do you want to borrow some money to add additional funds for the project? Do you want to scale down the scope in some way? And I can have those conversations when it comes to that. The other thing that you've heard me talk about in the past and also in the packet, we have another roughly $850,000 of FEMA funding that's allocated for the Resurfacing project, and then we drive stormwater project, both of those we'll talk about here in a little bit. We have got preliminary approval from FEMA to redirect those funds for the future fire station 3. Those funds could also go for fire station 2, depending on how the numbers shake out. So I don't want to get too complicated on the law, but those are the choices you will have. At this point, I think we're optimistic it's coming in the 2.7. Hopefully make a decision for the. Do you all like the design? Are you comfortable with that? Are there concerns or?
So I heard you say that if it comes in over budget, that there's a possibility that we will do this other project, because this one, if I'm remembering what I said, would house 15 firefighters, 5 bedrooms, and how many beds?
5 bedrooms, 3 per, that allowed for some separation on shift.
So that they're not.
Yeah, so
But in an emergency situation, obviously, we'll do what we got to
Exactly.
do, put many people.
Do you? I don't know if you can see this, but is there ever a time when we would have, we would be at 15 people? Do you ever see that?
There are times when we've housed Carter Craven Electric there during disasters. I mean, we've housed other utility workers there as well.
So in the situation of callback, we're kind of looking at that a little bit this morning, with some of the upstaff just being good, impending storm. I'm upstaffing one person. One more at Station 2. They're not gonna help with it currently.
I'm just
So
asking.
how many people is there?
That'd be a total of 5 at that station during this upcoming weather event, and one of those won't have a bid.
There's one thing that I know, I learned when I went and talked with them about the hot bunks and how that all works, you know, is that. They don't anticipate all this bunks being shared at the same time, but then they just want to share.
Right, which I get, I totally respect that, I don't like to share.
And when you do look at infection control stuff,
Yeah.
especially, coming off the backside of the pandemic, but having a person with flu in the bed before you.
Yep.
And having to decontaminate the whole room, not just the bed, is.
I'm just trying to wrap my head around if we're building another station. Does the scope of this station need to sit? That's all.
I would think that it would, because we're gonna have equal forces at each station. We're just a bit, yeah. And with the development going on the east end, especially with the tear downs and rebuilds, some undesirable lots are being built upon right now, or what were previously considered undesirable.
How will we, fund the cost of that? Would we do it, like you mentioned some options there, like borrowing money? Don't recommend touching the fund balance. And doesn't look like, I think it's a nice building and everything. I'll be tough to scale it back some. So, I mean, how much would that impact the tax rate? Let's say it comes out at 2.5 million or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, it really just kind of depends on what choices you make with regard to other projects and services, but. Like, for example, if it's 2.7 million, that comes back at 3.2, then that's a $500,000. So for example, maybe what you say is, yeah, maybe you're gonna raise taxes, and then how could that make something else in the future? Maybe you're going to take that 500,000 from some other projects that you may want to do. Maybe you'll free up with FEMA funding to go for it. So you'll have some options available, and again, this is a little premature because I don't know what the number's going to be. So when we bring it to you in March, if that's the case, I'll give you some options on how you might cover that gap. But I mean, I think the other thing to keep in mind too, like, certainly we want a high quality station. Certainly we want it to meet the needs for the next several decades. Certainly we want to handle emergency situations, but we're going from 2,800 square feet to 7,900 square feet. That's pretty good. Like, it's 3 times bigger than what we've got currently. And so there may be some opportunities when Chief Coffee and I will work with you already to look at where we can cut back on the cost without sacrificing function. So we'll have those conversations going forward and bring the options.
And like maybe use some innovative funding ideas that help fund that, about moving funds around, scaling back to some other projects or something. But if there was some other types of funding available, offset the cost, that would certainly help.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so again, all these decisions, they're no different than the decisions you make in the family budget, right? You're getting a new car, you're gonna go buy a Tesla, or you're gonna buy a Ford. It's the same basic equation, you are. So, but we'll bring you options. Again, I hope I'm wasting my breath of your time, but I just wanted to kind of put that notion out there. March 10th, if it's a number less than 2.7, if we're golden, piece of that, if it comes in less, maybe it's 2.5, something like that. That money you could free up for Fire Station 3 or something. But we'll bring you the options in more. But I want to make sure that you saw the design, that you're generally comfortable with it. We're trying to give it the same general look as this building and the old EMS station, the Welcome Center. That's kind of the cultural look we've been going.
Well, does this building, the way it's designed right now, meet the needs of the foreseeable future of the fire department?
Currently, no. unforeseen growth.
Obviously,
But,
yes,
Yeah,
but you feel like there's any fat in it or? any-
No, no.
That was my understanding.
And I would like
from
to have
discussion
some
with the previous
conversation.
chief.
Yeah, as to see what we can scale back, or are we looking at square footage, square back, or?
I'm not saying we need to do any of that.
Yeah, I think that we've already been through this process to some degree of, let's cut the size of the other stations. I think that's already been explored, and I just don't want to see us shortcut ourselves to later have to spend additional funds to bring us up to speed.
Well, I think too, it's also important to keep in mind, this is a substation. I mean, the main station will be right across the street, right? And so you don't need to have all of the same capability from every station. There's certain ones that are basic that yes, you have to have. So I think those are the things we'll probably look at and probably want to miles other stations. Again, I hope this is a moot point. I hope it comes back in a good.
And I don't mind contingency planning, like if there was a fire at the fire station and you needed a backup operations center, you know, you'd have something to operate out of. But, I mean, we just got a bunch of emails about the short-term rental thing come in. And I saw a lot of people talking about their tax rates because the revaluations just went up. So they're real guarded about tax rates, and I hear 'em. I'm listening to them. That's why I'm cautious, you know, that we be very careful with the, you know, adding in even a third penny is what, $200,000 or something like that on the. What I'm saying here for one penny's. 600,000, so, you know, if you're talking about, you know, how much of a cents or 2 cents, doesn't sound like much when you say it like that, but that's taxing on the people's property values, which are sky high right now in the law. So that's, I'm just trying to be a good steward of their money and guard that tax rate.
I don't think there are any of us who want to raise taxes.
No,
So,
but-
I mean,
Nothing will ever change if we don't seriously think about it.
that's right,
Just putting it out
and
there.
so
People live
we
the
have to look at
same
the
life.
realistic needs of the town with the growth of the town, because the growth of the town is what's brought that additional tax base along with the reassessment.
Well, I'm not selling it to me. I mean, I support our fire department, our EMS. I'm a big fan of the EMS.
Absolutely.
They saved my wife's life. They've saved my life before, but
Yeah,
I'm just
and
saying.
none of us want to pay more taxes,
That's, but when you start talking about, well, we're gonna raise the tax rate, you know, and we just have revaluations. It makes it hard.
Well, I
So
guess
what does that equate to a person's, if we raised it? What does that equate to?
you go back to the $750 per household, so.
Yeah, it's not, I can give you a number. I can't remember that, but on my head, but it is very small.
It is, and I think that's
very
we need to
small.
communicate, if we raise it this amount,
That's right.
this is the reality.
Well, I'm looking for that.
They get $7.
But it is very small.
Right, so that's the reality of what we need to communicate, so people understand, because everyone gets crazy when you say tax increase, but if it's $7.50, then we.
I mean, like that, I understand, I'm going, I think, property values and everything and going through the roof, and there's still a big income, so.
Right.
And insurance premiums.
And the one thing too, I suspect that there's probably lots of other things in the fact you all gonna wanna do too, right? And so
Exactly.
those cost money. So at the end of the day, it's your job to balance all that out and provide the right tax revenue. Projects that you think are
Look at the pie chart there, the general fund, our property taxes, our biggest source of revenue, the second largest source of revenue are service fees. And so, and those fees can also be passed on to tourists. Without even affecting our property, so there's a way to do this, and I don't think we're gonna dampen any type of tourism economy in town, so it's just kind of thinking ahead for things like this right here.
For the average tax value is right around $785,000, so if you had a 1 cent increase for an average person, it's roughly $7 million a year.
I have a very random question, but, in the 15, I guess no, that's right, but do we foresee that we will be taking an additional responsibility for neighboring towns at that end of the island? You know, and Main Beach and Salt Path, because they're so much smaller than we are, and I mean, who knows what will happen in the future, but will that station, the way it is, be able to take on a few more blocks of properties or?
We already have the mutual aid agreement with Indian Beach.
Yeah.
Salt Pack is not incorporated, so that's.
Right.
We're also insulating for it.
Yes.
So.
What does that mean exactly?
So we've got study documents, I'll come back to something on this stuff.
Okay.
So there's always coverage, and if they need additional help, we're there to, any of these needs help, then we're going to help them. But Western Colorado's gonna come, like Fire Station 1, if Station 2 went, Station 1 would occupy 2, Western will come and occupy
Is
1.
that free of charge across?
It's a mutual,
100%.
On any major fire, the surrounding departments are coming to help us, and we're going to help them, as soon as we don't have something else going.
and that's frequently used.
Especially they want to go ahead, you gotta run there, you'll have Western back you up here. Just in case
So Western County,
Yes.
Well, no, they're not county.
It's an interlocal.
They're interlocal agency.
Oh,
So
so
the county EMS service is different from what.
okay, so different municipalities. Okay.
Philadelphia, Carter, Rose.
So, what do you
Yeah, well, those 4 towns and the county is all contributing, especially tax districts, for those 4 towns, we don't incorporate all the funds that operate from. They're governed by several.
sorry, so it's not very good.
You know, I think our fire department EMS does a tremendous job. They do a very, very good job. Very, very proud of what you guys, protect our town, keep our visitors safe, us safe, and want to do everything we can to support you.
So this, I'm guessing this will be the basis for the third station, and we'll kind of play off of this plan.
That would be my thought.
So that would help the hospital.
It depends on what direction you want me to relate to that.
I mean,
but
this is
theoretically,
theoretical
yes.
spears, so.
Okay. Great, thank you, Will.
Thank you, Will.
Thanks, Scott. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thanks.
I'll see you at the.
Yeah, all right, coming back.
Joe, if you want to sit up, yeah, that'd be great. So this is probably one of the, key decisions for you all to provide guidance on, going forward. Very briefly, to update you, the image that you have on the screen here is the proposed Land's End Dune Infiltration project. And it's a little bit hard to see, but if you see the green area where the hand is moving, the cursor is moving back and forth. And there's some more detailed graphics in it as well. Essentially, Summit Engineering had developed a project that has basically a large enclosed structure that will area under the dunes and would increase the receiving capacity of stormwater from the dune field. And so for many, many years, it's like a better image. So this is the Land's End Clubhouse right here. And then this is the Land's End Clubhouse right here. Here's just a picture without any of the drawings on it. So for many, many years, Land's End has managed their own pump system. Most of the ponds are connected within Land's End. And during storm events, they would pump stormwater out here to the dune field, and it would eventually fill in both spots and so forth for the ground. Probably, I think in 2014, if I'm not mistaken, we actually put in a valve system and connected the Land's End pumps to get a wild wood system. So there's a line that runs either direction. They can pump it out to the dune field, or they can pump it out through a force main that ultimately goes up Coast Guard Road and get in the wild wood pump. And so the plan was to basically kind of shift back and forth, right? If dune field can only take so much water pumped out of the ponds. We gave them the option to go, and we control it with in cooperation with them, the option to direct the water in the wild wood park. So theoretically, there's unlimited capacity in the wild wood park. We won't bore you with the details of it, but we set that up in about 2014-ish, somewhere in that range. After Hurricane Florence, the town received the FEMA funding left over from beach management projects. There were discussions that a project was planned in Land's End to put in that underground infiltration scheme. And the town had an initial budget of about $850,000 for that project. There's currently about 600,000 remaining. You know, spent some money on engineering work. The town also has some overages with some other stormwater projects. So we've got 600,000 available for this project. The estimated cost is somewhere in the 1.1 to 1.2 million dollars. So if you want to go forward with this as designed, we're gonna need to come up with another $500,000-600,000 from some source, whether that's tax increase, whether that's redirecting resources from other initiatives or services, new fees, whatever you want to choose. In looking at the project, when I came back to work for the town, had some conversations with some of the engineers, had conversations with Lands End, had my own historical experience in dealing with stormwater issues on Coast Guard Road. I just questioned whether or not there was going to be sufficient value in this project, particularly if we don't have enough money to do it. Right? If it was coming in within budget, probably a little bit different equation for me. But just question whether or not it's going to provide $1.1 million worth of benefit. Then the conversation that I had with Lands End were, hey, definitely want to invest these resources in something helpful for your community. Want the town keeps word. Potentially, I'm just not quite sure that this is really worth $1.1 million, particularly when we only have 600,000. And so that led to exploring some different options. The first thing I told you that they currently pump into a Dune field out here, and it was kind of filled in lower area of their clubhouse. I had some engineers take a look at, well, what if we just kind of manipulate the Dune field, essentially just push the sand around, create some additional capacity out there. They came up with a couple of different sketches for me. One of them was essentially pushing sand around, connecting a pipe here. We had another version that had more pipes in there. Essentially that the current, they call it a pit. So we identified how the pit can take about 5,000 cubic feet. That's the storage. The design project was the large structure buried under the dune, was going to be about 15,000 cubic feet. This particular design will handle about 20,000 cubic feet. And so I think it would be a lot more affordable, and it would still look natural. We would just push the sand around, create the gaps in the dunes. Clearly, we do it in conjunction with CAMA. They've already issued approval for the construction of the dunes with the original project, revegetated. Most of the time, it will look just like a dune. Most of the time, there's not water. When you pump the stormwater in there, yeah, you see it. Sometimes it smells, but it's generally temporary. Discussed that option with Lands End. They indicated they were not supportive of that because they really liked the design of the original project that keeps it out of sight. I don't know if they give them the additional capacity. Understandable goals, absolutely understand where they're coming from. But I think we could probably accomplish a lot of good for a lot less money just by using this thing. Because Lands End was not receptive to that idea, we started looking at another option. And I think the original ask from Lands End was to try to put in another pump somewhere in Lands End and put it into the MLL wood system. I think understandably there were concerns about putting more water in MLL woods, as you all may know, sometimes the Emerald residents have concerns about that the town's putting other people's water ultimately flowing into their neighborhood. And so that wasn't pursued, and that's what led to that Dune infiltration. But we did take another look at putting a pump in pond 10. You say that like that? Pond 10. That's the pond that is furthest west, closest to the entrance to Point of Bills. Putting a pump in there and connecting it to the existing force main out on the Coast Guard Road. And so I spent a lot of time working with Moffitt and Nickel engineers and analyzing whether or not you could even do that, right? Because when you're adding more flow into a pipe that's 8 inches in diameter at a particular location, it serves island circle further down on the island. You're impacting the flow rates, and you're also sending more water to MLR. Essentially, what they came back and said is, we think we could add another pump here, and it's going to diminish the effectiveness of island circle and the existing Lands End pumps a little bit, probably not too much. Going to put a little more water in MLR Woods Park, but probably not going to be too significant. However, we need to connect the pipeline in, basically down at the entrance to Land's End. Because when you get to the entrance to the Land's End, it's a 12-inch diameter pump. When we get beyond Land's End heading west, it's an 8-inch. So this is an option that we could pursue. When it comes to pushing around sand in the dune field, you know, it obviously depends on how we design and structure it. We think that would be less than $100,000. If we want to try to do a pump station down at pump 10, we're probably in the $300,000, $400,000 range. And just from back of the napkin estimates with the engineers, we can certainly go back and do the original design project, but again, it's 1.1, 1.2 million. We've got 600,000. So that's kind of the key question, I think, for us to decide. And honestly, the most difficult thing to figure out in this whole passage, in my mind. Because I don't have a good slam dunk solution for you, but for them. And so we're looking at different choices here and trying to do the best we can. I suppose the other option is, you know, you certainly could choose just not to move forward with this project. We have to weigh our commitments to Land's End and the overall benefits, all the other things you're looking at, but that's a reasonable alternative for you going forward. That's probably the basic. Just one last thing is, I told you we had about 600,000 remaining in FEMA funds. That's tied to the stormwater project for Land's End. There's another 250 or so that's tied to the Reed Drive project. There's $850,000. That's the same $850,000 that we've got in preliminary verbal approval to move that into a different project account for maybe a fire station 3 or really something else fire related. So if you take that money and you put it toward a future fire station 3, we either have to not do any difference or you come up with the full amount of cost, whether that's 300,000 or 100,000 or $1 million, whatever the case may be. So it's really tough one. This is the hardest one in here. I don't have the slam dunk recommendations. So that's kind of where we're at. But I think it's about just getting the most bang for the buck.
So on a given normal weather cycle with no hurricane, how many times is that pump pumped?
It's very infrequent. And Greg is here from Middleton, so I want to answer that one.
It depends on the rainfall that we get. Typically, I would say sometimes we go months we don't pump water anywhere. We just maintain the pond. But during a heavy rainstorm or something like that, we need to pump to the woods for 2 weeks straight on the clock. And we move about 1.2 million gallons a day, so we a lot of water.
How much would an additional pump contribute to that? What your moving capacity of that?
Depends on how big the bigger pumps that we can size in there. We do have the power, 3-phase power down pond 10.
So it is wired.
Well, it's not directly wired yet, but the transformer's there.
Okay.
And CCEC said it'd be no problem at all to step down.
Perfect.
So if we added a pump there, the net additional pumping capacity probably looks somewhere around 240 gallons per minute, 250 gallons per minute, really, depending on kind of the design. So it will anything we do that's absolutely helpful, right? So no question about that. It's just a matter of how much that will work to you if we were going forward.
But from your perspective, is this the additional pumps a comparable solution?
Going back in history, that's where we started this whole situation.
Correct. All right, that was
3 years ago.
Yes, sir.
And that's all I wanted.
Okay.
But you know, we kind of grows and grows and grows. Now we're at this decision point.
And let me tell you just briefly about the MLL wood system and the impacts on the animals. So to clarify that for you. So all the water from basically 9 different pumps in various neighborhoods along Cliff Road pumped from the wild. And it kind of meanders through a couple of different wetlands, a couple of different pipes there. It ultimately snakes its way to the back. And yes, it does flow from the Mobile Woods into Cape Edmund, kind of right back there. It's the northeast corner of Cape Edmund. It then gets into that pond right on the Sound Road. It goes through a little pipe, and that's the problem. The pipe is, I believe, it's a 16-inch pipe that goes out from both sound, and it piles up. normal times, some. You can take a hike back there, you can see the water flowing through. When we have these heavy rainfall events, there's definitely more water flowing into the wild roots and flowing into. And when we have a hurricane type event, big time event, like a hurricane comes, there is an emergency discharge in the Wild Woods Park. But if you've taken a hike back in there, you've seen this kind of ugly little disruption. And what I want you to know is that the elevation there is purposely set so that the water levels theoretically will never get higher than 1 foot below the road surface. And there are times when it gets overloaded, but for the most part, it stays below the road surface. And so folks in Cape Emerald understandably get concerned when the pond levels are 2 or 3 foot higher than what they normally are. But what I want you to understand is that emergency discharge is there, and we can essentially let that rip anytime the sound goes to shelter, which it is.
Still have to get permission from the state.
We consult with them, but they're going to grant an automatic explodes to shelter. And so when there's a series of, I think, 5 different valves, each closing from pipe. So theoretically, we've got unlimited capacity. And obviously, it's crazy hurricane storms, or who knows, all that's all. But I want you to know how that system works. Here's the other part of the complex is there is a gravity-fed pipe that goes from Ocean Oaks, about midway between the Coast Guard Road and Ocean, there's pond and road spot. That very large pipe, I think it's a 30-inch or 36-inch pipe, flows back under Coast Guard Road, really deep, and feeds those ponds with the family. And that drains Holly Travel Park, Dune, Sea Dunes, Ocean Oaks, so we're there from the very beginning, long before we do anything with pumps from the Coast Guard Road. And so that also dumps a whole bunch of water into the ponds. And so early on in my time here, we talked about actually the blocking of the flow from Emerald Woods to Cape Emerald, from Cape Emerald to Emerald Woods. Had some designs drawn for actually this big old sheet pile that went in the ground to block the flow, build a berm out there, get the flow and all those things. The engineers always cautioned against that. And they were concerned that sometimes that flow coming out of that gravity-fed pipe from Ocean Oaks flows into Emerald Woods Park. And I think that's rare that would happen, but that's one of the concerns that we had, because if I was king, I would probably just cut off everything right there and shoot it out through our emergency discharge. But again, just want to give you a little bit of the, particularly the new folks, a little understanding of how it works. So if we do the additional pump station on 10, then we're going to certainly have an outreach with Cape Emerald, explain everything to them, hopefully get them on board with this. Hopefully they'll be comfortable, which there's a chance they may not be that. In part because of the perception, the impact on the pond. But short of that, I think you got 3 choices. Come up with another 500,000 or 600,000, build the original design project. Come up with 300,000 to 400,000, put in this pump station, and navigate the issues with Emerald Woods and Cape Emerald. Or maybe come up with about $100,000 and manipulate the Dune field to get some more capacity out there. Or do nothing now and just reassess and look forward. Parts one on the agenda.
Is there a difference or a benefit or detriment to one or the other of these several options? Putting the cost aside just for a second. I know after Florence, low-lying area, maybe I pump water, and I pump it almost out. Got it the next day, water table was above where I pumped it out. You can pump it all you want until the water table goes down. It's not all going to go away. Is one cost aside, is one or of those options better than the other 1, 2, or 3? If we have a more than a significant rain event, I'm talking inches of rain, is there one better than the other from a pump it out all you want to, but is it detrimental to where you're pumping it? Is it beneficial to where you're pumping it from? I hope my question's kind of all over the place, but
great question.
Just ask.
From my experience and all my conversations with the engineers, I think they're probably all equal in terms of the question that you're asking, because all the stormwater issues on Coast Guard Road, they're all ground. It's just the water table is higher than any other place and the elevations are lower. So these are all groundwater issues on Coast Guard Road, whereas sometimes in the middle of town or east end of town, it's really just impervious surface and a bowl. But to answer your question directly, I think in each of these examples, we're kind of getting it out of the main area where it caused the problem. You want to get to the dune field, it's soaking into the ground, into the water table, and not toward the ocean, into the ground. If you're pumping it out of here, it's in a while with park and out into Bow Sound. But I think from that standpoint, they're probably equally effective, even the groundwater components. Just a thought.
Just from a devil's advocate perspective, and not saying I support this, we don't support it, but we have the sand tax erosion from operating years. Have we ever explored some of these private subdivisions in some help in offsetting those costs? Not that I'm,
Yeah, you're correct.
Well, Alicia, we just banned before.
But
we had the sand tax, what we charge ocean from property.
Oh, yeah.
the special district tax. for
Yeah.
So, way back in the day, I mean, there were some early, when we first did the Emerald Wood project and put in the initial pumps, there were some conversations with the board at that time about setting up a special district taxes, special tax district, including Coast Guard Road property.
Right.
Ultimately, the board didn't move forward with that, some conversations, I think ultimately because we were able to get significant grant funds for the project and because the overall tax rate impact on the community was small, but we could do that, like that's an option. We could look at creating another special tax district. Maybe with the land band and all of Coast Guard Road, obviously you're gonna have some service from the constituents and stuff, but yes, it's.
Yes, and I'm not proposing, you can just ask.
And what was the feedback on why the least expensive Dune company is not okay in Atlanta?
Greg can certainly chime in on this, but you know, essentially, and I get it, this happened everywhere in town. People just don't want to see the water, they don't want to smell the water. You know, people love the Dune, understandably, we all do, right? And so, I think that was the biggest concern, so. But again, it happened relatively frequently. It depends on the hurricane season and so on. But I think it was, the original design project certainly was a nicest one from the necessity. I mean, no question about that. So, but from a functional standpoint, I think you could probably achieve the same or maybe even greater functional benefits with just manipulating the.
And Frank, this just for educational purposes, kind of like historic purposes, these are private streets and roads and then lands in. How did the town get involved in taking care of private property essentially?
You know, the simple answer is there are taxpayers also. And so there was an obligation, I think, that the previous board and I felt to take care of those folks in the same way we take care of people in Ocean Oaks and CDs and Town Dock or whatever it is. So reach out to them. So, and the other piece of it too is, you know, there was a massive study of Hurricane Frank, late 1990s, finished up in the early 2000s. We really looked at the whole Coast Guard Road corridor, and we've had a couple of follow-up studies done after that, where it's all really kind of interrelated. But it's all ground. And that was the reason why, because there are taxpayers and because of the laws that brought their Coast Guard Road.
I think I recall talking about health issues too with the standing flood waters that could be public, issue. And the emergency vehicles couldn't get through some of the.
In the late '90s, that was a part of the discussion.
That was just for getting it out there while we're doing this and still working on that.
So I did want to point out, if we do have a lot of private roads, we have to pay for from our fund lands in instead of putting burden on the city.
I feel like we need to make a decision on getting this done because we keep waiting, the cost keeps going up.
I agree with this.
And same with
We
Green
need to
Drive.
do something or do nothing, but let's make a decision.
Yeah, and I'd like to see us do both projects the most effective, inexpensive way and take the remaining money for the fire station. That's kind of where my head is. Taking the money and completing the projects for Lincoln and Redrive at the most cost effective way, and then take the remaining money and put it for the fire station.
I would support that.
Has there been any cost effective alternatives look like using native vegetation resources? Like, I mean, they bring a lot of rainwater and it's all been removed for the purpose of creating subdivision in there. All those lakes and ponds in there are wetlands and without the vegetation, That's why the water has nowhere to go, so accumulate. So has it been looking at any type of like replanting or vegetation or any other alternative ideas?
Yeah, I mean, certainly those initiatives are considered, but to answer your question directly, nothing on the grand scale or anything like that, but my experience, my gut tells me that while those things would be helpful, we probably don't solve the issues that we have experienced in the area and have, but certainly can be a part of anything.
Are we actually ever gonna solve that?
That's a great question, right? I mean, so in an emergency, all bets are off, right? There's some level of inconvenience that we all have to live with. In an emergency, you can't solve for every
So
rainfall event, every traffic jam, every
the
whatever.
rehabilitation project initiative which might help with the intermediate problems. So
For sure. You know, the other thing too, just the administrative burden associated with these FEMA funds, which are now, gosh, coming up on 6-7 years old. Gosh, if we do nothing else, even if you all say, we absolutely want to do land and redrive exactly as we're going to plan, I think it'd be helpful administratively to do that from town funds, because the bureaucracy attached to these FEMA funds is really a significant burden. So one of the reasons for trying to combine everything was just to streamline and get it done. Like there's all sorts of complicated bidding requirements, review stages, other things that we would never normally go through if we were funding it.
Can we talk about redrive and then we'll get a better? I
Yeah,
feel
absolutely.
like you have a solution there.
Well, what I heard Commissioner Plum say, and what I continue to hear Commissioner Sanderson kind of echoing, and we see any objection raised from the others, seems to go forward in the most cost-effective manner, do something good and helpful for land and redrive, at least preliminarily.
without
But
this
the rest
roll
of
of
the
money,
budget.
I mean, what's something
Solve the problem.
that can actually perform and function as intended for the money we're gonna be putting
Yeah,
in?
we're not gonna solve the problem, let's
No,
recognize
no.
that. Let's try to
Well, it's just
mitigate what we
mitigate,
can.
yeah.
Well, let's go through redrive real quick, and we'll tell you a little bit about that. So redrive,
Thanks, Mark.
the initially designed project for redrive was essentially just this yellow pipeline moving down here from basically about West Seaview down Reed Drive, making this little kink, coming down here to the corner of Reed and Mangrove where the Blue Water offices are located. And the initial design was to basically pump the stormwater from this low spot, which is where the problems have been for decades after heavy rain events. And then discharge it into the existing ditch and pipe system that goes further to the west along Reed Drive down in this area where and cursor is at. Part of that project included these large underground infiltration pipes in orange right here. And that would basically allow for sucking in the ground in that area, get it in the pump station, get it out of the way. Once it gets into the rest of the Reed Drive drainage system, it ultimately goes down to about where the growler is. And then the pipe goes underneath of Highway 58 and discharges in actually Emerald Lane. That was the original design. That's what the funding was originally allocated for. At some point in time, the town was concerned that they might be overloading the Reed Drive ditch system and the pipe system there. And so they looked at a different alternative, which is also in yellow, still included the infiltration pipes. And they were basically running a line along Mangrove under Highway 58 down to Old Ferry Road, discharging it in an upland location, not too far from Martha's Creek, where it would ultimately discharge in that upland area and it would flow overland and into Arthur Creek. And again, you have to keep in mind these are relatively infrequent events, right? So that plan was proposed and pursued, and the town actually purchased equipment There's a pump station housing and there's a bunch of pipe and there's a pump and some other things that have been stored at Public Works for the last couple of years, like the EMS station. However, with that project, we initially had in total the initial amount available initially was 289,000. Right now, we've got 215,000 left. And so the town spent some money on design work, spent some money on the materials that we have in storage over there. And so when the alternate design was pursued to send it over here to Old Ferry Road and discharge toward Arches Creek, the town got a proposal and it was $500,000 just to install all of that equipment. And it involved a fair amount of driveway cutting and open cut in this area. These infiltration devices are pretty significant cost wise. It's also about an 1,800-foot distance to get the pipe from here over to here to discharge it. I absolutely think this will solve the problem. Well, I think it's a good solution. I think really any solution along these lines is probably very helpful to those folks. When I came on board and saw the cost overrun, I was like, okay, well, is there a way we can make this less expensive? And so I started talking with the property owners in this area here to see if we could get an easement to essentially cut the corner and have a more direct pipeline route down here. And so that's about 1,400 feet of red. And so we could do that. The property owner thankfully was cooperative and interested in finding a solution. And so the proposal for you to consider now is to put the pump station in the same location where it was planned, but not do the underground infiltration chamber. That's a significant cost. Obviously, the shorter pipeline here, and quite frankly, do it, solicit the proposals in a much more streamlined fashion than FEMA would require us to do in terms of bidding out the project and kind of eliminate the administrative bureaucracy with FEMA. I think we could probably put in the existing pump station and run the line over to Arches Creek for somewhere in the $250,000 range. Like I said, we've got 215,000 available right now. But if we ship that to Fire Station 3, obviously you got to come up with $250,000 from somewhere else. So that's the proposal. Joe and I have spent plenty of time on Reed Drive over the years. Historically, what our guys have done is one of three things. Sometimes we put in a portable pump. We run ugly fire hose all the way down here and discharge it into the ditch. Sometimes we run portable fire hose and we just pump it up here in the sandy grassy area between the bike path and Highway 58, where it was flowing right back down to the groundwater. And then sometimes we would pump it over to the DOT ditch system, kind of up near the welcome center in that area. All reasonable emergency temporary measures. It just takes time, it's not effective. So essentially, in some ways, all we're doing with this is putting a fixed permanent system in place that mimics what we do in an emergency situation anyway. So I think it's a good solution. And the other thing I would say about it, I don't think we need the underground infiltration chambers, but at some point in time, if we determine that it would be helpful, I think we could go back at a later point and try to add one or two of those. And it just, this proposal is a lot less disruption. We even use directional drilling to pull all of it. We go down Old Ferry Road right away. We have to get an encroachment permit from DOT to cross the highway, but we need that anyway, whether we cross right here or up at this location. So that's the proposal for it. And again, same option, right? If you want to go back and do the original thing, we can do that. But it's another $300,000, $250,000, or we could just decide to do nothing and we could wait and try to come up with something.
No, you're fine. I was wanting to absolutely finish before I ask a question. Compared to where we pump it next to the fire hoses, in the ditch or across the street or whatever, one of these options, the water would be pumped to Arches Creek. Is there a negative impact to the properties and residents of Arches Creek? I've seen Arches Creek after a emergency rain event and not very pretty. So would we create another problem by solving this one?
Yeah, I don't think so. I think, relatively speaking, the volume of stormwater you're gonna pump from this location. And even in those temporary measures that we use, it's still going into Archer's Creek, right? Whether it goes in by Bowling Drive, which is where the Welcome Center drains to, or whether it goes down the Glenview. I don't think it's a significant.
Yeah. Just strictly asking, I don't know, so I know there's people in the room that do this, I want to.
I remain of the opinion that we do something about land in and Reed Drive, and then use the additional funding towards the situation.
From what I'm saying, there's not gonna be much additional. funding.
There won't.
I mean, pretty much gonna use all that.
So you had, if I'm reading this all, there was 850,000 for seven
There's total 850,000.
for both projects.
Yes, for both.
Well, based on what you're saying, it sounds like we'll get the both done and still have money left.
Then, yeah, I would say.
Based
yes.
on the decision.
Depends on what you do in Lynn then, right? If
Right.
we do either manipulation of the dunes or try to do that at the pump station. And we do redrive, you probably will have somewhere. 200,000 left for fire station rate, you could have as much as 500,000 for fire station, depending on what you do in one state.
And really, the initial agreement we went in was, when we first started the conversation, was the pump and pump to. Into,
My understanding is that was the initial request that was.
okay,
But because of the Cape Emerald concerns, I think understandably, the town
Yeah.
sort of pivoted toward the Dune field question.
So what's the holdup with going with the Dune solution? The Land's End doesn't like it.
Well, the enclosed structure buried under the sand, they would love that, very, very expensive. More than you have available from both of these projects. Yeah.
Because wasn't there another one where we could just?
If we manipulated the dunes, a swag, I think we could probably do it for about $100,000. But, and secure some additional capacity there, and probably automate the valves and so forth. But then just, I would rather not sue the law. That is, I would rather not have it ponded there for some extended period.
I was stitch butter, right? Like it's
Basic.
just sitting there. Like,
Frank, if this is, this is the benefit to the entire town and it's, we have the money in there, but what about ongoing maintenance? And keep the upkeep of these pipes, is that gonna be town's responsibility, or we turn that over, or are we gonna maintain that?
So the current, and Joe and Greg, please correct me if I'm wrong, but the current arrangement, those pumps in and there's two of them, they are maintained by women. That is their responsibility. We maintain the pipe, but, and there's a valve there that I think we maintain also. And so that's something we'd have to work out. If we had another pump in Land End, I think my expectation would be that Land End would maintain that also, and we'd maintain the pump and basically handle it the same way we do currently. But that would be up to the group.
And how much will this cost, the estimated, it's hard, I know we're looking ahead at what type of maintenance we're gonna have to be doing, but that is gonna be additional costs in the future.
With the pipes and the valves, there's very minimum. As long as the pipes are water strong, the pipes are should keep the pipes clear and all that. You may have a valve, but in all the years that I've been there, we've had one issue possibly with the valve. When I took the valve apart, I found the manufacturer to really. And it's like a triangle that goes in there, and I couldn't find anything wrong with it, but we changed the stem out with that, and that was pretty much the end of that.
Very little.
Very little.
Yeah, we take care of all the pumps and the tune up every year and the parts, everything like that, so it's no problem with that.
Hey, Greg, this team do an excellent job, by the way, of maintaining those pumps and taking care of things. And so I want to make sure we're giving them credit because they do contribute significantly.
And we'll be doing, the town will be doing the redrive pumps and maintaining those.
Town would, just like we do the other one.
Cause I'm just thinking like innovative funding for something, again, without having to bear everybody's, cause this is benefiting those that are impacted by this area. What, I mean, like we talked about that service district on the beach for beach nourishment. They pay an additional fee for our tax for beach nourishment, and in turn they get protection from it. That is, we looked at anything doing like that, these flood prone areas that we're doing this type of protection, putting in infrastructure.
Yeah, not really, and particularly with Reed Drive, it's such a, relatively speaking, such a small scale, small expense. That I would say it probably doesn't make sense for a special district tax just for a Reed Drive. Beach Circuit is a huge undertaking, obviously, in the long term commitment, so, now. On the Land's End, whatever solution we pursue on Land's End, there may be an opportunity to create some sort of special tax district just within Land's End. There may be an opportunity to just work cooperatively with Land's End and say, hey, you all want to contribute X dollars and so forth, so we can have those kind of.
But that would depend upon HOA board, HOA board.
Correct.
Yeah, I think we look at that, I would think, I would want something more solid, concrete, so. The service district, but I'm just thinking out of the box, I'm just throwing stuff. Don't want it, whatever sticks on the walls and what doesn't.
And I think those are
Brainstorm.
It's, no, we did. It's up to this. Question among ourselves, no secrets.
Yeah, it's the hardest one. Now, the Reed Drive, I think, is actually pretty straightforward. The Land End one's the hardest.
What is the feedback to take from home residents? Because I could understand the concern that, oh, this are those water seems go and they're eventually getting to their pond. So, I've spoken to one property owner, but overall, is the whole community upset by this?
I mean, it depends on who you talk to.
I would also describe it very situational.
Yes,
Right
it is
now,
very
everybody's fine.
Yeah.
But after a hurricane, people are understandably agitated, so.
And it depends on how much snow we get, when it melts, they come up in it.
Okay, lovely. So, I guess.
If you have it.
So I just can't help but ask, and this is probably not appropriate, and I hope I don't start a war. But why is it okay for Cape Emerald to look at the water in their pond, and it's not okay for the water to sit in the dune line for a few days? And then it's but I just have to throw it up there.
That's a good question.
I,
People tend to want everyone wants their water
Disney
to
World.
stay on their property, right?
Everyone wants Disney for.
I don't want
Six
somebody
Flags.
pumping their water on mine,
Disney.
none of us do, so
Not my backyard.
I feel like it's so infrequent. That we don't have issues, that just manipulating the dune and putting it there makes sense to me.
it makes sense to me.
Yeah, I would say this, my entire career, people get the most irrational dealing with standing water, whether it's in their yard or on the street or in a dune, it just causes people to get overly concerned, and I get it.
Well, if we do this, we may free up just a little bit of money to do something a little better down at 12th, 11th Street, where we have this much space to walk in the retention area, this wide that still doesn't catch all the water.
Yeah.
And again, I forget who asked it, but there's gotta be a certain degree of discomfort and inconvenience that we all have to tolerate.
We did last week. We all did.
Yeah, we all do.
It didn't matter where you live. So. What was your goal to put this on one of the upcoming agendas? Which one?
Yeah, so certainly depending on, I think I'm getting a sense from you all, like,
Waiting for
where to go.
everybody. Somebody puts it on.
We'll do some more research, tighten up the numbers, get the quotes, right? I'm supposed to meet with a directional drilling contractor any day now that we drive. I've gotten some ballpark quotes from them. So, I'll bring it back to you really as soon as I can, right? Hopefully, maybe even as early as March. For we drive, Land End's gonna take a little more negotiation, I think.
So you're just looking for direction from us to go.
Yeah, but it's helpful. I mean, I think what I hear you saying is you want to do something helpful for Reed Drive, probably akin to what was on the screen. You also want to do something helpful for Land End, but not at the cost. It sounds like that Reed was supposed to do field manipulation. I'll talk more with Land End about that particular option, as well as anything else that might be affordable and free up some money for the project.
Or even.
I kind of look at it like this, we're moving water to keep it from flooding and causing damage and being a hindrance traveling to the neighborhood.
Correct.
Right.
If it's sitting out in the dune and it doesn't look pretty,
That's not a safety.
We've still done our job by moving it off the property to where it's not sitting, covering roads and becoming a hindrance. It's just doesn't look for. That's kind of the same thing like a read, that motherfucker's been there since I was a kid. It's always been there. If you look at it, it sits in the bottom of the hill with like all these roads connected to it. If we can do something with that and, understand pumping it all the way to Archer Strait, but it only happens a couple of times a year. Pumping it out to where it doesn't look pretty is still solving the problem with that area. So, I think we should go back to action.
Yeah, and let me be absolutely clear, so, whatever we do, it's not gonna solve every issue, right? I just don't wanna create any false expectations. I don't want anyone watching or seeing this room to think that we're never gonna have flooding problems in Lane Benton or redraft. Because
We're always gonna have flooding problems.
But these are helpful initiatives, I think, that provide that.
And they go a long way in preventing safety issues. That's the goal.
And we'll also take a look at, I'll look a little closer at special district tax items to see who we might include in it and what kind of revenue we might generate. But that's also becomes a judgment on who's in and who's out, right? And who benefits from the government. Probably easier to figure that out with Lane Benton because it's a very closed environment, but, once I
Couldn't do it with Williams here without doing it, take them. So then you have to look at all the HOAs.
Or
and
put it in
gates.
reach, because we got it from.
Exactly. I mean,
Yeah,
so
that's
it's,
great,
I mean, you've got to look at all the gated communities if you're gonna do that.
And if the town's gonna be involved, I think we should, it's due diligence for the rest of the taxpayers of town.
Or even maybe just brainstorm an idea where they help match the expense, if we're putting $5,000 worth of pumps in, we will as a quarter of that expense. But
Yeah, it could be done proportionally, just like the sand tax is set up, because
Exactly.
the majority of that coming from the beach nourishment fund, but that's funded by different sources, occupancy tax.
Yeah, and it could be an assessment within their community, they decide that they want the town's help, and they're willing to pay close to a portion of it.
We'll proceed with that general direction and we'll come back to it quickly as we can and make something more fun. So thank you.
We'll talk about pay, right?
Yeah. Do you want to come to you and go?
Thank you. I like it.
So there's a couple of elements to this. One is the application study that we've talked about and just overall competitiveness of our compensation plan for our employees, for both retention and recruitment. And then second, we'll talk with living increases for next year. So
so I'm gonna talk about the pay and classification study and the salary adjustments. So a little bit of background on this. Last year in the budget adoption, you adopted for a salary study to be done with the budget of $20,000 and then almost 88,000 in reserves for any of those salary adjustments. So right now, there's been 2 adjustments made authorized by the town manager in advance of the study being done. 1,250 a year for public works and maintenance employees, and then a 5% annual salary increase for sworn in law enforcement personnel. So those are the 2 done. You can see when they were effective and then the total amounts that it equal to. So we met at the beginning of January to talk about doing the pay study. Me, Laura, Deb, and Frank, and we got together and just kind of talked about all the ideas and everything we wanted included in this, all the background, kind of everything. So we created like an RFP style document to send out to firms to get proposals back on exactly what we were looking for and what it should include. And it kind of included the police, looking at the police and fire, looking at the total compensation packet, and just overall looking at our job descriptions and getting those updated as well. So I reached out and contacted 14 firms. This was either from Jen's old list that she had. I reached out to the listserv or the clerks, and they had a lot of recommendations on who their town used, if they liked them, things like that. And then just research online as well. So contacted 14 firms and I received 4 proposals. I'm still waiting on 2, 3 firms did not respond and 5 could not do these services that we were looking for. So I took it and broke it down. I have the proposals if you want to look at them, and I also have the old classification study. It was done in 2005, so it's definitely time for a new. This is just a simple breakdown, the easiest way you guys can see it. It's all in the packets, but just so you don't have to look for it. Baker's Tilly, Maps Group, Pontifex, and True. They were the 4 that came in pretty fast. Feedback back because it's not a lot of time we've had to receive these proposals. The time frame for all of these is about 10 to 12 weeks for all of them, so nothing too out of the box on that. The proposals, you can see the price of each one, and really the prices just vary based off of what's included. So I put like updated job descriptions included, if it includes police and fire, and what all of those do. If they could look at the total compensation, like all of our benefits, not just the pay alone, and then just the company location if we wanted someone local or out of state. So the biggest difference with these is just the job description updates. We originally reached out just for the pay study to look at what we have to see the pay study, but they recommended doing updated job descriptions as well. So there's no point to kind of go horse before the horse. Yeah.
Lindsay, I have a question. And I'm typically not one who's gonna suggest going out of state, but when I'm looking at this, the value for services, what were the overall of those who have used Pontifex in the past? Did you talk to anyone who was?
Yes.
And what was their reviews like?
They thought very highly of them. There were some in the packet. They included towns in North Carolina, cities and counties that they worked with.
Yes.
And I called them, reached out to them, emailed them. So 2 of the emails in here, but also all the feedback was really great. So
That seems like the
this-
greatest value.
yeah, this was what I was gonna talk about. I talked to each one of the firms on the phone and kind of asked them questions, just making sure I understood everything that they could offer.
Sure.
And then kind of additional things. So a lot of them, 2 of them could offer like Baker's Tilly, they're more expensive, but they couldn't do the job description, and then they could for additional cost on top of that.
$195.
Yep. So the main thing with Pontifex that I thought was really nice is originally they just wanted to do the pay salary study. And then I asked them about the job description, and they said since we're such a small town, they'd be willing to include it in the price with no additional cost.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was really nice. So the guy was super nice too, and
Southern Charm in Minnesota.
yeah, I think he wants to visit the beach. And then also the one thing that they offered that no one else offered was 1 year of additional support.
Yeah.
For free. None of them do. And one of the towns I talked to, they really liked that too. So if we see something that we don't like in the study, or if we have any questions, or like, hey, we found something kind of funky, can you fix this or clarify it? They will help us with no additional cost. And then they also offer the shortest timeline, so it could be done before our next budget.
Yes.
And then if we wanted to go with these people, he is already willing to come down. I think it's February, it's either 11th or 13th. We come down, talk to the town manager, talk to all the department heads, and then send out kind of a questionnaire for the employees in their job positions and titles, and just get going on it immediately. So you see.
Yeah, and I for one, as a previous employee, feel like the job descriptions are like a critical element of this, because when you come to small organizations like we are, you can look at a job description for another town, and yeah, that may fit. Parks and Recreation Director, or a Public Works Director, or a equipment operator. But when you're in an organization of this size, our employees they wear so many different hats and do so many different things. And I think it's important for us to look at that proponent of what their value is, because they're bringing so many things to the table that we don't have to go to outside resources for. So I think that is important that we get updated job descriptions.
Does the do they include the travel costs?
Yes.
That is included, so we'll pay for that. Now, did we offer Maps Group or did we offer Maps Group who's in state? Say, look, we've got another company willing to offer us this. Can you match it?
So Maps Group, when I
Maps
talked to
Group did
them,
the last one and they
They
didn't do a
did.
very good job.
it's here if you would like to see, I don't think it's what we need going forward, it's more
It is not.
recommendation based, it's not numbers, it's not charts, it's not averages, it's very just.
And that's pretty much all that Matt's Group will ever
Yeah.
provide to anyone.
And they also said they're very small staff.
Yes.
So they weren't sort of, they could provide us with enough help in the time that we needed. They said they had a lot of projects in March, so it might, but it could potentially get pushed out. And I know, speaking with employees and then you guys, that we want it done sooner, but with the later.
Sooner the better.
So NCLM has surveys and things on their website and studies. Have we looked at them to see if any of them
Thank you.
apply?
Yeah, it's still broad, kind of,
Okay.
it just offers a general overview, it doesn't look at benefits, it doesn't break it down into police and fire, and then it doesn't break it down based off experience and time and being there as well.
Accreditations,
So
none of
like,
that's included.
yeah, so you can see the salaries, but it doesn't go into it.
And that's a great tool that we'll use sort of in the interim, right, in the absence of anything else, when we're making some singular decisions. It's a great tool, but it's not as comprehensive.
I don't know, so I'm just asking this question. I know the county is doing this right now too. Is there any way to piggyback?
I think it's apples and oranges for
I
one.
don't know what, I'm sure they're doing their county level, but I don't know, just throwing that.
Yeah, they've got a much different range of services that tend to be more service oriented, not exclusively, but more so. So,
And then I know in the private sector, are we going to be doing like mid and max salary range?
That's how normal is,
Okay,
but again, we can meet with them and we can tell them what we want. So if
Right.
we don't want that, then we don't. have to do it.
well, I think that's good, and in my perspective, because then you can show the employee the percentage of where they stand in that range. And then they know what they can adhere to, their goals. I know I'm talking about something.
I'm totally in favor of moving forward with conflicts, the sooner the better.
so from a budget standpoint, we can make that happen very soon. From a budget standpoint, you all put about $88,000 in the budget for the current year. I may spend a little bit more of that between now and the end of the year, probably even things like the salary stuff, just some targeted adjustments to keep position. Otherwise, that capacity will be there next year as well, so implement whatever recommendations come up with.
And once we see those recommendations, I want us to keep an open mind and make sure that we're implementing those changes to reflect the true needs of the salaries of our employees and that they're compensated.
That's things I like on one page somewhere, like our hourly salary. It's just to see, so I can see of our different positions.
We can provide.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm particularly interested in the police department salary, then to see how we're doing that.
I want to make sure we're appropriate in fire and EMS as well.
Oh,
because
we have the turnaround in police.
I agree, but I don't want to see a turnaround start in fire.
I don't see turnaround occur anywhere.
I don't either,
wanna see
but-
the town hall, public works.
So,
and they do more.
they're doing, everyone's doing a good job. I want,
So,
and that's our job is to prevent that from happening by making it attractive enough to save it.
But just one comment, that 88%, that's probably the equivalent of about 1% of our salary organization line. So my guess is that the study's gonna come back and probably recommend more than $88,000 worth of adjustments. And, we'll have to see what that number is, what positions are kind of in line, which are out of whack. Be very deliberate in how we go forward on this, and have to face some of this stuff going forward, but my guess is they're gonna come back and say you can spend more than $88,000.
Then we need to do that.
we need to get them in line.
Yes.
It's just,
And then the other piece of it is the cost of living, right? And
Right.
so, right now, I think it was 2.3%, 2.2%. If that's what holds through over the next few months, that's $185,000 of additional expense, and that's the real money, right? Just before you even get to other salary adjustments. We heard Laura mention that property tax might be, $200,000, so you kind of get it all up right there before we paid for land at Pebble Beach or paid for a redrive project or, so again, just keep it all in mind, and we'll go through a lot of things here, so.
That's why all this is helping us put it in perspective. I mean, it's,
But we'll move forward with the pay class study. My guess is it won't be back by the time we present the recommended budget, but won't be back while we all are.
but you said there was a potential for it to be ready in March.
Yeah, they said the numbers could come back and then the full study.
Correct.
Be done, so.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll move it.
That gives us a baseline.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, great.
Thank you.
All right, Joe,
Thank you.
your turn to talk.
Say, we like that fire. It's so beautiful.
All you gotta do is press play now.
You did? Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, okay. And I didn't even remind you. Yeah, you did.
But Joe's gonna walk you through his recommendations on street resurfacing over the coming years. You know, as we talked a little bit about at the very beginning of the meeting, I think we need to do more than we can do in this. So the perfect world, I'd like to get to these 2.3 miles per year, about 1/20th of our network. But some people might say you should do it every 15, that'd be 1/15, that's obviously gonna be some Joe. Okay.
So, our overview is Emerald Isle has approximately 46 miles of paved streets that we maintain and try to upkeep. Street resurfacing recommendations I'm giving you for the next 5 years. The plan, like Frank said, it was to try to do a little bit about 2.3 miles with a 1.5 inch overlay and some edge milling. That's what we've done in the past. And then I'll show you some of the street resurfacing from the last 5 years. So my first recommendation would be in the upcoming fiscal year 26-27 is approximately about 15 streets. The length is about 10,000 feet or whatever, so that come up to about 1.9 miles. I wanted to move it around a little bit, and these are some of the areas over here, be going more towards the east end. Be like a little section of Pinta, Scotch Bonnet, Seacrest area with a cul-de-sac. The West Landing, Oceanside, East Landing, Ocean Drive. That would be on the ocean side also. Hearst would be both sides of Hearst coming from the Ocean to Sound Drive. And then I believe the Sound Drive in that portion of Hearst areas needs it. My next one would be like in that area would be Sherwood and Sunset Lane. Be for next year, try to get those areas done. That's what we notice a lot of rumbling of the asphalt gator and stormwater runoff issue off the edges and stuff, so it's just wearing down and breaking down and stuff like that. So that would be my recommendation for at least the upcoming fiscal year. And then if we go to 27-28, try to move around a little bit. We go back over this area. Canal and Leith is actually over here, which we do have a little bit of stormwater issue going on there that we're hopefully going to be able to take care of this spring or into the summer, and then get a portion of that street repaved to help flow that water a little bit. But Craig is the same thing, it's just deteriorating. Then we move over to Eagles Nest, Pelican Court, Holly Court. These are all on the ocean side. The Cedar Street portion, which I think Frank will talk about later too, but that is another stormwater project that we got going on, so that's why I added that. Once we should be doing that one in-house, and once that is kind of completed, we'll make the patches, but then come in the following year just to repave it, to look a little bit better with stuff like that. On the Cedar Street, that would be the ocean side. Live Oak would be all ocean side, finish that up, and Holly Street is also over there, and then the little portion be by the creek on the north side of Emerald Drive. That one just came in around 1 mile, just a little over 1 mile, but obviously everything that I'm showing you can be adjusted to, things in the next couple of years could change, and could add more, take away, or move around too. I was just trying to give a general sum of trying to move it around, spreading the areas, not to just get concentrated in one area all the time, because I could be in a Sound Drive for the next 5 years. It's fun.
Right. Well, and we did a good job over here, we did a good job paving and pushing everything towards the pretty car. And South side of Cedar.
Yeah.
Yes.
Did that,
Yeah,
that solved a
That was
lot of
very good.
problems, with just paving and a little bit of a better
Curbing.
system, curbing,
Yes.
took care of
That-
a
yeah.
stormwater issue.
Yes.
That would just paving, so.
Was really good. So then the 28-29 fiscal year, like that came under just, about 1.4 miles. Those were redrive, they're a little bit longer and boardwalk area. Like I said, there may be some streets later on in that area that we can add to get to the 2 miles of need to be and redrive, and we'll go on from there. 29-30, I got up to about 2.11 miles. That would be back over to the Coast Guard Road area, Oscar Ridge Drive, Daisy Port. Coast Guard Road, the end of Coast Guard Road near Ring and Inlet, Parker Street, Inlet, Port off of Inlet Drive, then Inlet Drive, which goes around to the point. And then some of Channel Drive, the whole thing of Channel Drive. I would like to get done. Then 30-31, just under 2 miles, we moved back over to the Sound Side area, which would be like Lolly, Wild Cherry, West Warren, Jones, Powell, Bay Tree. Hopefully finish up that part of Sound Drive by Old Ferry, and then some of Old Canal on the western side of Old Ferry, down where Blue Crossing and Bay Tree and stuff like that. And then here are the previous resurfacing projects we've done for, obviously 2025-6 was 2+ miles, and that included, the remainder of Bogan, Cedar Street, Lee Avenue, Sound Drive, and then Sound Drive to the cul-de-sac. The year before that, we were kind of in 2024-5 was under a mile, but we were just doing little sections to try to take care of some problem areas that were really bad with dips and failing asphalt and stuff like that. So that's why we were kind of just jumping around with all that to try to get some of that done. We did get a few streets in there. 23-24 was not, let me back up. All this was just done through, as Frank said, Pablo. So that's why we worked with that. That's why there's under the 2 miles and stuff like that. So whatever fund we have for Pablo is what we use, and that's why you're at half mile or a mile, depending on how much money we had. So we used it that way. That's why some of those seconds are short. This year, 22-23, I just combined them. I think I want to say like the Ocean Oaks, Pinewood Place and stuff, when Artie and them did that and combined that, if I'm not mistaken, that might have been 2 years of Powellville money put together. So that's why that much got done. That was previous year.
This thing about Powell, you can bank it up. And then you'll do a bigger project.
It's not used or lose them.
Right.
Right.
You can hold it in reserve. It's restricted, but they don't, you don't have to use it.
There's a map of all the cities or all the streets and stuff.
How do they determine how much we get?
5 miles.
Well, it's a combination of permanent population and street miles, but we kind of get hurt on some of the population.
Yeah.
But we can kind of make it up on street miles. So.
Question, right, and let's just ask that question. I had the same question a long time ago, and a few years ago, and I believe my question has been answered. I just can't remember what it was. A few years ago, the question was asked, and former Commissioner Jim Normile raised the question and at least started to look into, the permanent population part, or the population part. It's, let's just say 5,000 people as formula as far as people, and the amount of street miles, which 40 something. Yeah. His idea, and I don't think it ever gained any traction, but I have to ask anyway, just so that I'll know, was to reach out to the powers that be and to get some consideration for the 30,000-40,000 cars a week that use our street during the tourist season, which is a lot longer than it used to be, in an effort to increase our piece of the Powellville pie, if you will. Is that an option at all, or is it?
Yeah, so we actually were very close before I left. Patrick Gelrath was working with us to introduce a bill to accomplish that. We'll be firing that again with him. Not sure what the fate would have been at the time. Pat was pretty influential in
Right.
the house, so we had a better shot than normal. But it's, the pie is still the same size, so if they give us credit for the seasonal population, we'll take in a bigger chunk from somewhere or somebody else losing. So there's that consideration, and all the legislators and all these districts across the state, and they're obviously protecting their people as they should. But then you also get into, I can make the argument, I think, pretty effectively, that if we go through, like, in July, we got all, the real population, in my mind, probably 10, 15, 20,000,
Right.
you annualize it, right? But then you got places like Charlotte or Raleigh, or maybe a lot coming in and driving on the road, and that's kind of why the state formula is the way it is, to factor the population and the street miles. Theoretically, we have more street miles, and there's more people coming in and using the roads, all that, so we could pursue it. Happy to have a conversation with Celeste Carnes or Norm Sanderson or whomever. We were as close as I think we were ever going to get at one point, and then it's just, I mean, never.
Yeah, Frank, I was talking to Sanderson and before. Norm got a little heat there, but he was very interested in maybe revisiting too, how we can use occupancy tax. Because we're so tied up with that. I mean, it's either lease nourishment or promotion. One or the other. And we can't use it to pave streets that, especially when 1 million cars count on Pittsburgh Road. Something like that, so.
That's the other thing, we do have those car counts now that we did not have at the time when those initial talks were.
But it's definitely being first impacted, and we're limited as the funds we can use. And so we'll see what's like.
Keep in mind, those stores are also providing a sales tax, and they're providing us another.
Oh, right, I mean, that's why I want to promote year-round tourism.
Yeah.
It keeps our tax rate,
But
but we also got to pay the infrastructure.
But the occupancy tax is used to promote year-round tourism. The tourism board does not promote tourism during the summer months. They only.
It's only the shoulder season.
They spend their funds on year-round promotion.
But we can't use that funds to pay roads.
No,
Yeah.
but
And this
directly.
is a great illustration of there are all these different funding
Exactly.
sources and laws and communities, and as Chris and Kyle
What they
learned,
can,
lab,
cannot
you
do.
can only do what the state says you can do.
Right.
And so,
Simple.
like, we were, honestly, when we were pursuing the PAL bill change, I think years ago, I was honestly more interested in it for the sales tax, because that's also has a population back home into it too, and that would have been a harder crack as well. But then you get into the room tax, right? That's also, there are all these local bills that establish a room tax in Carteret County and every place else in the state. But then there's overall guidelines that come from the tourism industry that the legislators have committed to, so not impossible, but very, very challenging, because we're one of 540 towns in North Carolina, and they're all got people wanting them to look out for their issues too.
Right.
That's one of it, yeah, and I understand
But the great thought.
not eating someone else's lunch, not taking anything off anybody else's plate. I mean, in theory, technically you would, but, we're not talking about tens of millions of dollars, but, another was, couple $100,000. What was the ratio we get on paving? How far is it like 100 and some thousand?
Roughly 150,000 a mile.
150,000 a mile.
The money we get right now probably gets you a mile or a quarter.
Yeah, and if we get just say, is it worth revisiting the discussion? Is it that, the worst thing to tell you is no.
Yeah.
And we get lucky and get another
Yeah, so
quarter mile, half a mile a year out of it. Obviously it ramps up our schedule. We get stuff done faster.
Supportive.
Roads look nicer.
Stop.
Maintaining what we have, all that kind of stuff. And I know the conversation was had, I just didn't, it never really went anywhere. I really wasn't sure why.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, elected officials change, attitudes change, people change, so absolutely.
But if we get nowhere with it, we get nowhere with it, other than the time we spend asking. And if we get anywhere with it, we got, for lack of a better pun, a little further down the road.
And honestly, of those three things, of the occupancy tax, of the sales tax, the PAL bill funding is gonna be the easiest nut to crack.
Right.
Yeah, and at the time.
Look for innovative funding and alternate
Correct.
sources of money,
Yeah, let's try
are we maximizing every one?
Yeah, so at the time, I've always, from the very beginning, a place like Emerald Isle, I think the most accurate measure of the complexity is the number of housing. Right, because we have the infrastructure, we have the services for 7,000 homes, not 2,000 homes, right? So we were at the time working on trying to fold in housing comparison, so that data is readily available with the Census Bureau. And that was the other piece of it, is trying to find some measure that was readily available and viewed as fair, right? As opposed to us just saying, oh, well, we got 15,000 people here in Moss or whatever it is. So
But we have the vehicle counts now to support that.
that's right, yeah, but it's also, they're gonna be looking at it from a statewide basis. So
Sure.
yeah, I'll set up a meeting with, so we'll probably start with Celeste and Norm and kind of just gauge their reaction to it. So definitely worth pursuing.
Absolutely.
So the other thing I wanted to just point out to you on this is so, you know, if we want to get to the 2.3, which is what I think the goal should be, doesn't mean it has to be that, it could be 2, it could be 3, it could be whatever you want it to be. That 2.3 goal is based on 1/20th of 46 miles. So theoretically, we're feeding every street in town once every 20 years. Some people would say, no, you need to do 15, some other reason. To get to the 2.3 miles, we probably need to identify about $150,000 a year on a recurring basis, supplement the PAL bill to get us to that level. That's roughly a quarter of a penny on the tax rate. There's a statute that allows us to levy up to $30 special motor vehicle tax on every motor vehicle registered in the town. I'm not advocating for that. I'm just simply presenting that as an option to you. You could levy that on all the motor vehicles in Ohio and probably generate conservatively probably somewhere in the $180,000 a year range. But at the end of the day, a tax is a tax, right? Whether it's a property tax or a motor vehicle tax, but it's a different kind of tax that you might want to consider. Statutorily, that money has to be utilized for street maintenance or bicycle paths, things like that.
Transportation.
Yeah. I think that's-
Do we have any idea? I mean, just, I know you quoted an amount, but a ballpark of how many vehicles are registered?
Yeah, Laura and I had an interesting exercise with that. I think conservatively, we think it's around 6,000, might be a little more than that.
Yeah.
But the data was a little shaky, so I went with the lower end of the road. And if you think about it, right, there's roughly 4,000 people living there permanently, right? Everybody's got a car, some of them are kids, so they don't, but then some people got 3 cars or 2 cars, right? So
Probably higher, I suppose, to a registered voter.
Yeah.
So I think the 6,000, we think 6,000, so
That kind of fee.
$30 a year.
Yeah, for a motor vehicle.
and it shows up on your property tax bill,
Right.
I mean, it's with the solid waste fee and your property tax, but it's an option that's, but again, I'm sure that there'll be some people in the community who will be critical of that, right?
Sure.
But don't we get a personal property tax for every, right?
Yeah, but that's not, the town doesn't,
That
Everything-
that's separate through being.
that's right, it's a
Still, there's no
DMV.
to,
Right, there's none of those fees come back to us, those are DMV operations.
Yeah, I will say that, you know, like the property tax and like the solid waste fee, that motor vehicle tax is really easy to administer, you just have to know the line, right? But again, some
They're
people,
doing,
a tax increase is a tax increase, regardless of what you call it, it's a tax. So we can understand. Sure.
and we've exhausted any other avenue to find money to help with roads.
You know, I think so, it's, you know, we've got the PAL bill money and that's intended to help with that, so it's kind of on us dealing with the PAL bill, right? Now, of course, the other alternative is you may say we don't need to spend X dollars on this service or this project and reallocate that for street resurfacing. So that's the option, redirect the existing resources or set up a new revenue source. In general, with the street resurfacing, I assume everybody in the perfect world would love to do more than we've been doing recently. Through it, not what you can base it.
No, the roads, they're doing a great job with what you have. You are, and when somebody complains and needs a whole.
Yeah.
I've seen a whole lot worse.
Yeah, very thin, so little.
Yeah.
So,
And some of the coastal communities I'm in, it's far where, and these are in great shape, I can think so.
It's not like they want to be 7.
Exactly.
Rhode Island had 5 paved roads and good luck.
Yeah.
exactly.
So, like, we've come a long ways, absolutely.
Just in
Great job.
general, relative to the other things we've talked about so far and some of the other things on the list. Sounds like maybe this is not quite as high of a priority for you as some of the other things.
Not from,
No, we'd love to hear more Understood.
Oh, yeah,
Keep talking.
Would like for you to move forward with, the initial conversation with the files to do. That'd be nice to know what their take is on something.
all right, you're out of hot seat, Jeff.
All right, great stuff. Thank you, Joe.
It was fantastic, and then I came back with this cold weather, it took me back to 85 degrees. But it was great, thanks, guys.
It shows.
Yeah. I don't know, I didn't know all of them, but. Good thing, so.
Each access walkway.
Okay, great, so, as you know, you recently approved to have, Fifth Street and 20th Street, so just a quick update on that, that's none of my slides, I'm just waiting on a 2-minute exemption. For those, and we're gonna get them started and complete, before Easter is the goal. So, purpose and rating system, so every January, my team goes out and they rate each and every walkway that we have. And do the inspection, that should be included in your packet, and there's an updated version of that. The ratings go from 10 to 1, 10 obviously being excellent, 1, it's failing and must be replaced and is no longer safe. We focus on safety, location and usage, and life cycle replacement planning. Annual replacement budget, I've assumed for this presentation at $75,000. So my recommendations for 26 and 27 would be 8th Street, 9th Street, and Santa Maria. This is based on the fact that they are all rated at a 1, their age and the length. So you have to take into consideration the cost for all the materials moving forward. So currently, the 2 walkways that we're going to replace, we had some extra church that in some of our bolts and screws, so that helped offset some of that cost. So that would be recommendation for next year. 27, 28 would be 12th, 21st, and red. You can see the ratings on those are 2, 1, and 1. And these are approximate ages. I do not have secure documentation on the exact ages of all of them. And just to add into, we send the team out on a daily basis to repairs. And that's if we get an inclusion from the public, complaint that there's a board loose, screws, anything like that, it's gonna happen on a regular basis. So we like to say, just at least if you see it, say something. So please pass that along if anybody has issues with their walkway. 28 and 29, I only have 3rd Street and Ocean Oaks. That's because of the length of Ocean Oaks at 218 feet. It's quite a project. Would be much more expensive, most likely. 29 and 30, I have 11th and Cedar Tree. Again, you can see the links to those. 30, 31 would be Whitewater and Ebb Tide. Again, very long walkways. And then additional, if I was the queen of the world and I could replace them all, I obviously would, but if we can somehow fit more in, then these would be my top 5 recommendations over the next 5 years as to what to replace. And you can see the links on these are some of our longest here, especially countries. We're going to be very costly to replace those. So walkways replaced in the last 5 years, we have a total of 15. Keep in mind 13 of those were FEMA funded, and so not on taxpayers. But House Street, Pont, and Joel were all projects that came out in the last 5 years that we found ourselves. And they all remain in very excellent condition. And with the exception of Joel Lane, which is really just a set of stairs, they're all the trim stepping, composite material, sure stepping. So hopefully they will last for a very long time. Please don't. So current walkway specifications have changed over the last few years. We are using the sure step for a brand very cool step using pricing at the time. Composite materials on the stairs, composite on the handrails. That's been a really positive change. It was always wood, splinter, comes weathered, and so that's been really popular among our residents. They're very happy that they, graze the handrail and not get splinters or having issues. All walkways are being moved to 6 feet wide. We've had a lot throughout town that were just 4 feet wide, some 4.5 or 5, and so we're making them all standard at 6 feet wide.
makes it a lot easier for people to pass each other on the walkways, pull your cart behind you, have your kids beside you, whatever it is. Benches are being installed on both sides, east and west, on the ocean side of each walkway. When they're constructed, the contractor is having the jut out installed, and then my team is actually building a bench. This is cost effective for us because much like the benches on the bike path, you can purchase one and donate, and so again, this is no cost to the taxpayers at all. And then we put a nice plaque on and some for that bench. All our wood joists, 8 foot on center, and we use stainless steel screws and bolts, again, just trying to increase the longevity of the bench.
Those are 316 stainless steel screws.
Yes, yes,
There's a difference.
yes, yes. You pay good money for them, but they last a
Yes.
long time, yes. And so happy to answer any questions. This is an image of one of our newest walkways. I'm biased. I personally think they're really beautiful.
Yeah, they are.
Yes.
Candace, I do have a question, and I understand that it plays into the budget costs of each one of these walkways, but the numbered street walkways, most of those are simply dune crossovers, and those were done as a result of the first round of beach renourishment. And that was back in what year, Frank? 2003. And the majority of those were done at that time. They didn't exist prior to. And we had a very limited amount of money and a very short window to get those constructed when beach renourishment was going on. And I see that we're looking at doing replacements on those. We've already done it on a couple, but I would like for you to consider extending those to the street, because even though they are sand and they're flat, it's extremely hot. It's difficult to walk on, it's difficult to maneuver wagons and other apparatus to get kids and all of your beach gear there. And I don't think that it should be judged on what the distance currently is. I think it should be based on what is the best alternative for our citizens.
Sure, absolutely. And that's a big request from a lot of communities, is that it doesn't extend all the way to the street. And so we looked at extending either the walkway or like the Eagle's Nest, like concrete up to the walkway. And instead, it was just depending on what was just cost effective at the time.
So what about accesses that are just sand? Have we
There's a
given
policy on that.
Okay, what is it? Because people are a lot want that, something done.
A lot of people want that, always have.
So it's ultimately rooted in the fact that the original beach access walkways were built by the developers of the subdivisions.
Okay.
And so theoretically, everybody who bought a lot within those subdivisions paid that better for the walkway. So the few that didn't, the town's policy historically has been to build new walkways because of the fairness question or anything else. We do, I think we still have the policy. I know when I was here, we had a policy that said if the neighborhood comes to us, it was willing to fund 50% of it, that we would contribute another 50%, something like that. I don't think that's been changed since I left, but like for example, Shore.
It is.
So that, is it
Wesley
possible
and Deamon's as well.
to lay like, that permeable stuff that you're putting on the walkways now? Is it possible to lay that on the sand as something to walk on?
It's covered.
What's that?
It covers.
Okay,
Yeah, and you're right.
So
It's
what
just like
is
the
this-
Moby mats that we've tried in the past.
yeah,
You put it on the beach. We have a predominantly southwest wind in the summer.
Yeah.
So everything stays covered in sand. It defeats the purpose.
so is there any solution?
Canada's gonna regulate that.
I was gonna say,
You
they're
can't
not gonna
come
let
in
you.
contact with the dunes with.
Right,
with
you
those
can't
things.
put it directly on.
Well, I think
It's just a path, like, it's at the Indigo Pond, for example.
That's private.
It'd be away from the
I don't
post and-
think so.
Clark
It's-
Street.
Yeah,
Is,
Very good point.
so.
good one, is it?
You dig into the memory back here and
Yeah.
lawsuits.
I'm repeating questions I get
Yeah.
asked, and so,
So
I don't know.
the mangrove walkway and the myrtle walkway, the next one,
Those are
those are private. The other three going to the west are public, that's
Yeah.
legal settlement.
so Yale Pond is just sand.
So that
So
was
that would be raised 50% of the cost of the building.
kind of similar to Shore.
But what is that, the build, what is the material, what is something like that would go?
I mean, I think it would be the same standard that Candace outlined. We would do it to the same standard.
So putting in something,
We like.
railing and the whole.
Yeah, and I think that's, we should maintain that policy, even if someone wanted to build one, which we have had happen in the past with Scotch Bonnet, even though that's private. It was later deemed to be private. Someone who built a house on the second road said, I want to build this walkway, and that builder paid for the walkway, but it still had to be built to the town's needs.
Yeah, I would think the new standard's fantastic. I would.
It is.
Or build it. Now we could certainly, if there were ways to maybe shorten up the length, you know, to reduce the cost of the little month pay, I think we could look at those for these. And I guess the other thing.
But don't come back to the town at that point and say, replace it to the street, because it's gonna be replaced if it's damaged in the footprint.
So there's no solution just to put something for people to walk on.
Like the mats that you would use for the.
Yeah, so again, what I was about to say is. The policy that the governing body can certainly change in any way that you all deem appropriate, right? So we don't have to have a policy that's 50-50 across here. We get a policy that we're not paying anything or that we're paying 100%. I mean.
Originally, we didn't pay anything.
Originally, we didn't pay anything. You know, in terms of adding a thing like the Moby mat or whatever, I mean, you know, they're obviously a lot more cost effective, but they're not cheap either. Then they get covered up with sand and someone's got to maintain them and stuff like that. So I probably, me personally, I wouldn't recommend that for that application, but unless you want to maintain it every day.
I just can't wrap my head around which areas are private as you go to the east. I mean, you walk up and down Ocean Drive.
There are very few private.
Myrtle is private. There's a big.
But I mean, cause I know.
Down that, all those ones east of us, they're all public for the most part. They're like-
With the exception of Scotch Bonnet.
But then there are some that are just sand dune walkovers.
Yes,
So-
but that's because nothing was ever built there.
Okay. I don't see why would, personally, why would be fair for those property owners to take what happened.
Well, because originally, those property owners paid for the full walkway to be there.
Yeah.
And then the town, it was turned over to the town, because what they did was, yeah, what they did was they came and got permission. And at that time, the town did not have a set of standards on how it had to be built. So a lot of them were built 4 feet wide, 4.5 feet wide, all kinds of materials. But at that time, a lot of it, before me, that was acceptable and the town accepted it. Once the town accepts it, the town becomes responsible for it in perpetuity.
Yeah.
But I think the simple explanation is that the reality is that the property owners paid 100% for the walkway in just about every location in town, because like on the state Blue Water Bay, for example, that subdivision I think was built in the mid to late '80s. Developer came in, paved the roads, built the walkway, and then all that cost was factored into the cost the person paid for that walk, right? So everybody's already paid 100%. And so, but again, we can change the
But
policy.
now it's not a development any longer, it's public streets, it's.
Maintained by the town, yeah, it's
Yeah.
all dedicated to the town and we maintain it, but that initial construction, just like if someone was building a new subdivision right now. We wouldn't go in and build the roads, we tell the developer, you build it, we'll be happy to maintain it.
And we wouldn't build their walkway.
I need to understand, like the one at Shore Lodge, there's no development.
No, but
Okay, so
Other than
they went into the.
Yeah, so the one at Shore Lodge, there was a resident, Ed Fulford, super nice guy.
He was the spearhead.
Around it. Yeah, he basically went door to door to the neighbors and said, hey, would you contribute to this? And he was actually the impetus behind the 50-50 cost.
He sure was.
So he, and so there's residents on Gilpon, for example, that want to take that initiative. We're absolutely help them, Candace and I would be happy to help them achieve it.
But are there gonna be rules that, is that pass pretty narrow? Is there rules about punching the thing?
Yeah, that's off camera restrictions.
Yeah, so I
Yeah.
can't even.
I mean, because
Well, no,
if I'm not mistaken, your line's only 10 feet, right? It's not even 12 and a half.
Wide. I would say 2 people can't really fit walking side by side.
I would just say you can assume that we could get permission to build a one block on the street. And I think that's not gonna be an issue in any location.
It may not be the expectation of the 6 foot that others see elsewhere, so
Yeah.
if you decide to spearhead something like that, I would caution you to let them know, don't expect.
Yeah.
What you see currently.
Yeah, I just wanna buy a wooden rollout mat off of Amazon.
It would get covered in sand
I know.
in no time.
Just
It
for me
would
to
be-
walk that day.
Well, by the time,
That-
no, you wouldn't get back.
I'm kidding.
Yeah, I mean, the adaptive
That's how-
project used the mobile mats for 8 hours, I was out there the whole time and they built it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Do you have a linear cost? Or what it costs to go in and, I mean, I know we gotta have handle programs to install mobile mats too.
yeah, you do.
I don't,
No.
just because it's ever changing, and I just put 3 in this year,
Right.
having all the sure steps and all the screws that I had. So I feel like it.
What was an estimate for 220 for one?
Well, yeah, that's what I wanted to tell you, so.
I was gonna say, that's a ballpark.
You got $60,000 of capacity theoretically in the budget next year, right? That San Maria walkway that we just did came back around 50,000, that's one of the ones candidates would like to do next year. I think we're probably gonna need a budget somewhere in the $100,000 range next year, if you wanna do 3 of them. And so we have 63 of them, again, same 20-year cycle, I would recommend trying to do 3 per year. The other thing I would say too, is I think we wanna build that budget capacity and you want to keep it with, right? Like we did the 15 walkways with FEMA funds, but that was a one-time cash injection, right? So it's great, good to do that.
Which didn't even catch us up on that
It
3-year
didn't. We're
replacement
very
cycle.
behind.
Because prior to that, we had been 3 per year replacing. Because of budget restraints, we stopped that for a number of years. And that by then, we had this explosion in material costs.
But I think that we just in terms of structurally establishing your budget going forward is having the diligence and discipline to keep funding enough to do 3 or whatever number you think we need to do each year and just kind of build it in as an annual expense. So.
And we would be back on track in 2 years if we continued 3 per year. Thank you.
Yeah, but again, if you kind of sort of fold it in, it's another 30,000-40,000 bucks you gotta come up with next year on top of the other things we've been talking
Yeah,
about.
thought it was 10 foot.
I do think that's important. To residents, visitors and properties.
Yeah, because we have just as many second row weekly rentals now as we do oceanfront.
That's why we're all here, right? Like,
Yeah.
we're not supposed to be here without getting out there, so.
Yeah.
All right, well, we will do our best to incorporate sufficient funding for 3 walkways next year.
And to look at replacing those numbered streets as far to close to the streets. as you can.
Absolutely. Thank you. Guys, we are pacing on time.
Actually, we're a little bit ahead, let's go.
We have 20.
No, we're a little behind, but.
What?
No, we're on time, we're right.
We're
We're good. All right, Lindsay. So,
Lindsay's quick too, I like this.
This. Okay, so I'm gonna review our current benefits and then talk about the numbers for next year. So this is a brief overview. July 1st is our renewal date. Open enrollment is May 30th through June 17th. We use the Landing Group services and they kind of help advise us and find the best deals for us and answer any questions we have at any time of the year. And then through them, we use the Bernie portal, which is where people go to register for their benefits. Super user friendly, I think. It's like a shopping cart. You just put in your benefits and you're good to go. So the town currently pays 100% monthly premiums for full-time employees, including health, dental, vision, disability, and basic life. And we also pay for elected officials, dental, vision, basic life. They can choose to buy up any plans for children or spouses, or they can choose to waive them. So right now, on the right-hand side, these are all our providers. Not gonna list every single one of them, but you can see in the red, it says new provider. This is because we were with the league before. And Laura could fill in any kind of history that you guys have questions about. But I guess they ended their insurance, and so we had to go out and find new insurance. So because of that, there's a note. We received a one-time transitional credit for $100,000. So what you see this year's rates includes that kind of discount, which we're not necessarily gonna get next year. So that's just a note to keep in mind for this. I'm not gonna go through every single number. We offer 2 plans, traditional and high deductible. So you can see what the employees pay, what we pay for each one, and then the buy-up plans for them. And then this is everything. It includes the deductibles for the high deductible, obviously the deductible is higher. So it's $3,300 for an individual. The traditional plan is $1,500. And then it shows the kind of co-pays, out of pocket maxes. The biggest difference is the two at the bottom in the red and the green. This is kind of a breakdown of the differences in them. So the biggest difference is the HSA for the high deductible plan. So basically they get $2,500 towards essentially like a bank account that we open up for them through Civic, and they get a payment in January and then in July, and this rolls over each year. So if they don't use it, they get to keep it. So that's a very nice benefit that people can have. So essentially the employee will pay the first $800 out of pocket, whereas the traditional plan, we offer that employee pays the first $800, and then once you hit that $800, we pay the last $700. So if you don't hit it, you don't get it. And then also it doesn't roll over. So that's the two biggest differences for those. Delta Dental is our dental coverage. You can see the base plan, the buy-up plan, the minimums, maximums, all that thing, and then the buy-up rates for each one of them. The vision, we use VSP, and then again, you can see all of the, it's not very expensive if you do choose a buy-up plan, but you can see the differences, the main one being in the frame allowance. Short-term and long-term disability, we pay those for the employees. The long-term kicking in at 180 days, and then it shows you the percentage of the salaries and then the weekly maximums for those. And then other benefits we include is basic life, we pay for that, and accidental death and dismemberment. And then the employee can choose voluntary life, and then they can also choose to pay up whether they want children or spouses included on either one of these. And it kind of breaks it down. The top is the basic life, and then the bottom graph is the voluntary life, and it shows you kind of what you get for those, the annual salary, the maximum, things like that. We're gonna spend the most time talking about this one. That's why I went through the other ones so fast. So to note that if we have about 76 full-time employees, right now it's about $700,000 annually. Note next year it is probably going to be $800,000 for an employee. So right now the breakdown is about $9,200 per employee, but next year we're already looking at a higher rate just because we're not going to get that credit that we did this year. And then on top of that, you have the rates changing. There is an increase right now. These are just the breakdowns of what we pay right now, not any projected. They're very loose because the rates don't actually get released until 90 days before. So dental, vision, disability is about 90 days, and then 60 to 75 days before is medical. Those rates come out, so we can really see where we're sitting and what we think the town is going to have to pay percentage wise. But if you were looking at the increase for right now, down at the bottom, it would have the monthly and annual totals. And then if you have any more debt questions, I'll answer those.
So in order, based on projections, if projections hold true, to avoid an increase in cost being passed to employees, the town is going to be at about $100,000. Right, sure.
At a minimum.
Yeah, just rough estimate and all that. So
Probably gonna be closer to 200,000 if we have a premiums increase.
I just find a little bit of history. We've been with leading municipalities for a long time, and we've been fortunate with a really flat premium. We haven't had an increase, I don't know that I can remember, or it was very minimal. And when we learned we were gonna lose coverage with that pool, we were scared. We thought, man, we're gonna get hit. I remember letting the board know at the time.
we didn't kind of notice on that either.
Yeah. So we were super excited when we went into we got all of the from all the brokers. We had a lot to choose from. There was a lot of competition, so we were really pleased. So traditionally we had a per full-time employee budget of about 10,000, just flat round number, and we were able to drop that to 9,000 for this current budget. So I think we might, to start our budget out, we might have to go at the 1,000 number and just wait for these numbers to come in and see what we want to figure things out, because then that's the process. That's the process that we go through. But that number is everything, that 10,000 number is health, the contribution to the health savings account, the dental, is the whole suite of benefits.
Short-term and long-term disability.
It's the sum of all those benefits that. So it's fine.
But the bulk of the cost.
In terms of everything that's in this book, we talked about the stormwater and all that kind of stuff, being a hot button item. This is a hotter button item, in my opinion.
Mine too.
If you take, take the salary analysis, the compensation analysis, and you find 1%, and you find another 2 to 3, COLA increase, you find those minimal, relatively small increases, couple them with something like that, and if we've washed it out, we're done up, and we give somebody a raise on the front end, and you could
Take it
cut
away
somebody
from
else
them.
on the back
That's
end.
right.
You hadn't done anything, I've said it 1,000 times, attracting and maintaining top talent as far as our town employees is and always will be very important to me. So my ask would be you, everybody in the room, do everything in our power that we can for us to offset this, so that whatever money we can find them as far as, salary increases actually goes in their pockets to their families for their benefit. Otherwise, it's we find a pay bump if we want to. If it gets eaten up, it's worthless.
Yeah, because maintaining the level of coverage and the town providing their deductible or contributing to that is of utmost importance. I think there's some really important things in here, but that is one of the most important things as well.
Is the land group trying to pull us into a group? Because that's how you get better rates.
So they are, this is an individual, we did look at another pool that started, it was called Hill Group. I think Raymond will, I believe they negotiate for us, they, and they might not, maybe Blue Cross comes in at a price, they can go to Aetna or what, so they can search and assist us in figuring where we need to be.
Because we're not the only municipality or town that's going into this, so we assume now that they're trying to put them together. And that's how you get better rates, so I would ask that question again. And then when I look at this from a private sector view, these are excellent benefits. There's no one paying anyone's premium in full. So you're also contributing to the HSA, which is amazing. Do we require a physical or anything?
There's a health assessment, but
Yes, okay.
so, and that part is covered automatically.
Yes.
It's not part of the deductible like that, but to your point, our health insurance plan is about as generous as you'll find. And so
And I don't want to miss.
I don't either, but I'm just asking the
the short
question.
explanation is
That's right.
every employee can be confident in knowing that they're not gonna spend more than $800 a year on health care for anything, drugs,
Good.
doctor visits, whatever. So it is a very good plan, and that needs to be factored into that pay and classification study also in terms of determining our competitiveness.
It's part of your total.
Well, I think that this firm is actually gonna do that.
Yep,
For sure, yeah. But it's an important piece of the equation.
it is.
Yes, and I think they recognize that.
And if we look on page 123 of our agenda package, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 things here that could directly impact the employees. And one is like reduce the amount of town's contribution or increase deductibles. And I'm not in favor of doing any of those that would impact their insurance thing. That leaves 2 options: reduce expenditures in the budget to cover the expenses, or allocate new revenues, or through higher tax rates. And I'm not in favor of higher tax rates either. So it's getting more of a slim window, and it's getting into like where the new revenues are.
That's where we have to put our priorities. I mean, we have to make our.
And so that's what I'm thinking, these innovative ways to come up without putting additional strain on our taxpayers or cutting benefits to our employees.
Not in favor of cutting benefits.
I'm really looking forward to seeing the salary study, because benefits or total compensation package, so when that's played in there, then we can see how it all looks. That'd be so beneficial in deciding what to do. Yeah, I don't want to change this either, so that'll be.
Yeah, I'll go on record right now. I don't want any health insurance, employee health benefits offered at all.
I would say to you, my top priority for the organization every budget year is the health insurance and trying to make sure we're in the road. I would honestly rather keep the health insurance the same and forego cost of living increases if it came down to. I don't want to do that either, but that would be my choice because that health insurance is so critical. And we had the experience that you described, Jason. We had some folks with the prescription this year. One of the drugs they were on weren't covered, and so their salary was not covered. And cost of drugs. We tried to help them, and we keep trying to help them, but these are the real issues that come up. Right?
And those things are going to continue because insurance companies are they're in the business to make money.
So
Lots of it.
I was gonna say, one little good news thing out of when we were going, we did the deep dive last year, looking at, the quotes and stuff, we gave our census information to one of the brokers, and they came back and they said we had an excellent score overall for our population, as far as healthy employees. Yes.
That's always been.
So I just wanted to say, yay, everybody was.
Yeah.
Hopefully that continues and.
Put that gym in the fire station.
Or we got everything in here that shows what we get from fee rates, our total fees that we do through the town. Service fees and or department fees and all that stuff. How much are we getting from?
That was in that original wheel graph.
It's about it's long, there's some other stuff in there, so that was about 70% of the total, so I can give you real,
Kind of like an itemized list of what the fees are, what
Yeah.
we're charging for, and what the current rate is, and see what we can do to. Just to look, just brainstorm it, again, throw everything out there.
Is there a grand total in here of how much we need to come up with?
There's at the very last page there,
It's there.
and I've added everything together so you can see it.
Sense.
It ain't pretty, but it's there.
Okay. All right. Work through
And
this.
so at the end of the day, I kind of wanted to kind of rehash some of this stuff with you and see if maybe your initial feedback changed when we learned more, right? So,
Right.
but yeah, the very last page, it's got a bunch of numbers on it. All right, so it sounds like health insurance is a key priority for all of you. including
At the top.
me as well. And we will work toward that and hopefully we'll get lucky with the premium increase in size. If it's it could be, it's definitely gonna be 100,000, we think, right? And so if it's a 10% premium increase, that's another 50,000, if it's 150, if it's 20% increase, it's another 100,000, 200,000, that's some real money. Right?
If we're getting ahead of the game, but if we're trying to stay ahead of the game, we should try to find $200,000 to hedge our bet to look out for our people.
That's right.
Yeah, and I will tell you also that historically, like the very last number we plug into the budget is health insurance premium. We get that usually at the last minute, it's the last thing that goes into the recommendation. So. All right, we got some food here for everybody.
It's been voted that if
It's
everyone.
been voted if everybody's okay with it.
To eat their work.
Continue while we eat.
Work.
No problem on my end, as long as you use the restroom.
We already established, anyone can use the restroom at any time.
I was on a break.
Well, we were
Hey,
thinking.
we-
Talk things. No, we were thinking to eat.
Just gonna grab the food and come on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I appreciate what you're doing.
Yeah.
Sorry for interrupting.
I
Probably should have done it a bit better.
It's a wonderful situation. Yeah.
I felt like I had a little bit of. So.
Keep coming. Keep it coming.
Well, it's like a something from hard to complain, but real good ball.
Yes, it's true.
Wednesday night, I think people have a phone.
Get with you sometime, talk about that.
Sure.
Things you were talking about.
Thanks.
You contact me, what information, I got a town phone, email, so my contact that lady, we'll get together and chat.
Sure, in about 2 weeks, I'll be going down and take care of the grandbaby.
Oh, there you go, hey, priorities, man,
Well, yeah,
I got that.
they're last year, they have a baby, so the first one was a top, so.
Wow.
We're gonna go give him a break right before.
That's awesome, that's beautiful.
But when I get back, I'll let them know.
Figure it out. But we get some pictures and I'm not one.
No, I just paused
So
to
in future,
make sure I had nothing in my teeth.
okay.
I'll go back to it, so don't judge me, hear me go back in a few moments.
No drugs. Don't go see no camera either.
Whatever you.
No.
Alright, so, some of you had asked questions about the parking fee program. And so I asked Candace and Laura to put together a summary of that program for you. As well as some possible ideas on how we might generate additional parking revenue going forward. So Candace, go into.
Okay, sure, yeah, so this was a Laura and Candace combo, so I'll make this part of the presentation, but obviously any of the three of us, if there are any questions that you might have. So existing parking contract summary, RFP was issued in January of 2021 for parking management services. Staff research and peer town outreach to Beaufort and Beach for comparisons. During the Board of Commissioner workshop presentation in February of 2021 is when we learned more about this. A one-year contract was approved March of 2021 with NC Parking, with UPP Global. Renewed the contract for April 2022 through 2025, and it comes with an automatic 2-year renewal unless terminated with a 90-day notice. Contract details, the current contract guarantees a fixed amount of revenue to the town. In 2025, you can see that we made $218,545. And in the contract, it guarantees that we get a 3% increase annually. Any surplus revenue is split 50-50 with the town and UPP. You can see the example there below. And this obviously funds, a lot of different lifeguards and things of that nature, because it is important to note that we can't really profit off of paid parking. And so we have to offset the cost. Compensation and operating structure. It is $4 an hour to park at east or west access with a $20 a day charge max. Operating costs are paid by the contractor, UPP Global. This is fee collection, enforcement, equipment, and customer service. Customer service has been a big component for this, just because a lot of people don't know how to use the kiosk or QR code, and so having that agent there has been really helpful, I found as well. The town receives net revenues after the contractor's compensation. The revenue is parking, but plus enforcement and the customer service aspect. System and equipment use, it's pay-by-plate system. There's a mobile app that you can scan the QR code and pay that way. And there's also the kiosk option. There's kiosks located at each east and west, and you can still type that. We do use your license plate for enforcement, and we do have on-site enforcement, so that agent is walking around and checking that all cars are registered. So we enforce paid parking from April 1st to September 30th. And you can see the total number of spaces at Western Access, 157 for cars, and Eastern Access, 165. In 2025, we issued 1,706 free parking passes to property owners. 2025 summary here. You can see we had a significant number of visitors to both accesses, west obviously being the most popular. Total number of transactions for paid parking was almost 4,500. You can see it's kind of small here, but you can see the revenue versus expense, what was remaining, and the split, and the total payout to the town was $331,704.82. Net revenue and financial performance. So
P Global has their operating expenditures, obviously, payroll, credit card fees when people are paying for the paid parking, the uniforms, insurance, so on and so forth. I won't read it all for you. The use of the revenues on the town side is paying for a full-time ocean rescue coordinator, 20+ USLA certified lifeguards, which obviously is very important to us and something we're well known for. Beach patrol, police officers, and the vehicles cleaning. I have an attendant on duty minimum of 5 days a week at both accesses, maintenance and supplies, parks maintenance, try to keep it as beautiful as we can with mowing, flowers, maintenance. They're actually currently painting all of the facilities at both accesses right now in preparation of the season.
Go with septic pumping too, don't we have to do that pretty often?
Quarterly.
Quarterly.
Yes,
And that's in
yes, that's about $900
a visit.
per location.
Right.
Yes. And of course, the removal of beach trash and recycling, which is done by Public Works, and our contribution to beach nourishment. Future considerations and key options. I know that this has been discussed about changing the way that we handle our paid parking, hybrid enforcement, which is a gated system, similar to what the pier has. We just kind of pay on your way out is an option, or seeing different vendors to see a competitive rate. You could do potential fee increases to $5 an hour instead of $4 and a $25 a day max. Projected additional would be about $130,000. Being conservative, again, it depends on how many transactions you have annually. Just as a comparison, Bowgillet charges $5 an hour, $30 a day max. Atlantic Beach is $5 an hour flat, no max for the day. And Beaufort is a little bit more complicated, so their waterfront parking is $3 an hour, and the side street is what they label their all other parking is $1.50 an hour. And again, no max on the charge, because a lot of their spaces are 2 to 3 hour parking. Staff recommendations would be maintain competitive and fair pricing, maintain high level of customer service that's currently provided, and to maintain efficient and secure enforcement and fee collection. In the past, we should probably speak to it more, but we had an employee who'd be at the gate, at the entrance of the access, is cash or credit card. Most of the time the credit card readers would go down. Just not great service in that area. And so you were reliant on one, for them to collect from everyone equally, and two, for them to be honest with that cash collection. And there was a lot of cash on hand with the number of times.
And 3 coming out.
And 3 coming to work. This is the biggest.
Because I sat in that
Yes.
group a lot.
Yes, on
When they
long
didn't.
hot days, yes.
Can you remind me the hours that we charge for paid parking?
8 AM, 6 PM.
8 to 6.
Whereas with Beaufort, there is a difference there as well as with Atlantic Beach. Yes. And their hours go into the evening hours because their parking is so close to the adjacent businesses.
Was the amount of money that we received, our cut of the paid parking, does it cover the services that we provide that were listed in the earlier slides? Does it cover it? Is there a shortfall, is there an overage?
It offsets it.
Are we making enough money on it now to cover that or not?
Sorry, Lord,
We never have. And never will.
Okay, I didn't.
I think you could safely raise the fees and still meet some of the, just because of escalating costs going forward. So it gets a little closer.
You know, not
No,
suggesting
he
raising,
meant that.
not suggesting raising the fee. I was just curious as to how much the current fee offset what we use that money for. Now, obviously, it's not going to cover everything. I was just curious as to how much money that the town gets, how much does it offset the services that we provide?
You know, exactly.
No, I'd have to run those numbers, but we can run them and see where it is.
Theoretically, I mean, you could raise it in theory to $5, You're still not gonna have extra money left over to spend somewhere else.
You're not gonna match
Well,
parking
right.
fees, you're not gonna cover the total cost of it.
That was one of my questions. I wasn't suggesting raising fee or thinking about it, but I was just, does it cover it? I mean, is there an amount of money that would cover it? I was just curious as to how much it offset the current expense.
Yeah, but I think the practical result is that whatever you raise the fee, if we still have that capacity there that we do, it's gonna have a practical positive impact on the budget. For example,
Correct.
you can generate upwards of $100,000, give or take, from the town, depending on whether or not you renegotiate percentage cost. So, practically speaking, if you raise a fee, it'll give you more resources to do some of the things that we want.
You know, helmets would get chin strap for people that want to knock over the head for their limbs.
We could get those $50, sure.
Yes, window of charging, it's not Memorial Day, Labor Day, is it?
It's April 1st through September 30th.
The street parking at night, right?
After 6 p.m.
After 6. What, and now that 50-50 split is after the contractor removes their operating costs, is that correct? And what's the average operating cost?
It's.
Well, for the last year, it was $104,000 last year. What's the total operating expenses were $104,000.
And what percent is that of the?
The gross revenues were 541,000, something, 549. You know, so roughly a little less than 40%.
That was not my paper, I was trying to hand you.
Well, I see what I had last, that's why I was like, that's no good to me. I'll look at it. And so, and I'm scared, I'm trying to get all this in my head here, and so then we split what's left after they extract their, operating costs. And the contractor owns the gates and the kiosks and all that too, I'm assuming, or I guess.
The contractor provides the kiosks and so forth, and handle the entire operation.
Okay.
But there are placement and removal, there's no gates. I didn't think so. Okay, so no gates.
No gates, okay.
We have chains across that the police department will come and close it dark and reopen.
Well, we have the big gates, but they're not automated.
Right.
Yes, the
that
metal
we
gates.
can close, yes,
Yes.
yeah. correct.
Yes.
And so the town has no asset build up on, because we don't have, other than the park lot itself, there's no assets involved with that. Okay, all right. Had we run a cost analysis to see what if the town did take this over on itself, or do we have any kind of comparison? I mean, I see pros and cons to both sides of it.
Yeah, so we have not, no, 4 years ago, the town went through a process where they looked at different vendors and different options, so what I can't speak to those perhaps, nor in transition and speak to us. We haven't updated the analysis at this point in time, other than just the general concepts that were presented in written material. But so like, for example, so this contract technically expires on April 30th. I would suggest that we continue for this year, and if you all would like to do something, take a hard look at all of these things over the course of the spring and summer, and we let it go next year if we do something different. In the short term, particularly if we do raise the rates, so think about the way the contract is structured. After the expenses are deducted and after the guaranteed minimum, which was 218 something this year, and then 225 next year, something like that. After that, we share the proceeds 50-50, right? So if we raise the total gross revenues, we're gonna share half of that $130,000 with the parking company. So I think it would be prudent for us to talk to the parking company about changing that distribution. It could be 60-40, 65-35, and 70-30, whatever that number is, because it's also to their benefit. So I think those are the kind of conversations that I would expect to have if you decide to do nothing different, to have that conversation for this year. If you raise the fees, I would absolutely want to have that conversation with them. If you want to take a completely different approach, whether it's like an airport type gate or whether you want to go out for staffing or whatever the case may be, I would recommend that we look at that over the course of this year and be prepared to do something that's
Some other beach towns are going to like plate readers and just going away with the gates altogether. Plate readers, and I don't know what the cost of that is to install, but I was just scared of something.
There's a lot of technology in parking management for it, and there's, I mean, honestly, our company is one of those. We use license plate readers, we use gates, we use enforcement, even though in Mobile Isle's not my account. Some of my accounts in Florida are nothing but license plate readers.
Yeah.
With nothing else. I'll tell you, that's not the highest collection. Unless you have a manned lot. Gates are not always the highest either. So, I mean, there's pros and cons to each one of them, and I have contracts in Florida as well as with hotel contracts in the Northeast, that, there's pros and cons to everything that we do, whether it's with valet parking, whether it's a flat lot, and it's license plate readers, it's a gate, it's total, physical enforcement. If possible.
And there's one thing I'd like to say too, if I may have read this wrong, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's guaranteed enough. We get hit by a hurricane late July, and it just puts this place, just a lot of rebuilding, a lot of construction, a lot of stuff that goes on, and it comes and sets back our tourism 2 years. And we still receive that $2,018 every year. That's quite an insurance policy right there to have if something, catched up before that happened here, that would at be a guaranteed something we have going in, built in insurance.
That is a guaranteed rate regardless.
When
Yeah,
the
that's an important consideration.
when the RFPs were going out, were they all structured similarly with the profit sharing and all of that? Does anyone?
I mean, I can speak to this because I'm the one who wrote the RFP.
Okay.
And then, myself, Tony Reese at the time, who was the police chief, Mike Andrell, who was the assistant police chief at the time, we all reviewed those in 21.
Yeah.
All of the companies who submitted, with the exception of one, who did not do a formal submission, and that was Air Garage out of San Francisco, California. Air Garage was simply at that time, which it was totally new, and they weren't even using the cameras, they were using some type of satellite. And number one, they ruled themselves out because they didn't submit a formal application or a formal proposal, what it was requested. And then of the others that were received, they were all the same options.
Yes, I've never looked, that's why I'm asking.
I mean, to be honest, we all kind of offer the same service, and it's dependent on what you're looking for in the deal you can strike with whatever parking management company you go with and the means of collection.
I think what I'm hearing you guys say is that we can't rip off the Band-Aid, we need somebody to stay in the basins. Is this true? They can't go the air.
I'll ask Candace that question.
Basically need people that.
Ask Candace.
Yeah.
Sure, so I can say that the customer service aspect has been very important. I mean, we went from having an employee there during the season and that was our customer service to now. When they don't know how to use the kiosk or the QR code isn't working for them, whatever it is, they get a ticket. My office, to do me, is not having to fill those phone calls. They handle all of that for us. They're assisting with people in the parking lot. They're actually starting up conversations and learning a lot about the people. So it's not just the customer service aspect, it's the welcoming aspect of it too. Because my employee, my attendant who was there is not responsible for helping any parking at all. They take that full responsibility.
But now, are we paying for the attendant to be there, the town, or the contractor?
That's part of the contract. Yeah, town does not pay, that's part of their expenses.
Part of the 104,000.
Yes.
What's that?
It's part of the 104,000 operating.
Okay, and when what did we say about the pumping, are we paying for that, or is that part of the operating expenses?
No, so that's our property. We own that.
Okay,
That's one of the things that we use our cut of the money to pay for, the pump, the second, save the lifeguards, all that.
and I'm just trying to think, because we're trying to think of ways to come up with some additional money, and I'm just thinking if we took this over, and we kept this over $100,000 plus a year, I think 110 if I'm hearing that 20%. Something like that,
We have cost of operating, so if we can just.
We take it over and save $100,000, then we have to.
We'd
take
spend
the equipment, then we have to pay
$100,000.
somebody to man it, all that. It wouldn't be, it wouldn't be a net $100,000 win for us. We'd still have to pay for the equipment, maintain the equipment, pay somebody to operate it.
equipment will pay for itself and get paid for in 1 year. 1 or 2 years at the most. Especially if we raise the fee and then raise and extend parking hours or something. I'm just thinking outside the box, I'm working for the taxpayers here, I want the best deal for them.
I think it's worth just doing another RFP for next year, right? But since this contract has been through, I mean, we need it this summer, right? And just do research so we all understand more about parking and how that works. And it might come back to the same solution that this is the best. We won't know until we learn. That's fair.
Yep.
But move on with this contract since this year, but obviously, it'd be awesome if you went back and renegotiated, like you mentioned, right?
And, I mean, we're in this case contract, okay, we'll go ahead and move into it for this season to talk about upping the price. I mean,
Yeah, so I
you
think,
know, that's $130,000 right there, taking the contract as it sits, it's someone else managing. So, we're talking about,
I lost you at the
Someone
end
else
there,
there.
someone else.
yeah,
I'm saying we can't-
they're managing it for us, but we could still
Raise
create
the price.
revenue by raising the
That's it,
price.
it's based
Okay.
on price.
So yeah, you can absolutely, increase the fee really anytime you want, right? So I would suggest if you do want to do that, we bring that to you at your March meeting, put it in effect for April 1st and start fresh for the year. So you can do that regardless. If we continue with the 50 split, you know, split that 130,000, 65 to us, 65 to the parking contractor. I would like to at least have, regardless of what we do, I'd like to have a conversation with them about changing the split from 50-50 to something more favorable for them. You can absolutely do that. If that's your direction to us, we will proceed in that manner and be ready for April 1. And then we can certainly go through our pre this year, we can evaluate, including updated proposal from.
Well, there's some, we're renegotiating some split, if we could get where we, get where we think we're good, where we want to be, and not have to increase them. It's a parking fee, but it's not a tax, but it's additional money. If we can get where we want to be through potential renegotiation of split and not have to pass that cost on to our visitors.
The taxpayer will look at it.
So this hypothetically,
This month.
let's say,
Taxpayers better get it.
Trust me. Emails.
Right.
so if you keep the fee the same, and let's say we change 50-50 to 60-40, you'll get probably $43,000. Clear effective, obviously, if you did 70-30.
I got you.
But we can, if you all are open to considering increasing the fee, we work toward that and so we have a conversation, we can leave about some sort of.
Is it possible to adjust in the computer system the rate according to the time of day? The highest demand $5, and then early in the morning when folks just want to come across the bridge and take a walk, they're paying the same as someone, you know? Is there a way to increase it according to peak usage?
Anything is possible, with our software. And I'll speak to this simply because of my experiences in other areas as well.
Yeah.
You often have people who, but like right now, one of the things that we negotiated when we first began this, I was an employee. So we waited until that 8 o'clock hour to start charging, because most of those people who are doing the walkthrough are doing so prior to then.
Yeah.
So what we run into, not only here, but everywhere, Pine Knoll Shores, Carolina Beach, Curie Beach, Sunset, all these places. People come and they get there at 7:15 and they're gone for an hour and a half, and then they think they don't have to pay. If you're there at 8 o'clock, then you're gonna pay. So you can have that different rate, but what you do with that is that person that naturally assumes, okay, I'm parking for $3 an hour. They don't take into the equation that that's only good for another hour. So when you come back, if you haven't paid the $9, then you're getting salvation.
Yeah. And so the system right now, it's not like a meter, and you don't pay before you park, you pay.
You pay before, you pay when you park. And that can be done, and honestly, if you're staying out on the beach longer, they can use the text to pay, they can use the app, they can pay from the beach itself.
I
Stand
was
there.
there at 8, and by 12 o'clock, it went up to $5. 8 to 12, and I was there for 4 hours, and the system automatically increased from 11 to 12. When they paid before, just using this time.
Anything's possible, but it's not quite as simple as it may sound.
So a question perhaps for Alicia, but with anybody else. My understanding was that the kiosk essentially would achieve some function as the QR code and pay by phone. If we just simply eliminated kiosk and exclusively to a QR code by phone, what impact would that have on customer? How does the kiosk benefit us? If we eliminate the kiosk, does that save any money? Or change the equation, give us more revenue?
Right.
But they're
It's
doing
not
the
gonna
same
give
thing,
you
right?
any more, yeah, it's not gonna give you any more revenue, and we have so many of our older population who are very hesitant of the QR code, the text to pay.
Yeah.
And when the key, I mean, my phone rings off, well, not my phone, but James' phone, the hotline phone, rings off the hook when those kiosks go down. Say we have a completely cloudy day, those are all solar machines. We
Those are
have
good
consecutive cloudy days, 3 or 4 days in a row, and it's blinking on and off a little bit. People are upset, they can't pay.
They prefer to use that kiosk just because it protects their personal.
They trust the kiosk versus the QR and the,
That's the key.
So this contract is from 2021.
initially it was 2021, and then it was, that was for a 1-year contract. And then it was renewed in 22.
So it's like 5 years old now, and I'm sure technology's changed and things like
And that's
that.
reflected in the,
It's there. Okay.
Has there been any adjustments in the rates in 5 years?
yes,
You often flash.
Was that?
we changed it last year.
The parking rate?
Yes.
What was it last year?
It went, it's still at $4 per hour. And it went from a 4-hour max to a 5-hour max. So it went from 16 per day to a maximum of 20 per day. There are many places who don't have a maximum per day. Atlantic Beach charges $5 per hour with no max per day. Randall Shores charges $4 an hour with no max per day. You get down to the New Hanover County and Brunswick County beaches, and you're looking at anywhere from the premium spots can go anywhere from 8 to 12 per hour. And some of those are 45 a day.
Where do many people max, just choose the max option instead of paying?
James could, this isn't my account, but
Yeah.
James Barney could get that for you, it's his account.
It's interesting to know because if people are choosing to pay max for the days that they're set, but rather, people getting max for that.
I think that we see that a lot in a lot of locations on Sundays for some reason.
Okay.
And I mean, you see that. We get some families who come and literally it's extended family and they spend the entire day on the beach.
Right.
They are there from the time the park opens until it's done.
On the beach.
On the beach. That's right. They bring their food, they bring, yeah, everything is done.
So the question is it cheaper for the town? Not cheap. Is it more revenue generating, buy our own equipment and manage it? Automatically or still? That's what we're trying to solve.
I think what you're trying to solve right now is whether we're gonna get through this year.
Or let's at least just ask staff to do an evaluation. That's all we're here to today is just kind of, make. We're not here to approve or pass anything. Just I'd like to see an evaluation.
Yeah, so what I was saying, I don't know the answer, I don't know the answer to that question, but we certainly could do that.
Yes.
I think it's what Frank was suggesting, it's too late in the year, even if we had a solution or a different, even if we want to go a different way, it's too late in the year to implement it before we're a little crazy with tourist season. You're suggesting redo the contract. An analysis will be performed and well ahead of the next budget or by the next budget cycle, there'll be options to look at.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
I would assume we come to it big in the fall, so
Right.
there's plenty of time to contemplate it and.
Right.
Yeah, because typically if you're gonna issue an RFP, then you're gonna give you're gonna send that out about 30 days in advance of the due date. And you generally give yourself 30 days to review and check references.
Right. Reasonable.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll do RFPs, but also see what if we did it in-house.
Yeah, we'll evaluate probably the in-house option, but it comes with the staff and challenges that thus we can evaluate what they afford arm type system and figure out the cost and recover and everything. certainly review it, but
Just make sure when you do that, you're including the software that's involved with those airport arms, because there is a cost for that upfront as well as an annual cost.
Yeah, and then of course, too, I mean, there's just the overall benefit of outsourcing certain operations, right? It's easier to manage, it's less headaches, and methods and which means solid waste, parking, whatever you do. So I'm hearing a pretty clear consensus to go through some sort of analysis of the process, we come back to the fall with the results of that. Is there hesitation on increasing the fee? As I assume you're comfortable trying to renegotiate the cost or the revenue share, but is there hesitation with the fee increase or?
Everything else is gone up. I mean, we want to put the revenues. I mean, what the revenues.
Right, so it's not visitors.
It's about visiting, but also, I think there's, you need to remember there's a number at the end of this, right?
Yeah.
And it's not that pretty.
No.
So we'll sit here and say, hey, I don't wanna tax anybody or do anything, you don't wanna raise taxes. You're saying it might be something we wanna look into, I haven't even looked at this number yet, so.
We're gonna have some time, between now and the March meeting to digest everything we're looking at, look at that ugly number at the bottom, all that kind of stuff.
You can also ask James, because I do this for people all the time. You can ask James to run that analysis for you and bring a number back on if you go up X amount, or if you change your cap. And he can bring you back a projection based on historical numbers.
Do you have a portion of the
Text
March
me this
meeting?
number too, I like it, just tackle it sometime, find out more about it and how it works.
All right, well, we'll proceed in that manner then, so thank you. The next item,
Thank you.
the next
There's
item,
your lunch. Yes, thank you.
the next item is Fire Station 3. We really don't have any slides or anything for you, because it's really just kind of a conceptual discussion about numbers. You know, you do have in your packets a copy of the aerial photo of the property that we are in the process of acquiring from Pebble Beach. So, you know, essentially the question for you is, what time frame would you like to proceed with the construction of Fire Station 3? The current timeline that we're under, we expect that we will secure ownership of the property in May of this year. As we talked about earlier, we're going to get the financing done for that sometime before June 30th. The cost of that is going to be somewhere in the $150,000 to $200,000 range. So that debt service payments, the equivalent of about a quarter to a third of a cent on the tax rate, that will likely hit you in fiscal 26, 27. Depending on the timing of all this and how we structure it, it could possibly be delayed till 27, 28. But that's certainly an important consideration. That's the first expense that you will have. You all have agreed to that expense at this point in time by approving the acquisition of the land, and we're going through the process. So if we build this Fire Station 3, obviously we've got an additional cost to actually build the structure. If we use the same $2.7 million number that we're estimating for Fire Station 2, and if we assume that we're going to redirect that $850,000 FEMA funding for Fire Station 3, that's going to leave you with needing to come up with roughly another $1.9 million just to build it. Right, so that's something that's a big investment. That's something we would certainly finance over a longer period of time. Your debt service payment on that somewhere between say $225,000 and $300,000. Right, and so that's the equivalent of a third to a half a penny on your tax rate. And then finally, we're going to have to add additional staff for the station at some point in the future. And so to match the staffing levels at Station 1 and at Station 2, we would need 6 new positions. And that's basically about a $500,000 per year expense. So that's almost a penny of your tax rate. Now, the debt service to actually build this station, and certainly the additional staffing expense, isn't going to hit you in fiscal 26, 27. It's fiscal 27, 28, maybe even a little later than that. But most likely that would be a 10-year debt issue, and the team into go to 20 since it is an important public facility. But when you add all these numbers up, when you look at the end game on this, you know, you're essentially looking at raising your taxes by the equivalent of about a penny on the property tax rate, so it's happening, your public safety is top, everything is top priority, it seems to be, your top priority, here in the lives. So that's really what you're looking at basically anywhere from $900,000 to $1 million in most of it's a reality. And then of course is, how do you want to pay for that? Do you want to raise taxes? Do you want to implement new fees or increase existing fees? You want to cut back in other areas of our budget, and it can happen the same basic equation. So what I think I'm looking for from you today is an indication generally how quickly or how slowly you want to move forward on anything that's happening.
Well, we need to start planning for it regardless.
Yeah, I think planning is the right word, right?
Let's see what the impact is. You're saying what the tax rate is, we gotta.
We gotta have real costs and.
Yes.
See what will happen with transition to. Or we decide.
My recommendation to you would be to focus on firefighting too, but
Yeah.
big deal, get that done, and just continue planning. So I would expect that unless you all tell me otherwise, we'll include this construction in the 5-year capital plan and sometime second year, third year, depending on exactly how things shake out. That would be my recommendation to you. But if you want to move sooner than that, obviously we'll be like that.
No, that's what TN.
Yeah, I think we get a lot of
Yeah.
things.
All right, fair enough. Any other thoughts on that?
No.
Nope.
That is,
Tourism management.
that's the single most expensive item. You'll be paying.
Exactly.
Yes, sir.
Quick question, I don't understand, whatever we worked out where we had the ambulance, the third ambulance at the Coast Guard station. Is that something that we're gonna be able to do in years going forward? And I ask because one of the main reasons for looking at the new fire stations that we currently, in a worst case scenario, it takes us 12 and a half minutes to get to end Coast Guard Road if there's a problem. And slightly lower than that on a good day. Like I said, that was the whole reason that we decided to try to build a fire station closer to Coast Guard Road. If we have to push it out 6 months, a year, 2 years, if the farther it goes down the 5-year plan, the more concerned I get, because I've sat in those ESTF meetings with the grass, with the response times, not just the response times, but what those response times mean in real life situations as far as fire, oxygen is not getting in my brain or somebody else's brain, all that kind of stuff. So, anything
Can we
that
stay
we
at
can,
Coast Guard Station?
I can tell you that memorandum of understanding that we currently have with Coast Guard
Is
Station is
definite.
is dependent on the CO of that particular section.
Right.
So when we lose McDougal, we'll have to renegotiate that if they consider the opportunity to do so
And we lose McDougal this year?
next year.
Next year.
Yeah, he's going to try to extend. Now, I will say this. With the recent improvements they have been doing to the Coast Guard station, I have been unable to send that unit because of some of the malfunctions that they've had with that contractor. So that unit has been sitting at Station 1. They've been without work. They've been without heat. They're working with the federal government to try to get water and heat back up there right now. Currently, they're under a boil water advisory because they've cut the main water line to get in there. Well, I don't feel like it's conducive to send my staff down there with no water. So I'm keeping the Station 1 for right now.
So right now, from a budget standpoint, the capacity's there, and we have the funding to continue doing that, providing the allowed state. But
2027.
so the money is there, there's capacity.
Right, and we would have them there typically during season.
that was the follow-up to that question, based or follow-up based on your response is, and you may not know the answer, is there a timeline on when it would be conducive to be able to send that unit back down there? It's not needed right now, but peak season, it was a heck of a asset to have it down there. When we talk about when to do this, do we do it now? Do we do it later? Do we do it way later? Money's money, but life is life. Put a dollar on the amount on that, I'll probably support. That's just my opinion and concerns about when we actually pull the trigger on number 3.
I can say that they are working on those repairs and they have them done by spread out.
Obviously, they're working
also
on
need
it this weekend.
Yeah,
The
they
heat,
also need
well,
transfer station during season two.
well, they do move at the speed of the federal government, well, so.
Yeah, I get that.
So the other consideration is that if we reallocate $850,000, being the fund for Fire Station 3, obviously we can't let that linger for too long, right? We've got to get that money spent and the deadline associated with that, so we'll have to evaluate it as well. But I still only got changes my recommendation to that, would not want to do Fire Station 3 at the same time as well.
No, not at the same time.
But we just need to be mindful of that.
I think it would be, I would lean towards a close, you can't do them both at the same time, but when it comes to 2 is done, do 3, we always have stormwater issues, the rain's over 2 inches. We're gonna have a water pool somewhere, if a hurricane comes, we got bigger fish to fry. But that $800,000 in my mind, from a life-saving standpoint, not a stormwater management standpoint, it'd be hard to convince me to spend $800,000 on what we're gonna pump. And say you guys the water whenever we do get it, versus putting the work that's been put into play, or all the work that's been done to identify the need for it, plan for it, find land, get it all set up. And this is a 2.5, 3-year-old vision at this point.
So what we were saying earlier about doing the little projects at the lowest cost, so we can put the funds here, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But be ready to execute as soon as station 2 is over.
Yeah.
And we've cleared all those.
So let's
Pick
get
up the
that
tools.
one number, I think we'll really be able to.
Pick up the broom from 2
And
and
take it.
go to Pebble Beach and get the work.
Yeah, once we get that number.
But be ready to roll after Fire Station 2.
Right.
After
Yes, sir.
Fire Station 2.
Yeah, when you're done sweeping up on the finish 2, take your stuff over there. It's my fault.
And Will, can you give us an update from the Google, just kind of a reassurance that we have that through this season, as well as maybe a timeline? Thank you.
All right, we're moving on.
We'll work on that.
Hot topic. Well,
Got everything you need,
we're
Fred?
here for.
Yep. I will.
Right, so we don't have anyone presenting in this case, for the memo about the possible permit program, it was a preliminary discussion, so.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give you a brief introduction. So obviously Commissioner Brownlow has expressed interest in something like this going forward, more robust further than management efforts. I laid out some ideas, some concepts and concerns in the memo for you to consider going forward. Obviously, you're aware of the legal considerations, the case out of Wilmington and some statutory things. What I would say to you is certainly the legal implications are significant. But what I would say is, I think if you want to do something like this, I think we can figure out a legally defensible way to implement something that could achieve a similar end result, right? Then it has to be creative and we have to be careful with it. But I think we could. I think that's probably not the primary concern from my perspective. The bigger concern is to what degree do you want to undertake something like this? To what degree does it benefit the community? How important is it to go forward? I just laid out some concepts there. I will just tell you from my entire experience in Emerald Isle, I think the relationship between the town and the vacation rental company has been absolutely fantastic. Very cooperative from day one when I was here. I think before that even. And I also come from a few years in California, so some really ugly experiences with things like this for the community. So if we do something like this, I would encourage you all to do it in a cooperative manner with the vacation rental companies, to be mindful of that dynamic that existed in California with a lot of division in the community. I would want to maintain a cooperative spirit with the vacation rental community here in Boston. Obviously, you guys got a lot of feedback and emails and stuff. But I think, I do want to underscore again, we talked about this a little bit at the beginning of the meeting. This is exactly the format for you all to bring up whatever ideas you think the community should consider, right? Whether it's a good idea or a bad idea, whether you do it or you don't do it, that's your job. All 6 of them. have ideas, how to work for a solution, talk about these things, so. I think it's proof that you all talk about this, if it's an important.
I thought first. Everything's important. It's a concern for any taxpayer in this town. But I don't see how, as Frank said, we have an outstanding relationship between our rental agencies. Most of those who manage larger Airbnb properties, VRBO. We discussed the solid waste and how that's actually proportionate, even though there may be 10 cans at a sandcastle house that's used for 20 weeks a year. That's still, that 1 or 2 cans is the same. For us, it balances out for the annual rate. And I don't believe that we need to add any additional fees to vacation rental owners, because quite honestly, they're already contributing to tax base. Most of them are contributing to the sand tax as well, or at least a large percentage of those. And their debts are contributing significantly to our primary economy, which is tourism. And they're also contributing to the sales tax, which we collect a percentage of. So honestly, I think yes, well, that's what I meant by the sand tax.
Yeah, well,
the occupancy tax, I'm sorry, yes. But, no, I think I don't have anything more to discuss, and let's not change anything.
Yeah, I mean, I know, Roy, you've mentioned a lot, it doesn't necessarily have to be this program, but you want us to figure out how we can capitalize on tourism a little bit more to help our residents.
Capitalize on.
Well, I mean, that's what
Let me
we
just
do,
go ahead
right?
and go into where I'm coming from. All right. First of all, if you look to the code of ordinances and UDO, the town does not address short-term rentals in a residential zone district. That is basically you're operating a business in a residential zone district. The use is compatible, and I don't have a problem with them. My son does one. I like to do one. I don't have a problem with them. In fact, I want to keep them. I want to promote the STR. I want to promote tourism. Okay, there's a rumored wildfire. I wouldn't read anything off of Facebook and give it 2 cents. Okay, because and I'm not doing targeted enforcement. I'm not doing a registry of vacation rentals. There's the thing is, I'll get back to where I was talking about the UDO and zoning ordinances right now are basically silent. There's nothing on short-term rentals. And if that's the case, this is the protection of the short-term rental business industry. It's protection for the property owners. It's protection for the tourists who want to use these rentals. It's a responsible thing to do for the town, is to address it and not stick our heads in the sand and turn a blind eye to it, because that's called risk deferral.
Well, what is the
And so what we need to do, I would say, make it a permitted use in the zoning districts. Because right now, it's not prohibited, but nor either is it allowed.
but what would that accomplish?
It would make it legal.
But it's not illegal.
Is it?
No, it's not illegal. I mean, it's not legal or illegal.
Well, why not? How come this is what gets me. Why wasn't it addressed years ago when it started happening? We should have addressed it then.
So the UDO, historically and currently, use it as a residential use. We don't make a distinction between how frequently the property is used, or whether the owner uses it or someone else uses it. At its core, it's residential use. That's the way the UDO has always been applied. It is currently applied today. So there's nothing that says specifically you can do them, nothing that says specifically you can't. But we consider vacation rentals to be, and short-term rentals to be for residential.
They are considered private property. You know, we don't have to follow ADA rules. We don't have to follow those. It is public property situation. So in a way, I don't, it's private property.
Does the town issue business licenses to people doing businesses from the house?
It doesn't even go to business.
Or does it require whether they collect one or not?
Well, if someone has a home-based business, that requires it for something.
But out of the private property.
Because it's a home-based business. Now, years ago, we used to have a business privilege license, and we eliminated that because the revenue was insignificant. It really wasn't accomplishing much. But the town certainly has many ordinances that regulate behavior. And they regulate behavior, whether you're a permanent resident, a visitor, second homeowner, what have you, things like noise, parking, and all the various behavioral issues.
Lighting.
And yeah, things like that. So really what the issue I think comes down to is making sure that you all have the right ordinances in place to govern behavior of people in the community, to make sure they're being respectful, and make sure they're being good neighbors with each other and so forth. And that should be applied to someone, whether it's a vacation rental or me.
Right.
You.
Those are already in the book. That's not I'm not trying to address behavior. There'll be no inspections involved with this. There'll be no entry onto the properties. It's just a matter of, I think it's protecting the SCR business, protecting the property owners from, I don't know, I'm surprised insurance companies have been saying, is this a conforming house? Is the use you're doing with the rentals conforming?
So there will be.
How would you know? Because we don't address it.
Well, I mean.
Because because property managers do it. We address the condition of the homes, and we make sure that they're not habitable and okay for guests, and then property owners are responsible for their own private property.
And if that's the way the town wants to address it, that's fine,
And
but
they're
I saw a flaw with the ordinances that it's a permitted use. Well, it should be, in my opinion, and I'm institute government trained in zone administration, that this should be a permitted use in a residential zone district. But if the town just wants to ignore it, turn a blind eye to it, or say we don't need it, that's the board's decision. I just have a personal opinion on that. I'm in it to protect the taxpayers, the people who own these businesses, and I want to protect the short-term rental business. It is a great business for the town. It booms the economy, keeps our tax rates low. I want to make sure nothing happens to it. This is just actual protection. It's about clarity and protection, not overreach. And the fee is we have a flat fee.
What would they be purchasing?
I'm sorry.
What would they be purchasing? The purchasing a permit, what is that permit gonna make them?
The
Just the ability to be able to rent the.
It's like when we get a building permit or a zoning permit. We issue zoning permits now, right?
Yeah, that's right. So I think
You need that ordinance, roughly.
if this was something you wanted to do, we would amend the UDO and we would require folks to secure a zoning permit for that particular use with that more clarified stipulated use of the location. As I said to you before, we've just now up to this point considered it to be a residential use.
If you're renting it. So it's a residence, you're renting it as a residence. If there's nothing in the UDO that allows it or prohibits it, if it's a CYA type situations, or for lack of a better term, if it's not in the UDO, amend the UDO to make it legal so that it's legal on paper. That takes no time. Planner can draft it up to make it legal, then it's on the books. I don't see. Obviously, a permit fee would be additional revenue, but I don't see anything that the town could provide to renters or the homeowners with that revenue.
I feel like it'd be double taxation.
But if it's just a matter of recognizing it in the UDO that it is a legal permitted thing to do in the town, go to page whatever, subsection whatever, and say, yeah, it's cool to do STRs in residential neighborhoods, and then it's on the book and done.
John, do we need
Unless
that,
I'm missing something.
or are we okay like we are right now?
It's really up to y'all. Right now, we're okay. What's been going on and.
So it's not broken.
Permitted and.
Well, we can go back over.
Okay.
For someone renting out their personal house, as an overall.
I think one thing that I would say to you that would be helpful. As I've shared with you all, I think my general enforcement approach on any issue within the town, regardless of who it is. Is I want us to be working with people in a cooperative manner. We want to take a friendly courtesy approach first. But that if it's an egregious public safety or property damage issue, we're going to have to be very aggressive and important. If it's an issue where we have an educational opportunity, we can build goodwill with a person, I like to know those things informally. And I often will tell the staff, hey, we got this issue, find this person's phone number, call them up, let's talk to them about it. It's just tell them what's concerned and see if they can get it resolved. In my experience, that is the most effective way to resolve issues. That also builds goodwill and trust in the town organization. And so that's always my approach regardless of minor enforcement issues. So it would be helpful to be able to know who to call with the court in the case of the professional managed vacation. I don't straight call it Blue Water or General Realty or whoever the case may be. That's very easy. As we get more and more of these self-managed rentals, it becomes a little bit harder to have that productive cooperative relationship. So there would be, I think, some benefit in that, in having the zoning permit and having that information so that we can hopefully affect a positive change on both. Do we absolutely need to do that? No, I think we're doing fine now, and I think we've done fine for the historical periods. But that's one benefit that I definitely see associated with this. And even that gets kind of skirting a little bit close to the law, right, education. But I think the fact that the town intent, at least from my perspective, was, look, I just want to call the person and be like, hey, you know what? We're getting 20 complaints about noise in the property. Can you please sit your guests and calm down? You know, and 99% of the people are going to work.
We have that information.
You're talking short-term.
We have a property where the taxpayers, it's not property owners, name and address, anybody.
We do, yeah. You have to go through an effort to find the person and communicate with them. It can be done. There's products out there online to get phone numbers, things like that. So that's one very clear benefit that I see. Is that enough to cause you all to make a change? Maybe not, right? But that's something I think is clear benefit. The good thing is most of our properties are managed by professional managers. If you can pick up the phone, call them. Gosh, I think 99 times out of 100, they're like, yeah, we'll handle it. Don't worry about it. It'll be great.
I think we can see an issue. Like house parties start booming all the time.
Call an absentee owner in California, you're like, hey,
Yeah.
call back over
Maybe
here
you
across
know,
the street. If you have a situation, and I know it's not even what Mr. Brown was talking about, it's not, you know, targeted enforcement or anything like that, but to that point, you know, if you have a house that it's off in the corner somewhere and it brings the type of people that like to have loud, I mean, if my next door neighbor is being too loud, I'm not gonna call his landlord and have him get in the middle of it. I'm gonna call the police.
Yeah.
And I don't know, it seems like
I live around, I'm surrounded by vacation rental homes. And I have never run into a problem that I couldn't address. Generally, most people are very cooperative when you approach them. Once I've had to call the police, and that probably shouldn't have gotten to that point, but there were a lot of underage and alcohol involved, and some people thought they were much smarter and immortal than they were.
business around town, there could be a bigger chance of that, but if it is to look after the town's best interest and protect the town from liability, and if the planner says we're good, but if you want to go the extra mile and say, hey, short-term rentals are permitted in residential zoning districts, change the UDO, we'll sign off on the board meeting and it's done. Again, thinking out loud.
I want to play the devil's advocate. We've sat here today and talked about all these things where we have a budget shortfall, right?
We did.
And a lot of them are services that we're giving to our tourists, right? So if there was $100 charge for each rental property, that's $8.30 a month to generate revenue, which services that we provide for tourists. Is that a bad thing?
Do we provide that service exclusively for tourists?
No, but we're gonna tax too. But wouldn't the homeowner put that back on the renter? I would.
But how can you control that? So, like, as a property manager, right, like, we absorb the fee. So
you wouldn't say raise your rent $8.30 a month.
well, we do that anyway with the market, so it wouldn't be able to put the rent cost back to the guests, like, they would just have to absorb the cost if you don't. You know, any market rates are going up.
I mean, I used to, I know, I used to pay $10 on the light bulb.
36 cents a
Right,
day.
but it's like part of you can't just think there's put the direct line back. That's
And again, I was just playing devil's advocate because we have all these shortfalls. We want beach access, we want lakes upgraded, we want roads paved, we have police, fire running all around this town protecting the tourists. We need help.
And Chris, let me add too, we can't, the occupancy tax, I saw a lot of emails talking about, we already get taxed occupancy tax, so they can go to 2 uses by state law. It can only go to beach nourishment, 50% beach nourishment,
Promotion.
and 50% to promotion. We cannot use it to pave roads. We heard about paving roads today. We heard about building beach accesses. It can't go to that. It cannot go to hiring lifeguards, police cars, emergency vehicles that take care of our tourists and our guests out there. A million cars come over across the roads up here. We heard about the hundreds of cars, thousands of cars wearing the roads, riding roads that are tourists. I heard someone else say that today. So yeah, the tourists are using our facilities, and 3/4 of the property don't have here in Illinois, don't have STRs. They're not a short-term rental. They're helping pay the bill too for everyone else to help make money from tourism.
And I do want to add about that, with this, the second home that sit empty that paid the full taxes. They don't drive on our roads. They don't use the schools that our full-time residents' children go to. They said they don't use the trash like we talked about. So again, a little bit of that does balance that out because they are paying the full rent to live here full-time, but they don't. And so someone else is using their house, but not attending our schools and not using all of our resources. So I just have to put that up too. But I mean, I hear what you're saying. It's like
Well,
both people.
I'm trying to clarify the use, again, get back to that, at the end, a legal modified use is that, it's, the zoning permit is, it is an administrative recognition, it's legally defensible, it's predictable, fair, aligned to infrastructure use. It is not a registration, it does not have to require inspections, no interior access, no behavior rules, and it's definitely not a ban on STRs. Now, what it helps the property owners because it reduces legal uncertainty for the buyers, lenders, insurers, protects long-term ability to operate in residential districts, distinguishes responsible operators from problem properties, avoids reactionary regulation from the town. Ooh, that can be ugly. Stabilizes property values and marketability. And again, we talked about occupancy tax. So if we do nothing, we leave a legal gray area out there, pressure for bans. Maybe this board might not ban it, just say.
And what is that legal
Next
pressure?
thing.
So somebody comes in and we say, we're not gonna inspect, we're not gonna do, how do you even enforce anything?
Because
If you're not doing.
you got a piece of paper that says you got a permitted use.
You got permitted use. We're
Yeah,
not
it's a
gonna
permit.
check it. So I don't understand what the
It's
legality.
like a building permit.
We're creating the permit, though. What right now without a permit, what legalities do we face?
I
Do-
think
do
what
we
he's
issue
trying to
other
say is
permits,
that
zoning
other
permits?
municipalities, they tried
Yeah,
to ban.
yes,
it.
we've done permits.
So if we put this into place, then it's saying it can't be banned. And
But we
it's
can't
not-
obligate a future board regardless.
Right,
Right.
but I think that's a part of what he has on paper is that if we put it in writing, then 2 years from now, we as a board can't change our mind right away without a vote to say vacation rooms are not allowed. Is that what you're?
And our zoning fee is $100.
So that's what's key.
And John, once again, we are perfectly fine the way we are operating right now.
Yes, and the zoning permit is actually the structure, so.
This way the board wants to do that's fine.
But I think let's talk about other creative ways, right? Like it doesn't have to stop in this conversation, but we need to figure out how we can increase revenue because of tourism, then let's try to be creative too, and maybe pass it a little bit more directly to the tourist rather than a property owner.
And bypass the property owner.
Yeah, because I would hate.
Because that would be double taxation.
I don't want there to be division amongst our
I don't
property
either.
owners, so
Well-
it's already tense.
And we act like a property owner is someone, which a lot of them are, it's someone that lives away. I heard from 10 people yesterday. that
They live
are
right here.
Residents on Emerald Isle that have invested in the community and all of the properties, who now their insurance premium has gone through the roof. The property taxes jumped up, they're retired, they're already living on a budget, and they're sitting there, yesterday, pretty much telling me that, dang, man, you're taking every little bit of money stuff that's on to you. I mean, you think about the overhead, keeping the place up, and a lot of those people live in this community. I said, they're not just certainly some guy that you never see from California who's got, I don't even look at it a little bit longer.
But wouldn't we pass that to them, so?
I mean.
But they're already passing so much to their renters,
Yeah,
is what I
Their
think.
renters are passing on, they told me about it. That's
Well,
right. The
there's-
renters are already putting a lot of money into the community.
Yeah.
Here, they come here, they put a lot of money in the community. We're sitting there talking about tourists driving on the roads. Yeah, they drive on the road to the Emerald, to Food Lion, to the movie theater, to every restaurant, up and down the coast. I mean,
We're on a gas station, pay $1,000.
no, they're definitely coming here, 5 months out of the year, and that tax day,
All of us.
sales tax, they're not going to do it.
Everyone goes at home in case.
And everyone who goes into a restaurant and buys food is paying.
So people understand, we can't sit here and say there's not gonna be a tax increase.
No, well,
That's just it, we can't.
Right, so
I think
we're just trying to be creative and think of different.
But we wanna
ways.
make sure we're fair when we have to
Right.
initiate that tax increase.
Right,
And that's the whole game, I mean. Everyone should be pulling their share of it.
how is it any different than raising part?
Isn't
So, yeah, we're just.
it? Except we're affecting our tax base versus non-tax.
That it's revenue to the.
Right, but we all taxpayers spend a free budget, right, and all different, so that would be what that. Similar to the occupancy tax, I think, right?
Yes.
The tax paying for it.
And maybe that's what we need to do. Maybe we need to take it in front of the board and have a public comment. Like I say, because I mean, I can tell you from yesterday, I didn't see much.
Well, my only question today was, is this something we want to continue to look into or not?
I do not
That's
want
what-
to at this point.
I'd love to hear public comment on waste generation.
That's what I'm
So
saying.
I think it needs to be a
Public comment.
separate meeting, I don't think this needs to be a part of. I mean, maybe do it on a weekend when those absentee property owners can be here.
But we don't necessarily need to talk about a permit idea, right? No, just more brainstorming an idea of how we can.
But make sure that those stakeholders have a voice.
Legal counsel against students, so government that operating as a use.
Yes, so here's what I think I hear you saying, and what I was.
Gonna look out for them, so of our residents.
What I would
No,
recommend.
that wasn't what I was.
What I would recommend you do going forward is two things. One is let's take a harder look at whatever creative visitor-based revenue enhancements we might come up with, some of the things we talked about. And then secondly, look at tightening up the zoning ordinance and making it completely explicit that yes, vacation rental law. And explore that a little bit further and ultimately go to the planning board and to you guys. And let me work a little bit more on the whole zoning permit, the fee thing and all that kind of stuff and possibly come back. I'm not sensing any support from you all for a widespread, wide ranging program, but maybe some opportunity to come up with some enhanced revenue sources from visitors. As well as just make it clear, we love vacation. If they're allowed, we want them to stay here, right? That seems.
What are some of our other comparable beach towns doing? Would be a good thing to investigate. Yeah.
Miami Beach has something on their books, Nags Head has something.
On their books to like allow them or to charge for permits. I just wanna make sure we're talking about this, what was and think of what we're talking.
We'll just have to dig into it and just find out what everybody wants to do.
I don't.
No,
think-
but there's,
Yeah, I don't think there's any scenario where the vacation rental permit. If you decide to go forward with a scenario where maybe we apply the zoning. And then we do a little more research on that route going
Yeah,
forward.
but we
Look at the
can't
other
issue a rental permit, it has to be a zoning permit.
You can't, you know, so I feel like we're trying to go around a law to,
No, zoning permits are legal.
well, I understand that, but
There's been court cases. that
issuing
get
a
solved.
permit, they're gonna own the vehicle, correct?
What now?
Issuing a permit just to be able to rent their home. Didn't I hear something?
No, that's not the purpose of it.
Dash.
If we make it a permitted use.
It really depends on what the purpose of the permit is. and the
language.
permit fee, right?
Right.
So yeah, you're correct, that a flat out vacation rental permit fee is
Illegal, that's what I read.
But I think there are ways to accomplish the same goals in a legal fashion, and we'll dig a little deeper into those things.
And if you don't want to issue a permit fee, but just protect the STRs is what I'm saying, bottom line.
But I think, what I'm hearing from everybody at the table is broad, wide ranging support for the vacation rental industry and other activities.
100%.
yes. Yeah. Good. We're moving on.
All right, number 21, John.
Just ready to put focus on.
Please, sir.
Have a good one.
Thank you.
Bye, Beth.
Bye.
Good to see you.
Thanks, please, say that now. I don't even.
Everybody leave. I get in the hot seat and everybody walks out.
Like the finance one, right?
Right.
You're not nearly as interested.
Lying there.
Everyone is living. There's so many places.
Should I wait till they come back or should I start?
Let's just give a 5-minute break.
All
Are
right.
we still ahead of schedule, Alicia?
Yes, we have to give 2 minutes.
I always get back to the.
And see, that's what I was initially on board with that, with the, all right, let's do a permit, like let's use some other place for this too.
Yeah,
But that's not fair for that
no,
person
she's like,
because.
wait, let's not do this, and I'm,
Yeah,
you're right,
Okay.
so that's.
And the fact that I
that's what I
said,
like.
yes, so people often visit those rentals and I have some of the people who have the tan lots. And it's, those cans sit there empty under the house most of the time.
The other thing too, is just that I know in my property that has tin cans, 2 of them break because, and then the town will take them and they'll experience that. And then I need to tell the property owner, you need to buy 2 more cans and pay permits for these cans.
And they go,
And they're gonna say,
Johnny's hardware.
Yeah,
And buy it, they're done with this.
but then.
And there are a lot of money, that's what's revenues.
But what if they say, no, I don't want to pay for extra permits for my trash, and then there's trash, and then there's more rats, and then there's, it's not, it's easy, so I got to decide, it's indirect.
We lost John.
Do it, so I think.
No.
Give it to the back.
Okay.
Said everybody got off and left there. I was gonna give it to you.
Every time. Yeah, that. I paid for that tree and flat fee and those.
I think that.
I'm not sure why we did it.
I couldn't imagine this thing, Tomas, put a sticker on the trash bag before you say, oh, it's Tomas, yeah, trash.
Somebody should be looking at you like you're busting them out.
Youth recycle, mom.
No, I didn't say that. Just walking, yeah.
Yeah, it's great, I love this conversation too.
We don't have to make any decisions. Let's see.
Right, we were not shaking a boat.
You have to.
Yes.
Just so they won't know something else.
Alright. So, next item is, for a new comprehensive plan. Our last plan was completed in 2017, so that was, almost 9 years ago. Particularly with a new board and with changing dynamics in the community. I think it would be very beneficial to re-engage in this process, like John.
All right. All right, so this presentation provides an overview of Emerald Isle's current comprehensive plan. Why an update in 2026 is both timely and beneficial, and what a thoughtful, community-driven update process could look like. I'll briefly cover what the Camel Land Use Plan is, when Emerald Isle's current plan was adopted, why an update is important now, the key policy areas that should be addressed, how residents can be meaningfully involved, a realistic timeline, estimated costs, and how grant funding, particularly the RCCP grant, can help support this effort. All right, what is a comprehensive plan? The Camel Land Use Plan is a state-required planning document under the North Carolina's Coastal Area Management Act. For coastal communities like Emerald Isle, it serves as the primary policy guide for land use, development, environmental protection, and public investment decisions. Importantly, it is not a zoning ordinance, but it does establish policies that guide local decisions and state permitting. State and local agencies use this plan to ensure consistency in development decisions, infrastructure planning, and coastal resource protection. In short, it's one of the most influential planning documents the town maintains. Emerald Isle's current Camel Land Use Plan was locally adopted in November 2017 and certified by the Coastal Resources Commission on January 2018. That means the plan is now approaching a decade in age. While it has served the town well, it was developed using data, assumptions, and growth trends that no longer fully reflect present conditions. Since adoption, Emerald Isle has experienced changes in development patterns, property values, storm impacts, visitor activity, and environmental conditions that warrant a fresh look at our policies and long-term direction. Updating the plan in 2026 allows the town to be proactive rather than reactive. First, it enables us to incorporate updated data on population, housing, land use, and infrastructure capacity. Second, it allows the town to strengthen policies related to flooding, storm surge, erosion, and sea level rise. Issues that are increasingly important for barrier island communities. Third, it ensures Emerald Isle's policies remain aligned with current state guidance and best practices for coastal resilience and sustainability. An updated plan also positions the town more competitively for grant funding and strengthens the defensibility of land use decisions. There are several key policy areas that should be central to a 2026 update. Natural hazard mitigation and coastal resilience are critical, especially as storms become more frequent and severe. Water quality and environmental protection remain essential to maintaining the health of boat sound, wetlands, and coastal resources. Land use compatibility and development patterns show or should be reviewed to ensure growth occurs in appropriate areas and at appropriate intensities. Finally, infrastructure capacity, including water, sewer, transportation, and public facilities, must be aligned with both permanent population and seasonal demand. These policy areas directly affect quality of life, fiscal sustainability, and long-term resilience. See here. A successful CAMA update depends heavily on meaningful public engagement. A recommended approach includes forming a citizen steering committee that reflects a cross-section of the community, residents, business owners, and individuals with relevant experience. In addition, the process should include public workshops, open houses, and opportunities for online participation through surveys and digital tools. The goal is not just to meet the minimum requirements, but to ensure residents genuinely help shape the vision and priorities reflected in the updated plan. So. Public engagement should occur throughout the process, not just at the end. The process would begin with a kickoff meeting to introduce the update and gather initial input. This will be followed by issue-focused forums on topics such as resilience, water quality, growth, and infrastructure. Draft policies and maps would then be shared publicly for review and refinement. Finally, formal public hearings will be held prior to adoption by the town board and certification by the state. This phased approach builds trust, transparency, and better outcomes. All right, suggested timeline. A typical CAMA land use plan update can take about 12 to 18 months. In July of 2026, the town could initiate the project and select a planning consultant. The end of 2026, early 2027 would focus on data collection, analysis, and public engagement. It would then involve drafting the plan and conducting public review. Unless more time is needed, final adoption of state certification could occur as early as July of 2027. This timeline allows adequate time for thoughtful analysis and meaningful community participation. Estimated cost. I forgot to push the button. Yeah. Based on similar coastal communities, the total cost for a comprehensive update is estimated between approximately $145,000 and $180,000. But after speaking with 3 different community planning team companies, I have received quotes for around $110,000 to $120,000. The largest portion of this cost is consultant services, which include technical analysis, mapping, facilitation, and plan preparation. Additional costs include public engagement, data tools, and administrative support. While this is a significant investment, this supports a document that guides major land use and infrastructure decisions for many years. All right. Conclusion and next steps. In closing, updating the CAMA land use plan in 2026 ensures that Emerald Isle's policies remain relevant, defensible, and responsible to current and future challenges. It strengthens coastal resiliency, protects natural resources, aligns infrastructure planning with growth, and ensures community values are reflected in long-term decisions. One important opportunity to help fund this effort is the Resilient Coastal Communities Program, or the RCCP program. RCCP is a state-funded program designed to help coastal communities plan for and adapt to flooding, storm surge, and other coastal hazards. Importantly, CAMA land use plan updates that strengthen resilience and hazard mitigation policies are an eligible and highly competitive use of RCCP funds. Beginning of last year is what started it. For a while, RCCP funding could offset a significant portion of consulting costs, public engagement, and technical analysis, substantially reducing the town's local financial burden while improving the overall quality of the plan. The next steps would be authorizing the update, pursuing grant funding such as RCCP, and initiating a transparent, community-driven planning process. That's all I got. You guys have any questions?
How much of that 110, 120 would these, the CAMA grant, is the CAMA grant different from the RCCP?
Yes. Yes,
So we can get both
RCCP.
grants in. How much of that total cost would it cover of the total cost?
So we were approved for RCCP for a grant, come April, May, we wouldn't be liable for anything. They pay for it.
No out-of-pocket cost with that.
Yes.
It's a no-brainer.
Now, the only thing that I think about is with the upcoming budget, do we budget funds, just in case something like the RCCP wouldn't work out? If it wouldn't work out, or go for the grant and see if we can.
I say let's go for the grant, I mean, with it being dependent on award.
How long does that take to find out, right?
So when I applied for Newport and got them approved for it, it was, I applied in early May and they told us, mid-June, who was approved for the grant.
Yeah.
And another thing is Emerald Isle's never been approved for the RCCP, so we're more than likely.
We've only received
been in
CAMA
this spot,
funding for
yeah.
that in the past.
Yep.
And if we haven't had our plan updated in 10 years, obviously there's been a lot of changes, especially with the rentals and stuff like that. I mean, that's a trending growth that's occurring in town and it should be addressed in our land use plan, that and many other things. So I agree that we should absolutely try to get this thing going and get it renewed.
And that then allows us to invite Carol Peoples with her dedicated environmental food fund, and then also with Keith Collins' idea of the Emerald Isle watershed restoration.
Yeah.
That's a perfect avenue for those to follow into, and as part of that data that's collected.
Perhaps Osmond Creek studies too. To see
Yeah.
if there's anything we can get that.
Absolutely.
And just to be clear, if approved for RCCP, the CAMA land use plan was added last year. It was the first year they did it. So if you are approved for that, you're approved for additional funds for stormwater.
Right.
You can apply for both.
Yes, same
Yes.
time, yes.
Okay.
And then that opens up that, what is it, the three? What's the one with the watershed? It's Keith was referring to.
The pursue planning group.
What was
the-
319H. Yeah,
319 EPA funding and the 205J funding.
correct.
How many hours does the consultant usually spend on this?
Ask me
Template.
the easy questions,
Yeah.
huh? No, I'm just joking.
It depends on how many trips they wanna make here.
I did,
It's a long process.
Yes.
when
It
looking,
is.
when I requested a couple quotes, just to be, ahead of the game, I'm welcome to share those, but, yeah, it contains vision and goals workshops, up to 12 public meeting boards assembled, including interactive elements. You got the community engagement portion of it as well.
Is it 60 hours? Is it 100?
I don't know
Okay.
the exact.
Should support contingent on improvements.
Yeah, that's how I feel.
That's
Yep.
So we'll come back to you at an upcoming meeting with the resolution authorizing the grant application and work toward that. And hopefully we'll get it and get started sometime this summer, fall, maybe.
If not, we try again.
We'll do it.
Sounds great.
Thank you, John.
No problem. Thanks, John.
That's right.
Right.
Yes.
All right, so, the next item on the agenda, downtown traffic, streetscape improvements. This came out of a conversation with Commissioner Plum about, traffic flow at the Bogan intersection. And I think initially, one of her thoughts, and I'll let you expand on it if you like, but was to rearrange the turning lanes at the intersection. So we could create a dedicated right turn lane down Bogan with here. And that perhaps that would make the traffic flow a little bit better in that area. And so took a cursory look at that. Let's go back to the original picture. A little bit hard to see, but let's see. Things just don't line up completely right, so that you could create that right turn lane to get down to here. It's too off kilter with turn lane directly opposite from the west side to the east side. So if we were gonna do something, we can't do that easily, right? If we were going to do something there, it's definitely going to require some major modifications to that intersection. And actually went back and looked at some of the previous work done. And so the sketch that you have on the screen is actually something that DOT drew up probably 2017, 18, not long before I left. They initially proposed a mini roundabout at the Bogan Drive Highway 58 intersection. That was not well received by the community, generally speaking. There was also questionable value in doing whether it would really help. DOT looked at a full-size roundabout, something akin to what you see at Publix, and there's just not the room available to do that. Nobody.
They would have to take property.
Yeah, no one was interested in taking property or affecting business. So we asked them to take a look at doing something akin to what you suggested, Chris, to rearrange the lanes there, give some additional stacking capacity and make it easier to make a right turn. And so they came up with this design here. And essentially what it included were through lanes and turn lanes in both directions, redoing the entire downtown with new curb and gutter, and also including some medians in the middle of the road. It also involved rearranging some of the driveways. So we have probably more driveways for the businesses in the middle of town than we would allow today. So these are revenues left over from 40, 50 years ago. The curb and gutter that's there now was added after the fact. We then came back at it, bikes, sidewalk, all this kind of thing. So I would say it looks a million times better than it did probably 20 years ago, but still could look much nicer, right? So this was an effort to try to do that. And at the time we brought this concept forward, it was as much about traffic flow as it was just the aesthetics, like a chance to basically build a completely brand new downtown, some of the ideas that Chris shared earlier in the conversation. And so I dug this back out and thought, wow, that looks pretty good. I like that. The short story is it didn't go anywhere at that time. And truthfully, I don't know if that was because some of the businesses got concerned. Businesses typically get concerned about medians and driveway removals and so forth. So it's understandable we would be sensitive to those concerns. I left soon thereafter in California, but if this.
That was a big concern for the businesses.
I
So I
was
was one of the businesses that sat in on that DOT meeting. And that's what the biggest concern was, is if you were traveling, if you were traveling west, all the businesses on the left side, are you gonna come back to those businesses after having to do a U-turn? And I remember saying in that meeting, like, this for my business is the best thing in the world. Because that little piece of grass median right there is actually turning around right in front of my business.
Yeah.
But it's not very good for flippers. And I do think that even with this proposal here, some land and stuff had been taken. So I remember Larry Watson was very upset the second you said you were gonna take an inch of his property.
He's still on where John's is and all of that property.
So it looks great and everything, you're gonna go live. And the bad thing about that is you've got two lanes and then that, it's like that third right lane going to Bodie up here. That traffic goes from Bowden Inlet Pier all the way down Bowden Inlet Drive, all the way down through the road. So once it
And it
gets
goes
past, once it
beyond
gets
the
up past a
visitor center.
certain point, everything stays the same anyway, you still go.
Yes, I don't think it would completely resolve the traffic, because again, there's only so much you can do, and we're blessed to have the traffic at the end of the day. But it certainly would make a very nice aesthetic improvement and would help with the traffic. You know, there may be some value in trying to talk with the DOT about the medians. I mean, my sense is that's probably the main objection from businesses, understandably. And so really just, I think anything that we could do to just improve the aesthetic, but one of the things that I always wanted and feel like to see is let's get rid of those creosote poles and the wires holding the traffic.
Not lights.
Put in something that looks like a metal mast pole or something like that. And kind of start fresh with new curb and gutter and sidewalk and bike paths so that it's not after the fact. Very expensive. We could not do it ourselves. DOT would obviously have to fund it. They would have to approve it. There's a backlog and moving projects right now anyway. But you gotta start somewhere, right? And maybe this conversation is supposed to be good on.
So you're adding 2 lanes. Right now you currently got 30, so you'd be adding 2. What is the, what are the dimensions of a lane in North Carolina? Is it 8 feet? And this.
Is it 11 inches on the one?
No, typically I think they're usually 11 feet.
11 feet per lane.
Yes.
So we'd have to come up in that intersection. I mean, just by looking at this, we'd have to come up with another 22 feet.
Well, I think honestly, I think you could do this. I vaguely remember the Larry Watson comment, but I think you could construct something like this without having to take anybody's private property. You've got 100-foot right of way through that area, so you probably could creatively address that concern. I think the bigger concern of the business is going to be median, and then if you take away the driveways, like, you know, for example, at Trading Post, they got 2 driveways going into either side of the building. You probably would never allow that today, but the building was put in 50 years ago.
And that would have a major impact on their park.
Yeah, that's
If you
right,
did take
because
that
of
risk.
because of the orientation. So, like, same thing with like, what, you remember the Rusty Pelican?
Yeah.
Hotel and something with Snappers is right now, they would never allow that many driveway connections there now, so you have to work cooperatively with the business, so it doesn't work that far out, so. That's really, I think, in large part why it never went anywhere. But even if we worked cooperatively with people and came up with something that's important and be happy with, you've got a great opportunity to kind of create a better downtown, so to speak, you know, more quaint downtown that you can talk about.
And that would be great, but how are we gonna pay for it?
Well, DOT would have to pay for it. I mean, it would have to be something you'd be working with your legislators, your board of
Yeah.
transportation members. Obviously the town would be heavily involved in the design of it.
Sure.
It's not something we will tackle ourselves, but you build the relationships with your colleagues at higher levels and try to make it happen. Certainly not gonna happen overnight. It's a multi-year thing. But what, kind of depends on what you want.
If it's, you get the business owners to.
Yeah, it's going to say, get the
Yeah,
business.
if the business owners are behind it, then I would support it, otherwise I wouldn't. Unless we can come up with an alternative to satisfy their concerns.
Then the bad thing about it, you know, I guess aesthetically, it's gonna look good, functionality.
Even if we get rid of the.
I just think functionality, you've got a 2-lane coming in.
Well, true.
Coming
Yeah.
into a.
It's just gonna
A
bottleneck
2-lane coming
someplace
into a
else.
5-lane that turns back into
A
a
2-lane.
2-lane. It's just like having a big mountain of water hose.
Yeah.
It's gonna hold more water at one spot, there's still nowhere to go.
But it does allow people to turn.
Only for a short period of time.
Yeah, but
But that's for the bottom.
it's, yeah, if you pay for the problem of going in for inlet, the people don't turn faster, just like the Coast Guard Road, probably extended that.
Is there any way to just get that?
So.
Quicker, just a turning lane?
Yeah,
Potentially.
turn lane would be fantastic.
That would be a good try.
Yeah.
So when Matt was here, they did talk about that with the DOT.
Yes. I would be-
Remember, they talked about coming from possibly around the Welcome Center. And removing like the mediums in there to try to get that turn lane in there, and that was one of the things where. Well, you may use the bike path then, and you will push then that onto.
Onto the business.
Correct.
owners. So then they're gonna lose their parking.
That's right.
Yeah, kind of like when we did the sidewalk down by Paul Muscle. So he
Yeah.
lost all of his,
Exactly.
he lost all of his parking The salty pirate, I think he lost like, if it was like 20 some spaces because we wanted to build a sidewalk, that affects the business.
So that was one of the reasons why I kind of stopped in debt there.
Yeah.
I don't really talk about it.
I had mentioned to you, and I know somebody else has, about turning before the pier, making that the turn for the pier, and then whoever owns that property that is up against Mike's fence, getting some kind of easement to flow traffic that way.
So basically turning down the road.
I don't know the name of it, where the Mexican place
Yeah,
is.
Fairview or Plaza Mexico.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we could work to secure some sort of right of way or easement, from the owner of Ocean View Inn or perhaps from Mike Stanley. Also, the cost involved with that would be a great help for sure. But I think when it comes to the Ocean View Inn, you're basically taking away their parking lot to do that. When it comes to the pier, you're taking away revenue going to the parking spaces that, also would be.
I haven't been back there for a while, so I don't know, I can't remember exactly what it looks like, but. Who knows, maybe they would want money to upgrade their parking lot over here, I don't know, I think it's worth an ask.
Sure.
And then I had mentioned about, is there any way to put some kind of. Device at the corner there, so we know how many parking spaces are left at the pier. So people are pulling in there and then they get in there and there's nothing left and then they're trying to turn around. It just becomes more chaos. This way they can just keep going if they know they're not gonna get in there.
I believe Mike has that technology available to him. I don't know if he has the equipment to.
Yeah, typically you've got to install sensors on each of the parking spaces, and it works great.
Yeah,
it does.
Count of what's open.
Yes, but I'm just trying to think of ways to really bottleneck, because that's all I heard when I was out there talking with people is.
That's all we've heard for years.
Right, and we haven't done anything, so I just wanna make an attempt.
And one, I mean, it has nothing to do with the actual traffic or solving traffic, but trying to put up larger communication about where the other beach access parking is. When you get onto the island might be a nice idea, because some folks don't even,
No.
they just drive right by the island or the beach.
That's true, because they stop at my house all the time.
You don't even know, you don't even know, so maybe trying to communicate.
I mean, the wayfinding signs are there, they could be a little larger, but I think we're looking at getting some of those
Doesn't it just
replaced.
say like, does it say public beach parking, or does it say
I think it just says W.
Western? Yeah.
It's actually gonna be on your agenda on February 10th.
Right.
For the
Okay.
for the TDA.
TDA,
signs.
yeah, that's what I thought.
So they would be improved signs and brand new.
Yep.
So, but we can start looking at other things like.
So
To
we
me,
really help Mike with that if he, or how does that relationship work? If he would,
Yeah, so I think it would be a negotiation with Mike. I mean, we have to be careful that the expenditure of our funds was for public purposes, right? To promote better traffic flow, so, but it's certainly worth conversations about that. I have absolutely no idea. how much of-
Get the firework approval first, please.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, he texted me.
He has to approve that and do that.
That's right.
We can't sit there and turn
We can't
customers
mandate it.
away from his business.
Yeah, you
so
clearly
he-
have to work it out.
definitely.
Yeah.
But I'm happy to have that conversation with him.
Fireworks first.
Fireworks, yeah.
or even like I said, if we could turn in Fairview, is that what you said it is?
Let's see, what is the hotel in there? Because there's no public route.
Yeah.
So it's literally, that would leave the hotel with only one line of parking up against the building and no parking across the street. Because I remember
What
they
is-
only got a set of parking spots that go up against the building, and then a drive, and then another set of them. So I mean, it would take away half of their parking.
But there is, it wouldn't accomplish a lot, but isn't there? I don't have my laptop with me, but isn't there a space behind like right behind El Zarape that would come out on the other side of Bowdoin Pier at the smoke shop, right behind the smoke shop? There's like an open area there.
There's some.
When you go to El Zarape, turn left between the.
Come on, Plaza Mexico.
Yeah.
Plaza Mexico.
Plaza Mexico.
Right, there's a big shed building.
Yeah, it's in between the two. And you go,
Here's the Plaza Mexico, right in this area.
We talked about that.
There's the gap you're talking about, I think, and then you've got private homes over here.
You can't accept it. And honestly.
That's
what
all
I
a
think is
parking
bugging,
lot,
like, when
though. I
you
mean, there's
guys, like,
nothing,
fair
I mean, it's
uses
just
and
wide
all that
open
stuff.
in there.
Well,
If we could get an easement there.
That part's probably fine, it's the, over here, you're going right next to these residential units.
Right.
So you'd have to negotiate something with those.
Right.
So,
But those are all rental units now, are they not?
I'm not sure.
I'm pretty sure they are.
I don't know if this is helpful or not, but we did get a quote from the DOT to do a extended right. Turn lane into the island. Not too long ago, a year and a half.
Into the island or above the?
Island, so further down the road, but just another way to
Yeah.
get people into that right lane.
Yeah,
Well,
because
off the
you
main.
have to slam on brakes.
Yeah, and part of that was, it had to be so short, you know, T gave us some pushback.
300,000.
We have that, we could. Look at it, that was a help for interest.
Wasn't there something with the, because of the distance between that and stuff, like, we had to reduce the length from what we really wanted initially? I'm pretty sure we did, didn't we, Joe?
I think there was something, yes.
Don't
Yeah.
remember those details, but I do remember, because they followed up, we had.
Because the price was, it kind of didn't justify what we were, the juice wasn't worth the squeeze.
It's out there.
Well, so these are obviously things that don't require any town expenditure, but I will communicate with the peer owner about the parking space, indicator. Talk with DOT about a turning lane just in the building up here. And then also investigate some sort of absolutely near the motel or near the parking lot, for the theater and so forth. And report back to you on those things.
What works, doesn't.
It's worth exploring.
Yeah.
Does DOT have to replace the stoplight? Is that a DOT responsibility?
Yeah.
And like I said, I mean, so at one point, there were roundabouts programmed in their formal transportation plans at every intersection, including Bogan and Dropper.
I mean, when you saw them, this whole thing, it was cutting into, it was cutting into their buildings.
Yeah, here.
Definitely didn't make sense.
Like downtown feeling.
All right, so number 23. Number 23 is future recreation improvements.
Oh.
This is a fun one, I hope. Yeah. If you build it, they will come. So while he's pulling that up, all four of the concepts that I'm gonna present to you, were actually a part of the McLean-Bell master plan that I did, about 3.5 years ago. So I know that they're supported.
At one time, they were supported.
At one time, they were supported, just not in McLean-Bell Park.
Yes.
And so we're kind of bringing these back up again, just to give you an idea of, you know, cost estimate and things like that. So, purpose is to identify rough concepts for these recreational amenities, obviously cost changes depending on exactly what you want the structure to be. I evaluated a skate park, a splash pad, pickleball courts, and a dog park. Land needs would be certain locations and come down cost, and so I outlined those as well. This was my concept for a skate park. It's for both youth and adults with street and bowl style elements. This is an education to me. I don't really skateboard, but I wanted to be able to include everyone because when you're on the bike path, you see people of all ages using a skateboard. We want to design for durability and low maintenance, which is what would be here. Fully open concept, fully concrete. Land area up to 25,000 square feet. Potential locations. The interior, that 9 acres plus or minus within the center of McLean-Bell Park. Western or eastern access, we're just west here of the Avenue building.
So we do anything with the boat ramp area?
That could be a potential location as well. Ballpark cost could go up to 1.5 million depending again out there, concepts, insurance. Kind of guy ideas. There are grants for these companies, correct? Yes. So okay. So splash pad concept, this is actually something that I had discussed with NLR Realty a couple of years ago, potentially getting some funding from them and putting it across the street.
Main reason behind that honestly is when their guests are waiting to check in, they can have families over, have them, play in the water while they wait to check in. And also red flag days, gives them another place to go, safety for the children. We have summer day camp. We have to drive to Atlantic Beach on red flag days where we keep them in the building. So this one is really high on my list, to be honest. But so this one would be a zero depth recirculating splash pad. Instead of using a lot of water, you can recirculate. It's a little bit more expensive, but makes the most sense in the end. Be family friendly, obviously. You would want shading, seating. Again, we could sell those benches like we are now. You could donate those. It would operate seasonally. Obviously today it would likely be shut down. I would think it would be a frozen pad, and low staffing needs. You wouldn't have to have it manned 24/7 operational. Land area is a little bit less, up to 800 or 8,000 square feet. And again, potential locations there, but also boat ramp as well. My preference would be to keep it near Parks and Rec. One so that myself and my staff can be close by. We already have the park there. We already have children's activities between after school and our summer day camp. It would just make sense to keep it closer to our facility. But again, depending on what type you get, the recirculating things like that, the cost is anywhere from 400,000 to 900,000.
But they're very low maintenance. I mean, as far as maintenance cost is very
Yes,
low.
very, very low. Yes.
As long as you don't have any brown trout.
Yes, great point.
Yes.
It would
Shut
require
it down.
pull-ups
24
by
hours.
person.
Pool's closed for 24 hours, folks.
Valid point. I'd call in staff for that. I don't think I would tackle that one.
No, you're required to know that.
Yeah, true, yeah. Pickleball courts. I think we all know how popular pickleball is. And so it's been highly discussed to have dedicated courts for pickleball only, not shared courts for tennis. So ideally you would have 6 to 8 courts. You'd have to have your fencing, your lighting, and your seating. And there's also other amenities that most pickleballers would prefer. Windsocks, coverings, shade, things of that nature. This would respond to a strong resident demand. Land area would take about 20 to 30,000 square feet. And you can see the locations there again. I think any of those would be fantastic, especially if we can get one that's got a little bit more shade to provide to them. But your cost is high on that as well and can go up to 1.2.
Let's scale it back to like 2 to 4 courts. I mean, it's better than no courts.
I would agree with that.
You would agree with that, and you would agree with that, and I would agree with that. But
Is it realistic to have only 2 or 3 courts?
what they're trying, some of them are trying to do from my conversation, Joy, is they want to host these huge tournaments.
Well, I think we should host golf tournaments and have a golf course too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They just.
I think he's do everything.
Well, I don't think this is a venue for that, but
Right.
yeah. Of all those things, are you asking us to rate these or?
No, not at all. Just placing the concepts out there in case this is something that you wanted to add to the future
Yeah.
budget, just to give you an idea.
If we were gonna add something right now, I would say it's splash pad,
Yes.
and I would, it's the most affordable, it's the least costly to maintain, it's gonna serve the greatest number.
Correct. The least, yeah, well.
It's gonna take the least amount of space.
Yes, I agree.
I
Dog
feel like
park,
we did a lot of the pickleball last year,
Yes,
correct? I mean, we spent a lot of money on pickleball. I think we should need to pick another.
plus we have interior courts.
and we're looking at additional opportunities, we have pickleball. A
Correct.
splash pad is an additional youth opportunity.
I concur.
Great. Yeah, and family, I mean,
Oh,
I would have gone out there with.
I would be out there with Wilson all the time.
Yes.
Yes.
Seniors probably use it too.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
Those land area approximations, do they include parking or none?
they do not. This is just the facility.
But all those places have,
They
they
already have.
currently have parking.
Yeah, so just to kind of wrap it up a little bit, the dog park concept, I actually traveled around just a couple years ago when I made a presentation on dog parks. Just to get a better idea, of what is needed, it would be best to have space for large dogs and for small dogs. They tend to not play well together. You want an entry fence where you walk in initially with your dog, then you take them off the leash and then you open the next gate, and that's where they enter the park. Need ample shading, we need lighting if we're gonna have it open after hours, water, waste stations, things of that nature.
Benches.
Benches.
Ranges, when I was at, ECU's place up there, and they got a nice dog park, they had room for it, but they had like, where you pump water out, and they had, gates, like come out, 2 different types of pens. It was a lot, and, it was used, but it wasn't crowded, but. Yeah, and then there was the occasional dog scrap out there where the runners were running to get their dogs.
Yeah.
So,
Well, and so when I first.
Reno has multiple parks, dog
They do.
parks.
And you kind of get into, if this was a concept that you all wanted and approved, you've got to get into, do you require them to pay for a pass and prove that they've got their rabies vaccinations, all of those, Bordetella, all of those different things. So who's policing it? Do I have it staffed all the time? So that's something to also keep in mind is.
Do we charge a fee for a license for this?
I mean, I think dog parks are very important in urban settings where there's apartments and condos, but you have yards and.
people let their dogs smell.
Free space, then.
But look, in all fairness, it is very valid to those who contributed the money that we saw
Yeah.
earlier today.
They did that back.
And they did so, I mean, one of our donors gave $5,000, and all they asked in return was a bench. In honor of their name. It's the mindset and what's valuable to you, to you, to me.
When we were looking, when I lived in DC and LA, I went to dog parks, I had an apartment with a big dog. And I really loved the dog parks that were essentially just like where the underbrush was cleared and all the big trees remained and everyone,
That was what was initially proposed
Yeah,
for
that was-
Flamesville Park.
It's in
Swansboro.
Yes, it is. And that was never used. I rarely see one over there.
Because we all have yards.
What was that, acre?
Yeah,
We
it
were
was
talking
an
about in the place spell, 1 acre.
So just to kind of wrap up additional ideas, these are, again, if famous in the world kind of ideas. Fitness stations along the bike path. I did receive a grant 2 years ago. We now have a pull-up bar behind Parks and Rec. That was $2,000 just for the outdoor pull-up bar.
Oh my gosh.
No,
For it to sustain the outdoor elements, they are pricey. So, but again, it was grant funding. But you see that a lot along other fitness paths and things like that, where you have these little stations where you can stop and do sit-ups, pull-ups, things
Right,
like
did you
that.
do one, I think, for that? I'll do my phone.
We did.
How much is that?
About $10,000 for 6 different pieces.
And we're television, so.
I've seen that one.
Water fountains along the bike path, which has been discussed in the past, not sure 100%
Forever.
feasible, it has been forever, yes. And additional kayak launches on the sound side, you all know, just because you paid for it in the last year, they're about $12,000 each.
And that's under ideal conditions.
Correct, yes. There are grant funding opportunities, we've utilized all of these. And so you could reach out, see what we could get for funding, should you choose to select any of these concepts. Summary next steps, multiple areas within town that we could place some of these out, it would be more than one. Again, if everyone's world and we could do them all and make everyone happy. But the cost varies widely for all of these projects, so you would just have to, if you did choose one, whichever one you thought would fit, perfectly within the budget. So then I'll let you define your concepts and prioritize, and then I can pursue grants should you instruct me to do so.
I think that all of these, everything, thank you, Candace, for bringing it to us, but all of these have merit. All of these things have been requested from us, from the taxpayers. But like you said, we've still got a couple of pages to go before we get to that big number. And I would look at it the same as with the land use plan, just maybe a step below that. If there's a funding opportunity that pops up out there, I would love for you to bring that to the board let's discuss whether or not we want to pursue that. For the opportunities that have already been identified here. And then if it has merit as a whole, all of us, then we pursue it and it would be another, if awarded, we will try and find money to max this or.
Do we have it already in the budget to update, fine tune the boat ramp part? It's just.
So, yes, we've actually,
Overall.
Synergy Reston Park.
Yes.
Yes, so we actually had the representative out here a couple of months ago to look at the playground equipment. We've had to remove some of it. It's a little complicated, so a lot of the equipment is under warranty.
I was gonna say, it still should be under warranty.
It is, the labor and the additional parts, the screws, the bolts, the things like that was just under $20,000.
Yep.
So I've shared that with Frank and Laura so that we can discuss that after.
So it's almost a warranty.
Well, the actual.
Holding it
I
together
know.
or under the warranty.
$2,000 for a pool up fire.
Yeah, well, that playground apparatus.
It's
it's
raised funds like.
That's the
fundraising
expensive.
dinner, exploded dinner.
There's 300, well,
Splash
today's
park.
world, there's 400,000.
I'd like to see that, and just get private donations involved too, and then maybe we could do some sponsor signage out there, you know, and sell sign space. Like they do at ball fields and get the private sector involved with it. So I'd like to pursue that splash park. I think I'd be really good.
I think that's the most beneficial to
But
all.
I would not want to put it in the park, but I think you got some room in some other areas to put it.
Yeah.
And
That's one that I'd like to be closer to.
yes, and if we had to like get a little bit of playground equipment, I think they'd rather have that.
We have enough room, I think, that we can,
I think you do.
between PD and.
And I think if we engage in some fundraising, spaghetti dinners and raffles and solicit donations, I bet we could raise funds for it.
So that grant will is usually not cheap.
It really just depends, but yes, most of the time, so.
So splash pads, do you just buy a design or are they custom to your space?
That's custom.
So do you have to pay a designer to promote?
Well, the company usually has pre-design services. Yeah. That's the
Each they solicit students from NC State and different design.
Actually, Susan did that. She was the overall architectural engineer there. I was on their development committee and helped guide. I was on their advisory committee when they were developing that part.
The first one.
And yeah, and so Susan.
Manette?
No. She's a park specialist.
Is the splash pad the highest priority among these items for you all? It sounds like it might be.
For me, it
Feels
is.
like it.
Yes.
I think skate park could be, because I could work that, I could design you a skate park in any kind of condition, in a small area, you know, one that has a circuit or something, but splash pad, yeah, I think.
Not say.
Well, that skate park looked a
But
little
he's
small.
like-
I think Apex has got a really, if we ever did look at a skate park, Apex has a very well put together skate park that is for the best skaters to be instructors or something.
The one at Lane Beach is somebody designed that, who's like,
Wow, Susan did.
frustrating.
Well, the story is they were hoping that the pros would come to Atlantic Beach, but they ended up with a 9-foot hole, you got 5 people hurt.
Yeah.
And it's a little scary,
But that was.
But,
A little scary.
but yeah, Apex is a very good.
And Surf City's park is a good example of what that was the pump park.
Okay.
So we will be, we get the notifications on the various grant programs, so we will look to put together a grant application for one of the programs, maybe multiple programs that can identify, focus on the splash pad and maybe the skate park. Like, for example, the Park and Recreation Trust Fund, I think the matching grants, I think they're 50-50 matches, and I think the maximum grant is 500,000.
It is.
Even if we get a grant, you're still looking at a significant expense for the town, but I think it'd be well worth it with something like that going forward. So real quick on just the site. So we got roughly 30,000 square feet right here next to us across the parking lot. There's some area on either side of the rec center. You could squeeze something in. It's a little bit tight there, but depending on the size of it, you got 10,000 on the corner, 13,000 in the middle. The area between the police station and the tennis court's about 15,000 square feet.
Slope
So
or the flat?
it does slope down.
You get that.
But I think you could figure some way out.
Put a
Something helpful there. This is McLeansville Park. I just simply overlaid roughly about 3 acres there just to see what that would look like.
3 acres.
And so the town, if you wanted to exercise it, the town had the ability to use up to 10 acres over there. This is roughly 3. And so, and then down there at Gene Preston Park, you got 6,000 plus or minus down here, 10,000 square feet up in this area. So
That's flood. This thing's next to the water. Does it flood a lot?
No,
there's
it's never flooded.
It's just so marsh.
No, it's never flooded on that, because those were at, where that area that's highlighted is, was actually approved for lots when it was first subdivided. So it's the area surrounding it that is in the floodplain.
It's, I mean, that, from where the was that wall of the parking lot goes up another. Almost 15 feet.
At
You're walking
least.
down the dock.
15 to 20 feet.
Again, it's, as far as a, flooring for a park, like right now, I know we've got wood chips. Over there at the park that Miss Connie's class and all her classes and all the kids use for after school thing. You maybe get a price on what it would cost with whatever.
Or place.
Get a cost for that area, and then like I said, it's not in the budget, maybe I could get with some business owners and maybe try to do something like that. Just to-
rubberized type
Yeah,
material.
it's for it's like,
Something better. The bad thing about it is, I mean, on a beautiful day, if it rained for 3 hours before class started, and most kids are still up inside, they can't go out there and play without getting muddy. And it's just kind of a mud pit. And that's right there, so if I could do it.
It's so hot though.
it doesn't.
It doesn't, especially if you do a lighter color.
Yeah.
But, no, it's actually surprisingly cool.
Right. I would suggest, just as a, when we did, McLeansville Park, we used Playworld as the sole vendor. When we did the, Ocean Oaks Park, when we redid that with the Stark Family Foundation, we used Playworld for the playground equipment, but we found a different person in the boarding place, and it was significantly, I'm talking 30–40% cheaper for the boarding place. So if you can look back to that project and find the vendor for that, because it was separate, I would certainly suggest that you explore it.
Okay.
So splash pad are grant funding opportunities. We'll look at the flooring for the surf bottom for the park as well. So.
And I'll scratch my Surfway for $7 million.
I did wanna,
I would support it if we had the money.
like long
Or
range.
those hits,
Yeah.
we'll have one somewhere.
When we talk about things for the kids to do, and I mentioned it to Chris, I don't even know how to orchestrate it right now, but. If there would be a way to have kayak rentals by the town, or surfboards from the town, or something like that, closer to the beach accesses. Then kids that, or, kids that don't have those things, would have more.
I didn't think did you talk to about the, paddle float things? On the sound side?
No, I hate them saying, maybe. Somebody else.
Shops, so.
Yeah, but
We're
Usually.
with, private business on that.
Where they go.
Let's actually leave that up, right?
It's a liability issue.
Come back home to town.
Okay, well, we'll proceed in that fashion then. The last big item and then a couple of catch-all items. So I initially didn't include this on the draft agenda, because I figured we had enough on our plate to occupy our minds going forward. But in talking with some of you, just the real big picture stuff on future town facilities. I know in the past have been conversations about some sort of new public safety building, EOC, those kind of things. Way back when we talked about building a new boardroom, at some point in time, I think people are gonna want a new community center, right? That building is very popular and getting older, and the demands are certainly forward. So I sat down and I tried to just put some rough concepts together on new town facilities. And so one of the things that you asked Frank Rush what the priorities were for the town, I would probably say that's almost higher than any other project, and that would be that you construct a new fire station 1. That building is pretty dated and quite frankly, the least attractive town of the building, in my opinion. The old EMS station is great, but the actual fire station. So the concept I put together here was essentially to tear down fire station 1 and make use of the existing old EMS station building as administrative living space for firefighters, construct new fire apparatus, ambulance bays, and potentially include a police station. Maybe, and certainly an EOC, maybe a boardroom, maybe the town administrative office. Again, this is many years down the road, but you gotta start somewhere. And so, I just kind of played around with that a little bit. I think you could fit something like that in the area along Highway 58 that I'm showing you on the screen here. Again, just conceptual. You could probably do, you got a footprint there of 20,000 square feet. Might not need that much, and so we could go up with these facilities. Very, very expensive, but for example, just to give you some of the context associated with that. If you built a 22,000 square foot building there, got looking at $12 or $13 million, right? That's some big, big numbers. The debt service alone is 2 cents on the town's tax rate. I'm not at all proposing if we go out and do this next year, but at least wanted to get you all thinking about these kind of things and put it in context. Particularly if you ask yourself that question, for the people in 2046, what are we gonna look back and say, hey, it's a good thing those folks did this or did that, or whatever. So that's just introducing the concept. Did y'all think about that? Hard to believe this building here is now 17 years old. Really, really hard to believe. Really? Yeah, scary. And then when you talk about the rec center, and I know the concerns about McLean Style Park and so forth, but if we were ever going to build a new community center, that's basically a 30,000 square footprint for a new community center. That's less than an acre. In my mind, you'd build it directly across the creek. You wouldn't put any parking or anything over there. You'd tell people to park where we currently do, walk across there. But that's 1 acre. I know the McLean Style Park is a sensitive issue. I want to give you just a little bit of the history behind that acquisition. So, I will tell you, in my time in Emerald Isle, I tried to purchase the Surfside tract many times, and I started with the town in 2001. Asked multiple times. It was owned by a group primarily consisting of Packard Holtz and her family, Jordan Rickson and their family. Never had the opportunity. Sure, it was the last large vacant parcel of land in Emerald Isle. It was zoned residential multifamily. They could build 240 condominiums on property as a permitted use by right. And so ultimately there came an opportunity to buy the land. And toward the end of my time here, and honestly, and we secured significant grant funding. We got a lot of grant funding from Marine Corps Station Cherry Point, something called the REPI program. We also got funding from the Land and Water Conservation Fund, from our trust fund. And so we assembled all of the grant funding to make it happen, and the town wound up borrowing, I believe it was $600,000, and we're going to take the final payment in the next couple of years. I would just tell you that I initiated that. I would never have initiated that if the town did not have the opportunity to make some minimum use of the property in the future. And I'm just telling you at my level, as a town manager. But I will tell you also, I don't think the Board of Commissioners at that point in time would have ever let us go forward to acquire the land if we didn't maintain some ability to do something productive for the community on the site. So ultimately, the way we structured it was that 20 acres would remain under a conservation easement, nothing could happen. And the town had the ability to do up to 10 acres for future recreation in some form of future. The part that I want to share with you about that is, I don't think the town would have ever acquired that land, certainly not at the manager level or the board level, without the ability to do something. It was very much viewed as an investment for the long-term future of Emerald Isle, kids that hadn't been born. And so that's the way local government works. Elected officials change, attitudes change, constituents' viewpoints change, and ultimately the town decided not to construct anything. And that's an absolutely perfectly reasonable decision for the board to make. But there's also the possibility that 10 years from now, 20 years from now, 20 minutes from now, a future board could make a different decision. So the only point that I want to make to you, and I want to provide that history for people who may not know it and clarify, is that in the future, long after we're gone, the people in Emerald Isle are going to want to do one of these things. And this at least gives them the opportunity to do that. I am not at all suggesting that we should go in and clear cut 10 acres. That was never in the concept being discussed when I was involved the last time. ultimately it's your decision and your successful conclusion, but somewhere down the line, that community center, I believe, is 36 years old, somewhere in that range, 37 years old right now. Be great to have a nice,
December 91.
nice new facility there. So if you want to do it, that's a good place to do it. You don't have to tear down the existing one first, people can still enjoy it while the construction is going. The bigger question is, do you really want that? And are you going to pay for it? But that's probably $16 million in today's dollars. But again, only presented just to get you thinking of some of the conversations I had with a couple of you all was, we need something about these kinds of results. So I will stop there. Just want to share the ideas. There's nothing for you to do or comment on with it, but get you thinking about it. Okay.
And I want to say, the town would purchase that piece of property. And took the grant funds and literally sectioned off a set 20 some acres that can never have anything done with it. There's no telling what that would be.
Right.
I mean, that thing could have 2 streets going through the middle of it and be slammed full of houses.
It would have more streets than that, it would be condominiums.
It'd be condominium. So the
240
fact of the
plus.
matter is, the town saved 20 some acres in order to be able to be allowed to use something for the community. Like I said, I understand people would protect and not cut down the tree. But there's also people that, I'm sure what say, in this day and time, when many people moved here, that went up for discussion, you have people fighting for things for their kids on there and to be able to use that, so.
And I just
think
want
that's
y'all,
a very good firm.
I want y'all to just know the flexibility that we have. Like, honestly, I'll be dead before anything.
yeah.
Probably, and I mean that, like, a lot of us will be.
Right.
Yeah.
But I want the future people of MLL to know that we have opportunity to do this and know the history behind it. So, and if it stays absolutely like it is right now for the next 100 years, that's great. That's the will of the people.
Right.
So.
Is there a way to conserve that other 20, like put it in conservation so that even future boards can't touch it?
It already is.
No one gets it.
No one can do anything with those 20 acres.
And
I mean, what's it under? How is it protected?
is that grant funding?
It's a conservation easement.
Conservation needs.
And it was funded primarily with funding from Marine Corps, which was like charity.
Tyler Harris, huge in that.
But it's in the flight path.
So in other words, they will not ditch. Is that what it's for? If they ever had to?
That was really just because they're trying to prevent development near their bases.
Right.
It wasn't necessarily that it's the plan.
Okay.
Just the perception. Because the less development, the less complaints they get.
I was about to say, it was really not the complaints.
Got it.
Think about what you said, though, you're like, I'll be dead before that would get built, but in 20 years, that'll be 51 years old over there. So if this goes past 20 years, then we're in a really big trouble with things just falling apart, so it's got to.
That's why we have to start thinking about it now.
Absolutely.
And I hope I got more than 20 years, but.
We say that jokingly, but
Yeah.
these things have to be thought about right now.
Yeah.
Right now.
Oh, no, one minute, one minute,
Well, I think if you did,
I'm sure
like
you-
quality development, or, built it out like the Pine Shores Town Hall. I mean, that's built back in the woods. I mean, it's beautiful. They use the wetland pond. I mean, they incorporated the environment into their building back there, the town hall. And I think if we could do something like that, it'd be an easier sell. So.
I love the way you could theoretically position where you have to walk over.
Yeah.
I love that idea.
Right.
Well, it's just been able to minimize it, so.
Yeah.
Right,
Beautiful.
yeah, it's easy and it's not destroying a lot of them. You said it's less than an acre.
That area is less than. So I guess what I would ask you all, there's really no feedback necessary, but if it's something you want us to just keep on the radar and keep thinking about and working toward in the future, again, it is a huge thing. If we were gonna spend that kind of money, we would have a billion dollars, which is bond property. Put that to the voter.
Everything.
Yeah, all backtrack, it's a very lengthy process, right? And that's just to secure the financing. We want to have community input on what are you putting in this community, saying, well, swimming pool, you want something else?
Yeah, that'd be another way to sell it too.
Yeah, we receive those requests from time to time. But we got great swimming all around us too, but some.
Well, it's so rough out there and red flags were up, they wanna get wet.
So
That's why the splash pad would be such a cheaper alternative. There's not as much maintenance.
So I won't spend much time on these last items, but you know, there's 7 sort of other issues I indicated here. One is the public information officer position. So that's currently vacant. We've operated with that without that for the last 7 months or so. That's basically about $100,000 in budget capacity in the budget next year. And so that may be something to provide funding for health insurance or salary increases. But you may think there's great value in the public information.
What about if we contract it though?
Potentially we could do that, right? And so, you know, to this point, I think we've done a decent job when it comes to print, text-based, digital type stuff. Certainly not doing anything with video, and I know you all did a lot of in previous public information, did a great job on that kind of thing. So, but I want to just make you aware that's $100,000 that you all may decide to do something different with. The police department building facade, we talked a little bit about that after the last board meeting. Very institutional looking building. If you wanted to put some lap siding on it or give it some sort of coastal design elements, that may be something you want to think about for next year's budget.
You're rolling your eyes.
Well, I mean.
It looks terrible though.
Terrible.
Yeah, my whole thing on that is you've got guys who literally work 12-hour shifts. That go in there and probably spend more time inside that building than they do at home with their own families. And when you walk in that building, it looks like a 1980 episode of Chips.
Yeah.
So if we're gonna spend money on something, I think we should spend money on the inside of the building, considering, you know, but those guys have to go there every day. And that's, I mean, I understand riding by quickly and seeing it for 2 seconds in your car and going, oh, we're building. I think we're gonna do something to the outside of it, pressure wash it. Have the flower club come in and put some cool plants around it.
Paint the brick.
And-
It could be an easy.
And spend that money on the inside of the building that technically still has panel walls and hadn't been updated since it was built. I'd rather.
It's been updated, but it was updated by the chief and basically piecemeal together between public works and subcontract flooring, subcontract this, subcontract the other. It's the inside of the building
needs to
needs
be, you know, I'd rather do inside, and then if we've got something left over, then we
Look
can
at
do
outside.
the outside.
I mean, that's fair, but it needs attention.
It's been nearly 20 years since that was done, so.
Yes.
Like I said, I think, would you rather go?
And it was done on a tight budget even then.
Why did you say that?
Would you rather go to your house and your inside be beautiful and remodeled and your outside be a little bit?
It's gonna be both.
Because when I finished my house, I did the outside first
Well,
and then I did the inside.
not really bad. I'm remodeling the kitchen, I'm redoing the bathrooms.
We are in the process of painting the inside of the police department right now, in between all our others. Two other jobs we got going on. So
But
we
that's
are in the
just it.
process of
Let's
doing
look at-
that.
yeah.
Chad and I have talked about getting possibly a quote to see what it is to acid wash the brick. Because you really don't want to pressure wash it because of the mortar and stuff like
Yep.
that. Well, keep in mind, if you paint the brick, then that is something that you paint probably every year.
Every year.
So, you know, a lot of people are against painting brick just because of that, because of mortar and stuff like that.
And that's why I suggested putting a skin on it.
The facade up the top, yes, that does need to be changed. We pressure wash that numerous times. It's just stained in that, all of that.
Oh, really?
So if you wanted to change something or fix something, that's what I would focus on
Yes.
is. It's the facade around the top and stuff.
Couple other things, beach access signage, the signage that we have out there now, that's probably pushing 20 years old. give or take.
Older.
Yeah, it might be older than that. This would be nice to do something with a higher quality, maybe some better graphics on it and so forth, and any other additional regulations that you may want to highlight in there, like the holes on the beach and things like that, so. And so we got 63 beach accesses, so we can kind of do the math and ballpark.
Well, when I talked to Jim Browder, he did mention that they would possibly have funding for those signs. Yeah, as long as we allow them to put crystal posts on the signs, because some of their wayfinding projects are falling flat due to NCDOT. So they're gonna have more funds available.
Is there any chance to redo this on your rebirth?
The welcome never allowed sign or something prior.
No, that one.
They're awesome.
I mean, we could, it's probably about 20 years old, we do more guess. So, well, and so let me answer that question a little bit more too, so the TDA, would like to do the welcome to the town sign, with other towns within the district for that. The conversation I had with the director of the TDA was I think we'd be open to that as long as we have a logo with prominent features, great, or somewhere to do join PDA and the last one, so I think that's not a thing. Senior citizen program, we talked a little about that before. It sounded like it was maybe more of an issue of having space available for folks to use insurance or something. This environmental stewardship fund, I mean, that could be anything from you all just making an appropriation for that. It could be some sort of surcharge on the development permit fees or something. So you want to, because that's probably relatively easy to make happen.
I think that one of the key things on that is just to make sure that we're endorsing the fact that Carol Peoples is taking this initiative, trying to drive this. I know she's working with Canvas on some community center projects for things like that, and just putting our support behind this initiative would be a big plus. And providing any resources that we can without a huge expenditure.
What about that native plant initiative, was it $6,000 or something, that's $8,000?
Yes, and I think she's looking at doing something in that ballpark with Canvas right now at the community center for this upcoming year. Is that correct?
That's correct, we're actually.
Your meeting on Tuesday.
Tuesday morning
Yeah.
to discuss what we would put into.
I just want to make sure I was
Yeah.
stating that correctly.
Yeah, we just talking about cost estimate that.
Right.
But I'm sure she's thinking of something on a bigger scale, but I mean, we start somewhere.
And she's open to that, Roy. I think that, Frank, did you pass out
I did not actually.
Carol, I had lunch with Carol on Wednesday. And she shared and she provided copies for each of you. Just some of her ideas. But those are coming around. And it ranges from simple in-house education to individual demonstrations, things of that nature. So she's not asking for like a ton of money.
Yeah, one time we were talking about like in part, creating a living plaza, kiosk and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and some of that
That's
is in
minimal
there.
cost and wouldn't take much.
Do you still want to do the Tree City?
Yeah.
'Cause that has to
That's
be
in there
by
as well.
September, I think, okay.
So what we've actually got that on the draft agenda for next month.
Right.
But instead of doing a water tank banner, Tree City, I think would carry a whole lot more community pride than. Emerald Isle water tank, and that's something. We get signs up on those shores, they love having their signs.
And honestly, the garden club has been asking for that Tree City status for quite some time as well.
We're actually meeting with them in March or because they want to help. So there's money there. We can do something to them.
Yeah, and I would suggest that Bobby and Carol,
Yeah,
that
for
if
sure.
you read that,
Is she not part of the garden?
she is not part of that club.
Well,
She's with, really big into master gardens.
Yeah.
for the town,
okay.
Which is more outdoors.
Anyway, I think it's fairly easy to make something like that happen unless you object, so everybody supports that, we'll include that going forward.
Yeah.
The enhanced community engagement efforts, I've had conversations with some of you about this, trying to do some more informal gatherings for constituent interaction. We can absolutely put together. If you'd like to.
Do you think we're at a point now where we need to have these? What are the topics right now in the citizens?
I do, only because we need revenue sources and if they don't want taxes raised, I'd like to have some input on some of this.
Was there not some discussion by Michelle Sullivan that after January, she was gonna try and start something up?
We've been saying we wanted to do that, and of course with her help, we have a great list.
I mean, she's a great facilitator and has a
Exactly.
great list.
So I'd like to start one quarterly and sooner than later, and if they don't learn attended, we'll stop, but I think we have to try.
Yeah, okay, well, let's really try and put our heads together for the date. And
But I
just
think
start the conversation.
It needs to be
I
a
think
formal
that's-
setting.
I think so
Yeah.
too.
No, a date is all I said.
Yeah.
What kind of setting would you like to do this? Would you like to be
1957 was
The
very.
one we had at 57 was probably the best attended that we
And
have
most
done.
relaxed.
Yes.
It was.
For like 70.
And you're sitting on couches and,
a
So-
bar or restaurant? Or
Yeah.
yeah, they're more plantation.
Or maybe even gaffers outside and.
Gappers
We had
outside, we
one.
had one at Gappers
We had
outside,
one at
that
Gappers
actually
outside.
did very, I thought it was very.
It was hard.
It did okay.
Well, for us, just
Ronnie
this,
had one of
well,
those.
Oh, yeah, that.
There's always, no, we're talking about.
157 was the best agenda that
You're talking
I
about
saw.
the, get to know your candidates.
Somewhere
Yeah,
out
I'm talking about
in,
just
usually
like
not on our campus.
Right.
Side area, yeah, it's walking around the Valley Commission, walking around the main, it was actually get.
Why don't we shoot to do the first one sometime in March?
It was supposed to be with, or you want to shoot for February, go talk this group and then this.
I
group.
won't be available in February.
March, I think.
And it would have to be late March for me.
Yeah, after St. Patty's. Whatever we want to throw.
Yeah,
And then the last thing I had on here was, at the risk of ending on a controversial note,
Let's do it.
the beach strand trash collection, and I know that's been a controversial issue in recent years. We essentially have kind of a mix out there right now. We got, several of the outlets on the western end of town have got the cans, handful on the eastern end of town. I've continually receive requests to put trash cans back out on the beach, sometimes specific locations, sometimes just broadly in general. What I would suggest is, I would like us to do all of one or none of the other, one of the two, but.
why don't you bring us back the cost on that, and let's show people what that really costs to collect from every beach access. What we were once paying, and then we'll make a decision, because that cost, and I want you to include every ounce of the cost of collection. By your staff,
There's huge costs from your staff, I think last time we did.
where,
The trash cans, if we were to go back and do it all.
Yeah, we'd have to go ahead and order on the trash can. I'll put all that. together.
right, but I want to know where, mileage on the trucks, the disposal station, the fact that you have to travel 10 miles round trip.
The staff.
Yes,
So we certainly can continue to do it. I mean, so when I came back and even before I came back, there were individual requests and those were granted, right? I think I granted.
we're granting too many now.
So if you just keep on doing them individually, you're eventually gonna get back to that anyway, right? And that's, I assume how we got to the mix that we have right now, right? So.
I think making sure that when we produce our new beach access sign, that we really reiterate, pack in, pack out. And do
It's a
it
great
in
opportunity to
a
do it.
way, and not just a sign that's not branded, if we need to brand our message and bring it to our town, so it's a little more personal. But if we can put it on the sign to the TVA.
Yeah, because I mean, when we start talking about picking up the trash, we're talking about truck. We're talking about 2 more employees, 4 times. Four more employees on.
And it's 10 miles
So,
round trip.
4 guys in 2 trucks, and during the peak season, they run 4 guys in 2 trucks all day, every day, and they still haven't keep up. Then you gotta have somewhere to put it until it comes and gets picked. That's why the whole pack and pack it out thing got
I
started.
think it's great, I mean, and I wish, because North Carolina that year when we started, that was also having a leave no trace campaign, and I really wanted to piggyback on it. but-
National parks were built on packing in, packing out.
Yeah, we need to.
Put trash,
push
you
it.
put trash cans back on the beach, but if 4 guys in 2 trucks can't handle it and the trash cans are there, they're full, there's trash piled up beside it. You're in a worse spot than you were
Not
before.
We'll cost it out, both the total cost and also the incremental cost beyond what we're doing right now.
Yeah, maybe.
That's just a cost thing, what kind of strings is put on our public works
Yeah.
department?
And then it's
As
also,
well as we don't have anything on the west end as far as, they can't go and offload that truck. With
Right.
garbage, they got to go all the way to station 2, to our disposal station.
it's also fair to know though as well, like, did anyone actually see a negative impact, like a real negative impact? Because I was very
I
upset
did.
at first, and I did not see one.
I did not.
I think it was because people didn't understand what happened. They felt like it just happened and they didn't know
Yeah,
why.
that's fair.
I think a lot of it's just changed. I mean, if everybody's reluctant to change.
Yeah.
It's actually got good truck running down the beach, and to me, it seemed like after we got rid of the trash cans.
There was less-
trash on the
Agreed.
beach. And the reason.
All
for
my
that is
neighbors say that on the east end.
During the week, you had people piling up the trash on the weekends. By Sunday, it was overflowing. People threw the boxes right beside the trash can because the trash can was there. And then they leave in the wind was 25 miles an hour. That night, you walk out and say it's trash.
So, the very last page in the book list, 250, is just kind of summarizing all of the costs that we talked about. And I think I got a real good sense of what the collective priorities are from all the previous discussions, but, just, for example, Good news is, we think we got another 300,000 capacity on property tax because of the conservative revenue estimate. Every penny generates 600,000 plus. If we did that motor vehicle tax, we could probably get up in the $180,000 range. The parking fee, increase or renegotiation, probably anywhere from 25 to 100,000 bucks. If you did some sort of, zoning permit fee for vacation rentals, maybe you get up to $200,000. So those are the potential revenue enhancements, that I've, identified. And then when you look at the expenditures, there's some big numbers there. The health insurance credit, $100,000 right there, which is premium, going to go up to $100,000. Fireworks is relatively small, 27.5. Cost of living adjustment, $150,000 to $250,000. Redrive, if we decide to pay for that ourselves, pay the bill $250,000. Street resurfacing, $133,000. Beach access walkway replacement, probably $30,000 to $40,000 to get about $100,000 capacity in the budget. Three. We know that the debt service on the covered beach land is $150,000 to $200,000. Comprehensive plan probably going to be grant funded, so we'll deal with that in other ways. And then I've looked at the bottom, just the future years, what kind of things might be out there. If we decide to finance the redrive project, roughly $60,000 a year for debt service for 5 years. You can see the fire station 3, the staffing, and then almost good parts of flashback. Some of that's grant dependent. So I think there are some interesting choices for you all to make with the final budget, but I think we can figure it out.
Yeah.
Good job.
If anybody's priorities changed from what we talked about earlier in the day, I'll tell you the things that I heard. Things like the health insurance, maintaining a quality program was high up there for everyone. Obviously, we're doing the land. We're going to hold off on building fire station 3 for some time. Do something at Land's End and redrive, hopefully for less than the amount of funding that's available. Get the pay class study done, do those salaries. Street resurfacing maybe not as high a priority as the other items I just mentioned. Beach walkways, seems like a higher priority, probably we'll come up with some additional money for that. Parking fee program, definitely talked about negotiating a change in the compensation structure. Consider the fee increase maybe in March. That's pretty much it. The other thing could be more grant dependent, in terms of land use plan and some of that we talked about. Is there anything I'm missing or hearing is wrong?
When it comes to the simple, I'm sorry, when it comes to the improvements that we're doing on the interior of the police departments and maybe the shore protection office, that they can turn that into a comfortable space, or the rec center, conference room. Like, where does that play into the budget? Is that just part of our everyday operating expenses, or is that something that is voted on and just heavily discussed?
Yeah, so I think, and that's really part of what the side of this too, is anything else. You want us to
You gotta
consider.
come up with money somewhere.
Yeah.
Throw that into the mix.
Sure.
I just focused on the bigger impact items, but things like painting the police station.
Yeah.
If you tell Libby right now, if you'd like to see that happen, we'll try to figure out a way to make that happen.
I would like to.
But at the same time, that shouldn't be a vote.
Well, it'd be part of the budget.
Right.
And you all would, and we're gonna go through the budget in great detail with you in May, once it's all final. So, but yes, those kind of things, fire away right now.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely would like to hear more about creating a space for senior centers, some sort of.
Yes.
I personally envisioned the shore protection office area, and I thought that they have the first year do it at the community center, and this new furnish that room. And then more friendly way, that's fine too, but just to hear the numbers on
In the police station inside, definitely. I know you're working with it, and then anything to. Outside of better.
Yeah, just a conversation. Yeah, that's what we can do.
Cool. Anything else?
You got a comments for anyone?
Not me.
Questions, Richard?
So moves.
All those in favor?
So
I would make a motion.
Thank you.
So we got states.
Back to school.
Yeah.
Take me about 3 hours now.
A little bit of,
Oh.
You
got it, Greg?
That's what.